Chanachod Shemaya Bhutaya Utatmashukaya Chasya Vikriditam Bhagavato Ruchiravatare Tadyacha Manyum Ashurascha Hatastvayadhya Modeta Sadhu Rapi Vrishchika Sarpahatya Lokascha Nirvritimita Pratiyanti Sarve Rupam Narsimha Vibhayaya Janasmaranti Naham Vibhemi Ajitate Tibayanakasya Jivarka Netra Brukuti Rabasugradam Shrat Antrasraja Shatajake Shanku Karnan Nirada Bita Digibata Ribinna Kagrat Trastosmyaham Kripanavat Dushahugra Samsara Chakra Kadanat Grasatam Pranitaha Baddhasva Karma Birusattamate Ngrimulam Pritopavarga Sharanam Vayase Kadanu Yasmat Priya Priya Viyoga Samyoga Janma Shokagnina Shakala Yonishu Dayyamanaha Dukkaushadam Tadapi Dukam Atadiyaham Bhuman Brahmami Vadame Tavadasya Yogam Soham Priyasya Shuhridapparadevataya Leela Katastava Narsimha Virincha Gita Anjastitarmi Anugrunan Guna Vipramukto Durganite Pada Yugalaya Hamsa Sangha Balasya Neha Sharanam Pitaro Narsimha Nartasya Chagada Mudanvati Majjatau Nau Taptasya Tat Pratividir Yaihanga Sheshtas Tavad Vibhot Anubratam Tvadupekshitanam Yasmin Yato Yarhiyena Cha Yasya Yasmad Yasmai Yata Yatutasyastva Parapparova Bhava Karoti Vikaroti Pritak Svabhava Sanchotitastadakilam Bhavatasvarupam Maya Manasrijati Karmamayam Baliyaha Kalena Chodita Gunanumatena Pumsaha Chandomayam Yad Ajayarpita Shodasharam Samsara Chakramajako Titaretvadanya Svatam hi Nitya Vijitatma Gunasvadamna Kalo Vashikrita Visrijya Visarga Shaktihi Chakre Vishrishtam Ajayeshvara Shodashare Nishpidyamanam Upakarsha Vibho Prapannam Drishta Maya Divi Vibho Kila Dishnapanam Ayushriyo Vibhava Ichchati Yanjanoyam Yesmat Pito Kupita Hasha Vijrambita Bhru Vispurjitena Lulita Satute Nirastaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Read the translation of 7:9:12. Therefore, although I was born in a demoniac family, so this is said by Prahlad Maharaj.
We didn't do 11 last week. We did 10.
We did 10 last time? Okay, we'll recite 11, 7, 9, 11. The Supreme Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always fully satisfied in Himself. Therefore, when something is offered to Him, the offering by the Lord's mercy is for the benefit of the devotee. For the Lord does not need service from anyone. To give an example, if one's face is decorated, the reflection of one's face in the mirror is also seen to be decorated. Beautiful analogy. Prahlad Maharaj here, he's saying that when we offer any service to Krishna, Krishna doesn't need any offering from us because he is Atmaram, Aptakam also. Aptakam means every desire he has gets automatically fulfilled. Atmaram means one who is pleased within himself. So in any case, Supreme Lord is not in need of anything from us. But the only purpose why Supreme Lord is still accepting the service or offering from us is simply to show us the favor. And how do we benefit? So to explain that point, Prahlad Maharaj is using an analogy here. Just like when you go in front of a mirror, you decorate your body, you decorate your face, the reflection also gets automatically decorated. Similarly, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Supreme Lord, when we actually offer something to Him, He is the Supreme Personality. Just like how when the face gets decorated, the reflection in the mirror also gets decorated automatically. Similarly, when we serve the Supreme Lord and He is happy, we will also be happy automatically. So we don't need to pursue materialistic pleasures separately. Let's continue our discussion on Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita. Last week we saw how Narada Muni, when he went to Indra to glorify him, how Indra had tactfully declined any of those glorification, and he instead diverted all the glorification to Lord Brahma. And then after hearing about the glories of Lord Brahma, we saw about the duration of Lord Brahma's lifetime, how many Manus there appear during the day of Lord Brahma, what are the different demigods. So after discussing all of this, in brihadbhagavatamrita it's given Narada Muni then goes to Brahmaloka, and after going to Brahmaloka, there he sees the Mahapurusha, the 1,000-headed Supreme Lord. He is residing there and he is accepting all the offerings that are given to him by the different sages and by the different residents of Satyaloka. And we were seeing how Swadharma Nishta Shatajanma Puman Virinchatam Yeti Tata Paramhimam. It's given that only those who do their Swadharma, Dharma means our duty, Swadharma means one's own duty. If one does Swadharma Nishta, if one is steady in performing their own duty, Shatajanma Puman, for 100 lifetimes, then they get to appear in Satyaloka in one of their future lives. But among those who appear, the best among them will become Lord Brahma. So being Brahma, he is like the best of the human beings, if you like, and the demigods. Padma Puran says, Jalaja Navalakshani, Stavara Laksha Vimshati, Krimyo Rudra Sankhakaha, Pakshinam Dasalakshanam, Trimsha Lakshani Pashavaha, Chatur Lakshani Manushaha. There are 400,000 varieties or 4 lakh varieties of humans. Ghosts are also involved in that. Demigods are also involved in that. And so do human beings. Prabhupada is explaining in one place, when it comes to describing about the different forms, even among humans, Prabhupada uses Ekapad, Dvipad, Tripad, Chatushpad, Apada also Prabhupada says in one place. Ekapad means those living entities who have only one leg. Have you seen in Amar Chitra Katha or Chandamama, ghosts, they are depicted like that. Have you seen it? They'll always end, with the tapering feet. So Ekapad means all ghosts. They are also counted as one of the 400,000 species. Dvipad means two-legged person, which is humans. Tripad means old people because they use the walking stick. That's also considered to be one of the foot. So Tripad. Chatushpad is obviously animals, four-legged animals. Appad means reptiles like snakes who don't have any feet at all. So in this way, different gradations of the different living beings are given. Of these 400,000 varieties, you see Brahma is the topmost. He is the topmost of all humans. So his position is not at all ordinary. None of any demigods or any other personality in the material world stand anywhere close to Lord Brahma in comparison to his elevated position, in comparison to his exalted status as the pure devotee of the Supreme Lord. So Narada Muni, being the son of Lord Brahma himself, is all too aware of the facts about Lord Brahma, Lord Brahma's elevated position. So he goes to Satyaloka and he witnesses Mahapurusha being worshipped by the Lord, by Lord Brahma along with all his associates, and after worshipping or after accepting all the worship, Mahapurusha, he then goes to his private quarters along with this divine consort, Mahalakshmiji. So after the leaving of the Mahapurusha, Narada, he observes after the Supreme Lord leaves from the scene, he then offers his respect to Lord Brahma. And the purpose we saw in etiquette, we read that in Nectar of Devotion also, we are not supposed to pay obeisances to anyone in front of the Lord. When you are inside the temple room, Supreme Lord, you offer respects to him. If you want to offer any respects, paying obeisances to any exalted Vaishnavas, you do that either at the side or best is to do outside of the temple room. That's the etiquette. Because it's one thing that we want to express our respect, but we also need to understand about the person who is accepting the respect, how will they feel? If we pay obeisances in front of the Lord to them, we may embarrass them. So Narada Muni is aware of devotional etiquette, so he waits until Mahapurusha leaves the assembly, then he pays his obeisances and then he glorifies Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma, meanwhile, at the request of Mahapurusha, he asks all his assistants to continue on with the sacrifice. So what we do as homa, fire sacrifice in material world, is just a tiny version. We do for how long? Half an hour, if you are attentive. In Satyaloka, they do Nitya Homa. Nitya means eternal, 24/7, 365 days. 311 trillion years, it just keeps on going. They don't stop. It's Akanda Homa. So Brahma, he officiates. Brahma is the first Brahmana. It's given in the Shastras. He is the first Brahmana in this creation. And he then in turn starts the parampara, initiating all his sons into the Brahmanical culture, and they in turn accept disciples, and this is how the whole Brahmanical culture, it gets propagated in this creation. So here Brahma, he then entrusts the task of continuing with the Homa, and it's specifically given upon the instruction of the Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord likes offerings. Supreme Lord is a personality, he likes. He likes to be glorified. Tatra tishtami narada, yatra gayanti madbhakta, it's given. Naham tishtami vaikunte, yoginam hridayeshva. When Supreme Lord tells to Narada Muni, he says, my dear Narada, Naham tishtami vaikunte, I don't reside in Vaikunta, yoginam hridayeshva, nor in the heart of pure yogis. Yatra gayanti madbhakta, tatra tishtami narada, he says, I reside wherever Yatra gayanti. Gayanti means singing. Wherever my devotees sing about me, it's at that place where I reside. So this is what the Supreme Lord is saying. So here, he likes these offerings. So he is telling Lord Brahma. Again, when we say he likes these offerings, we should not take it that Supreme Lord doesn't know where to get the ghee. Everything comes from him. He likes this offering means he likes to see all his sons and daughters, all the 8.4 million species, taking advantage of this process of sacrifice, could be Sankirtan Yagya, could be fire Yagya, and making an offering to the Supreme Lord, and that way making progress to go back to the spiritual world. That he likes. Apart from his liking the offering. Just like on Father's Day, every father would like any simple gift that comes from their kids, which is actually financed by the father. Okay. In many times they even go help choose the gift also. So, but that's how it is. Supreme Lord, where is this propensity coming? This propensity is originally there in Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna has that propensity. So, all his sons, daughters, they also have the propensity. Okay, on Mother's Day, what are my kids going to give me? On Father's Day, what are my kids going to give me? Like that. So here, the offering is given upon the instruction of the Supreme Lord because he likes to accept the offerings from his dear kids, children, which is all of us. So it's on that context we should understand. That's why even today's verse, Prahlad Maharaj said, he is glorifying Narasimhadev, my Lord, you actually don't need any offering from us. But in order to benefit ourselves, you have kindly come here and accepted this offering. Otherwise, what is it that we can offer anyway? Everything comes from him. Prabhupada in one morning walk, he says, this whole idea of yogis renouncing this world is a farce. Why is it? Prabhupada is walking, standing right in front of a home, somebody's home, random home. And he says, will you accept if I stand right here and I say, I renounce this home? And then Prabhupada himself answers, first of all, this home doesn't belong to me. How can I renounce? So when we are born in this world, we are all born naked. We had nothing with us. Krishna has given everything, and then as an act of offering, we are doing something there as dakshina, as our loving offering to the Supreme Lord. And then Supreme Lord, not in need of anything, but simply to reciprocate with our loving feelings, he accepts that. Just like how a father would do. Oh, is that the beautiful gift you got for me? Oh, what have we got? And then you open and there'll be what? One tiny broken keychain. You know, which a kid would have picked up from some $2 shop. Oh, you know, this is exactly what I was looking for. Oh, thank you so much. They love that reciprocation, that feelings. So this is exactly the mood of Supreme Lord Krishna. In fact, that mood is there in every parent because originally this is with the Supreme Lord. So after, at the Lord's request, Brahma has instructed his descendants to continue with the sacrifice. Now Narada Muni continues. As Brahma sat comfortably on his universal throne, absorbed in hearing and reciting the glories of his Lord, tears flowed from his 8 eyes. This is Shloka 44-45. Tears flowed from his 8 eyes. Brahma is Chaturmukhi. He has got 4 faces. If you read Prachina Barhi Upakyan, it's in 4th canto. Narada Muni goes to this king Prachina Barhi Sat, and he describes, it's a very detailed topic, very good for us understanding about the temporary nature of this material world and how we should keep spirituality as our sole focus in life. So in that section, he actually describes about different senses, how this body is a city of 9 gates, so on and so forth. He says mouth as mukhya, it's given in the Shastras. Why? Every senses, we have 5 senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and then skin for touch. If you take eyes are like 2 in number, but their function is only 1, correct? Likewise, ears, 2 in number, but their function is 1. Nostrils, 2 in number, function is 1. Both the eyes, but they are used only for seeing, nothing else. Do you laugh with your eyes? We don't. We wish we can. But we can only see. So they are 2 in number, but the function is 1. Ears are also 2 in number, function is 1. Nostrils, 2 in number, function is 1. But he says as far as the mouth, tongue is concerned, it's actually 1, but the function is 2. So he says this is very important. Elsewhere also you will see in Bhagavatam where it's given Jitam Sarvam Jite Rase, one who has controlled each one of the other senses, they are considered to be, mastered that particular sense. And in that context, it's also given in the Shastras how, if you take, let's say, a fish. For fish, which sense does a fish use most or more prominently? Tongue. Whatever comes its way, it will just eat. That's why people go fishing. Innocently, it just comes and grabs everything without thinking. If you take eagle, what's the sense which is most prominently working for an eagle? Eyes. Known to spot its prey from so many kilometers away, up in the sky. Likewise, each one. For elephant, it's given touch, so on and so forth. But human being, if you take human being, it's given in Shastras, it's one particular species for whom every sense is prominent. And that's where the problem is. Yatato hi api kauntaya purushasya vipaschita indriyani pramartani. It's given. Yatato hi api kauntaya. Because all of these senses are prominent in humans, each sense is demanding its food. And there's always this constant clash. Even night time, you lie down, close your eyes, sleep, mind is still active, asking for something. Even when we eat prasad, eyes still need something. You still want to scroll through whatever, news feed. Anything, if you watch carefully, we never do only one when we are not satisfied. You go to work, that's when you want to hear music. Why do you want to hear music? Do the work properly. So every single activity, if you see how we are doing, we'll first of all go for a minimum guarantee activity, which is, eating, these two will work, but then I want to maximize the sense gratification, so let me do. Or some people may watch movie. Some people may do something more. But Shastras clearly say, each one of these senses, they are not supposed to be let loose to go wild, because each one of the senses is capable of pulling us down. So Shastras say we should control them, we should regulate them. Totally stopping them is not possible. You can't say, eyes, you are running here, there, I'm going to pluck the eyes out. It's not possible. We need the eyes, but we can limit, regulate it. We use our eyes to take darshan of the Supreme Lord. We use our eyes to read the Shastras. There are so many positive things we can do. We use our eyes to do some seva in use of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can be useful for devotees to do some seva like that. So each one of these, if you see, For Brahma, he is sitting, he doesn't have one head, he has four. So you can imagine, we are struggling with just one head and one mind. How much more controlled, self-controlled, how great a Goswami Lord Brahma must have been. He is saying here, as Brahma sat comfortably, this is narrated by Parishit Maharaj, as Brahma sat comfortably on his universal throne, absorbed in hearing and reciting the glories of the Lord, tears flowed from his 8 eyes. If we are given 4 heads, we will sleep with all our 4 eyes or 8 eyes, correct? And each head will also pull in different direction, even it nods. Surrounding Lord Brahma in attendance were the personified powers of universal rulership. Narada came close, offered respects to his father by falling to the ground like a stick, and then spoke. So now he is going to start the glorification of Lord Brahma simply by repeating what Indra has said. Sri Narada said, "It is you who have truly received the mercy of Lord Hari. After all, you are the master of all masters of the living beings of the universe, the grandfather of all the worlds. You alone create, maintain, and devour the 14 worlds. You forever rule the universe and you are known as self-born." So, in next few verses, he will list down few of Lord Brahma's attributes or characteristics to support his statement that he is the most favored devotee of the Supreme Lord. Next verse he says, "Present in person in your assembly are the Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures, the revealers of truth, who were born from your 4 mouths." It's given the Vedas, they are also personification, they are also personalities. Like you will have mantras. If you see in Ramayana, when Lord Rama and Lakshman were young, at that time Vishwamitra, also known as Kaushika, he once comes to the assembly of Dasharath. And then he asks the king, "Is everything going fine? Are you getting enough rainfall? Are all your subjects peaceful? Are everyone following the path of bhakti?" And then Dasharath was very happy to have an exalted soul like Vishwamitra in his assembly. And then he says, "My lord, please let me know, how can I serve you?" Then Vishwamitra says, "I'm about to start a great sacrifice for the benefit of entire humanity, to please the Supreme Lord and to benefit the entire humanity. But in the process of doing, I definitely anticipate the disturbance of different Rakshasas. Rakshasas are human, raw flesh-eating creatures. So I need protection." Then Vishwamitra himself says, "Actually, I can kill all of them. However, if I get into that Kshatriya mode, then my homa will get affected. And I have taken a vow to stay away from cursing anyone." Rakshasas, knowing very well about my vow, they have now come forward to attack me. So I need protection. Then Dasharath says, "No problem, my lord, I go." Because Dasharath is no ordinary warrior. He also used to go and help demigods. Like we see Muchukunda. Dasharath is also a great warrior. Of course, he is a great devotee of the Lord, but he is a very, very powerful warrior himself. So, when he says, Vishwamitra says, "No, my dear king, I wouldn't need your help. Just send me your dear child, Lord Ram." Then when Dasharatha hears that, he faints. He is so attached to his son, who is Supreme Lord. That attachment is welcome. We all wish we can be attached to the Supreme Lord. And then he gets up and he says, "My lord, I myself will come and vanquish them." Vishwamitra says, "No, don't go back on your word. You told me you will fulfill whatever I ask." Then Vashishta takes him aside and he tells Dasharatha, because Vashishta is a friend of Vishwamitra, sometime a competitor, or Vishwamitra saw him as a competitor. So Vashishta tells Dasharatha, "Don't worry, you don't know Vishwamitra, he is a very powerful warrior, he himself could have vanquished. So if he is taking, which means there is some purpose, it's okay, send him." So then he sends. And then Vishwamitra instructs Lord Ram in mantras. Vishwamitra had access to the Astra. Those Astras are also personalities. They take the form of a mantra. They are called Shastras and Astras, you come across that. They are all descendants of Daksha Prajapati, very powerful warriors, invincible practically. But Vishwamitra couldn't see anyone who is capable of handling them. So he kept within him 100 of them. When he sees Lord Ram and we know he is Supreme Lord, he then teaches him all the mantras. And then when Lord Ram recites those mantras, all of them come. There you see personification of mantras are also standing there. And then they take the form of a personality. And then Lord Ram says, okay, thank you for appearing. So please remain in my memory. Whenever I think, I'll call you. And then you come and help me. So here also, Lord Brahma is there in Satyaloka. All the different Vedas, they are also personalities. But then how many times does Supreme Lord Krishna appear in a day of Lord Brahma? Once. We saw there are 14 Manus in a day of Lord Brahma. In 1000 Divya Yugas or 1000 Chatur Yugas, there are 14 Manus. Krishna, you can read 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada explains. Yada yada hi dharma sevas, purport, you see series of purports, Prabhupada explains the duration or the timeline when Krishna appears. Krishna appears only once during the day of Lord Brahma. He appears during the duration of or reign of 7th Manu, which is Vaivashvata Manu now. Our current Manu's name is Vaivashvata Manu. The Manu who appeared originally at the time of creation, his name is Swayambhuva Manu. We are all descendants of Manu. That's how the word Manusha comes. Humans come from Manu only. Manusha is descendants of Manu, Swayambhuva Manu. So Supreme Lord Krishna, he comes during the reign of 7th Manu, but then during which reign of 7th Manu? 28th millennium of 7th Manu. Because if you take 1000 yugas divided by 14, you get approximately about 72 Chatur yugas. That's the duration of one Manu. Of those 72, he appears on the 28th millennium. So this is how it's given. So Krishna, when he appears, this personification of Vedas, they come, they glorify Krishna. Because they glorify Krishna directly, you read Krishna book, you will see one whole chapter that says prayers by the personification of Vedas. Very interesting chapter. You read that, you will see the mood of the Vedas. So they glorify, because they get to directly glorify the Supreme Lord, they get liberated and they also become gopis. Shrutichari gopis, it's given. There is one particular type. They become gopis, which means Brahma, when he sleeps again he wakes up, Vedas come again. So during every day of Brahma, you have different personality of Vedas. It's not the same personality. The Vedas who are present in one day of Brahma, they get liberated. They become gopis because they directly get to glorify Krishna when Krishna appears only once during the day. Okay, so these personification of Vedas are there. So present in person in your assembly are the Vedas, Puranas and other scriptures, the revealers of truth who were born from your four mouths. Lord Brahma is also not the author of the Vedas. Brahma is just the medium through whom the Vedas come. Through each one of his four mouths, one Veda comes. Rig comes through one Veda, Yajur, Sama, Atharva. But the origin of Vedas is not Lord Brahma. He is Adi Kavi, but he is not Adi Purusha. Adi Purusha is only Supreme Lord. But Vedas comes from the breath of the Supreme Lord. Yashaika Nishvasitam Vedaha. When the Supreme Lord breathes, the Veda comes out. But that breath, Krishna plays as flute, then a Brahma Hridaya from his heart, and then comes out as a sound vibration through each one of his mouths, and then they form a personality. So this is how the description is given. Your world can be attained only by saintly persons. Narada Muni is saying this to Lord Brahma. Your world can be attained only by saintly persons who faultlessly perform their prescribed social duties, free from pride and other vices, for 100 lifetimes. Within the universe, there is no higher world than yours. Even Lord Narayana's Vaikuntha planet is found inside your world. On Brahmaloka, this is he speaking about Dhruvaloka. Dhruvaloka is below Satyaloka only. It's above Swargaloka, but it's below Satyaloka. On Brahmaloka, Lord Narayana resides always in his manifest form as the lotus-naveled Mahapurusha. He eats his shares of sacrifice and grants the sacrificial results instantly. When we chant Hare Krishna, we always have doubt. Supreme Lord, is he accepting? He is accepting. We have doubt because we want instant result. If you want instant result, then you should be born in Satyaloka. In Satyaloka, whatever we do, we get straight away. Brahma's body is also not made of earth, water, fire, air, ether. His body is made of intelligence. We need to accrue so much perfection in our performance of duties for 100 lifetimes without doing any mistake. Terms and conditions apply. If during 56th birth, you made one tiny mistake, then the cycle has to start again. 100 consecutive lifetimes. So it's very, very rare.
Are you saying that Brahma Loka and Satya Loka are the same?
Yeah. Brahma Loka and Satya Loka, they both are the same. Yeah.
And Dhruva Loka is?
Dhruva Loka is below. Dhruva Loka is where originally it's known as Vishnupadi or Vishnupada. And then later on when Prishnigarbha, he comes and gives it to Dhruva. From that point onward, it comes to be known as Dhruva Loka. So that is below Satya Loka. Your world, within the universe, there is no higher world than yours. Even Lord Narayana's Vaikuntha planet is found inside your world. On Brahma Loka, Lord Narayana resides always in his manifest form as the lotus-naveled Mahapurusha. He eats his shares of sacrifice and grants the sacrificial results. Although in the distant past you have made many attempts and were unable to find him, after performing austerities, you finally saw him just for a moment in your heart. We touched on this last week, how during the appearance of Lord Brahma, he was wanting to know the origin of that. So he went into the Padma Kosha or the bowl of the lotus. Then he couldn't find the root, and then Supreme Lord showed him favor by telling him, do tapa. He heard the sound tapa, and then he sat down in meditation. Therefore, you are surely the dearmost devotee of Lord Krishna. Indeed, you are none other than Krishna himself. Appearing in various bodies for your pastimes. Now, this is what Narada Muni is saying. Now, you will see when Brahma hears this glorification, how he will respond. This is like, you are the most favored. You are, what to speak of this? You are Lord Krishna himself. And now you will see reaction of Lord Brahma. Text 54. Sri Parikshit said, thus loudly praising Brahma, bowing before him with great devotion and again, the sage Narada expansively sang Brahma's glories as he had heard them from Indra and seen them with his own eyes. Merely by hearing what Narada said, Brahma grew disturbed. He anxiously again covered his 8 ears is given. Shedding tears also. 8 eyes. Now closing each 2 hands, closing his 8 ears, and said over and over again, I'm just a servant, I'm just a servant, I'm just a servant. He's just saying, I'm just a servant. I'm not Krishna. I'm just a servant. I'm just a servant. With some effort, the four-headed Brahma checked the anger stirred within him by hearing what no one should hear and rebuked his son Narada. Okay, so this is how pure devotees respond when they hear their own glorification. Sri Brahma said, I am not the Supreme Lord Krishna. So he's going in reverse order because of all the glorification that he heard, the thing which offended him the most is you are Supreme Lord Krishna. So he is starting in the reverse order first. Wait, I'm not. I'm only the servant. I'm just the servant. I'm just the servant. And he's saying, Sri Brahma said, I'm not the Supreme Lord Krishna. On what authority and by what logic do you say this? Haven't I constantly taught you about this since you were a little boy? He is chastising. He is chastising Narada. Narada is just repeating what Indra said. Narada is like, I'm innocent. I'm just repeating. So here Brahma is saying, because he is a dear son of most exalted son of Lord Brahma. We saw it last week. Even though 4 Kumaras and other personalities, they may be elder to Lord or to Narada Muni. In terms of the exalted status of devotion, Narada Muni is the topmost son of Lord Brahma. So this is why he is saying, haven't I constantly taught you about this since you were a little boy? His personal energy, Mahamaya, stands within his sight like a maidservant. Now Brahma is repeating. Not repeating, he is saying this. It is she who deploys her material modes to create, maintain and demolish this world. Now this he says to refute Narada Muni, glorifying him. You are the creator, you are the maintainer, you are the destroyer. For that he is saying, look, it's not me. Maya dakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam. It's Supreme Lord's supreme energy, Maya, who is standing right beside him as his maidservant. It is she who creates, maintains and destroys this world and not him. All of us are subject to her and bewildered. So you should not think me the recipient of even a trace of Krishna's mercy. Now why is Lord Brahma is saying all of us are subject to her and bewildered? Here he is in the process of refuting any glorification on him. When he says all of us are bewildered by her means, Narada, I think you are bewildered by her, that's why you are glorifying me as Krishna. That's what he implies here. Okay, all of us here includes him as well as Narada, along with all the other living entities. But he is saying specifically this to say, Narada, I think you are affected by Maya. That's why you are speaking erroneous glorification like this. That's what he means here. Of course, Narada Muni is not erroneous. Here, conversation is happening between two exalted souls. So, we should not jump to any conclusion. And we touched on this in the second class itself. We should not, when we read glorification or any refutation of any of the glorification by any of these devotees, we have to understand that this is their humble mood. We should not look at them to belittle. You see, Indra is actually lower, or Brahmaji is lower. Then we will end up doing great aparadh. So we have to be careful there. By the power of Krishna's Maya, I am always deluded by various conceits. I think myself the controller, grandfather, and spiritual master of the universe. Proud of my birth from Krishna's lotus navel, I think myself a great ascetic, his great worshipper. I am overwhelmed by the countless duties of universal management. Worrying about the imminent destruction of my planet, I live in terror of the all-devouring end of time. All I want for myself is liberation. Now what Lord Brahma here he is saying is, because he is entrusted to maintain this entire universe. We usually say Brahma is in charge for Srishti only, creation. But normally if you do a work, what do? You do your work and then you go for a nap straight away, correct? But you never see Lord Brahma doing it. If he is in charge only for creation, creation has already finished, what is he doing now? So his role is not limited just for creation. We have to understand that. His role, creation is just one part of it. But you will see Brahma also goes and gives instruction to many of the kings. He appears in the assembly of Prithu Maharaj. That happened much later than creation. When Swayambhuva Manu, he wanted to retire, he goes and speaks to Priyavrata, asking him why he should ascend the throne. Because Uttanapada is also taking retirement there. So then Priyavrata has to come back from forest because he didn't want to get married, he doesn't want to even get into Grahastha ashram. So he was sitting there doing tapasya, and then Narada Muni is guiding him. Narada Muni, he guides Priyavrata on his path of devotional service. But then when Brahma comes, Narada Muni, out of respect, he steps aside. And then Priyavrata then follows Lord Brahma. And Brahma says, no, you should take up universal affairs and you should manage this. So Brahma is saying it's not just a creation. Normally if you think, even in a material sense, somebody may have built a whole empire, business empire, out of nothing. It's one thing to go to the top, but it takes much more effort to maintain that position at the top. So that's what happens to Lord Brahma. Brahma creates everything. He has already entrusted, but there are always going to be issues. There will always going to be some shortcomings. Always. So Brahma is saying, our type of trouble is small. I am also in management. We have little bit here, there. If we call them issues. For Brahma, he is saying it's always. Can you imagine? He creates the 14 planetary systems. For 1000 Chaturyugas, he works hard. And he says, all right, let me just take a nap. He goes and takes the nap. He wakes up. And guess what he says? Pretty much everything is vanquished. How will you feel? I remember when I came to Sydney once, there was one devotee couple's marriage. So I was assisting one devotee to make cake, and I was not a good cook. I am not a good cook. So he told me to bake. I did. Then we took it out. Then he told me, marked it, the line, and he says, you cut it into exact half. Then I took the knife and I cut, The more sometimes you try to do very carefully, the more chances that you will do the mistake. So I cut it, it came exactly, instead of, perfect square, it became like a trapezium. And the cake is supposed to be a double-decker cake. I got shocked. Oh my God, what are we supposed to do? Then I'm trying to put the second cake on top of the first. Mismatch. Then I tried to change the direction. Nothing worked. Then I looked at him. Because, when you come to Krishna consciousness, you look at everyone as a pure devotee. They are going to curse you. And that's it. Krishna is going to abandon you. You have that fear. Prabhuji, he said yes. He was busy making salad. Then I said, I tried my best. You can appreciate my intention, but outcome isn't that great. He looked at me, and he smiled. Don't worry, Ganesh Prabhu. Material world is all about packaging. and then he adjusted it. He made a cream, slapped on it, and then he made like a beautiful marriage cake. And finally, they gave me credit also during that marriage. Of course, you accept it with humility and guilt also together. Happens. So, managing little tiny bit, we think, we manage our life, we are such great achievers. How difficult it is for Lord Brahma to create so meticulously, made so much nice arrangement for people. He himself is leading a lineage. He is the spiritual master of a whole parampara, and his disciples are no ordinary person. You have to understand. His disciples are Narada Muni, Swayambhuva Manu. You can understand the position of Lord Brahma. Plus, if there is any imbalance anywhere, in every story you will see Narada Muni and Lord Brahma, correct? Mother Earth, problem. Where will she go? Taking the form of the cow. Mother Earth went to, accompanied by all the demigods, she went crying to Brahma again. You will see like that everywhere. Hiranyakashipu doing some problem, immediately somebody again goes to Brahma. Brahma gets disturbed all the time. So much so, just for managing universal affairs, he has to expand himself into two. There is one Brahma in Satyaloka, there is one Brahma on top of Sumeru mountain. It's there. So in 10th canto, when we actually see, when the earth is burdened by so much unnecessary military strength, Mother Earth, she felt burdened by that. She took the form of the cow, accompanied by the demigods, and she went and met Lord Brahma. That's not in Satyaloka. She goes to meet Brahma on top of Sumeru mountain. His name is Vairaja Brahma, it's given. The one on top of Sumeru mountain. And the one who is in Satyaloka, his name is Hiranyagarbha Brahma. So this is Brahma's position. Very thankless task he has to do. He has to deal with all the issues, managerial issues of universal affairs, and he still has to maintain his devotion. He still has to maintain his consciousness to think about Krishna all the time. Very, very difficult. So here Brahma is saying, because of so many issues, I always think of liberation, which means when will the day come when I can just sit in one place and chant Hare Krishna. So this is what Brahma is saying. For the purpose of liberation, I engage others in worshipping the Lord and also worship Him myself, which means he is saying, I am not a pure devotee. Pure devotee means Anyabhilashita Shunyam Jnana Karmadi Anavritam Anukulyena Krishna Anushilanam Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu. Pure devotee means it should be free of jnana and karma. It should be only for Krishna. It should be an active cultivation of bhakti, not just a sitting idle meditation. Anukulyena, it has to be favorable for Krishna as well. 3 characteristics are given. They are primary characteristics. Swarupa Lakshana. Tatastha Lakshana is, it should be, marginal characteristics is, it should be free from jnana karma, should be free of any speculation, should be free of any materialistic propensity or desire to enjoy anything material. On a positive side, bhakti means it should be for Krishna, it should be favorable for Krishna, it should be only for Krishna, and there has to be an active cultivation, which means there has to be some practical service. Shrutakirti Prabhu, once he goes with Srila Prabhupada, and then he tells to Prabhupada, Prabhupada, wherever I travel with you, I see devotees jumping up and down, crying, shedding tears of ecstasy. And I am with you 24/7. How hard-hearted a person should I be? I don't have any such emotion. Prabhupada looks at him, hears. He's saying, as he's accepting the massage, I don't know if I shared Prabhupada's definition about massage. Initially, when he was massaging Prabhupada soft, Prabhupada says, no, massage harder. And then, as the true Acharya, Prabhupada always gives perfect example. Like Prabhupada, once when he is teaching the devotees how to make a dough for making chapati, devotees, they either end up making the dough too dry, which is hard to roll, or too wet that it becomes sticky. Then Prabhupada says, come, I'll show you. Then Prabhupada, they brought, which is sticky. Prabhupada adds more raw atta, mixes it. And then Prabhupada does this mixing. After that, the disciple who is standing right next to him, Prabhupada says, the dough should be mixed to the consistency of your earlobe. You will never forget this lesson, correct? You touch, and then okay. Of course, if you touch, you have to wash your hands. But maybe with one hand you touch, and then you do. Prabhupada was very precise. Like that here, he is coming for massaging. He is a 21-year-old boy, young boy, who has been a teenager not so long ago. And he is concerned, and Prabhupada is a 70-year-old person. But Prabhupada's body is very soft. You would hear glorification of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, how soft Prabhupada's lotus feet was and how soft his body was. So he was pressing very gently. Prabhupada says, this is not massage. And then Prabhupada gives the definition. Massage means passive wrestling, which means you wrestle, I won't wrestle, but I'll take all the benefit. So Prabhupada explained, massaging means passive wrestling. So Prabhupada was very clear with that. In fact, first time when Shrutakirti Prabhu goes, he sits and he watches one other devotee massaging. Prabhupada looks at him and he says, you are the new servant? He says, yes, Prabhupada. What are you doing? I'm just learning massage. And then Prabhupada says, your learning massage is similar to you trying to learn swimming outside of the swimming pool. Get the oil and get started. Prabhupada says like that. So Prabhupada, perfect teacher, he gives precise instructions. And when you hear that, we can easily understand. This is how Prabhupada has written purport. Prabhupada has used certain words to very precisely teach us what he wants to in the science of bhakti. He accepts for the purpose of liberation. So coming back to the point, Brahma, he says, I'm doing all this only for the purpose of my liberation, which means I'm not a pure devotee. You understand? So he is refuting. And how is he saying he is not a pure devotee? He is saying, because of all these universal affairs, my mind is so much disturbed. Because of that, I'm so much engrossed in thinking about when will I get liberated from all these duties. And keeping that in mind, I'm doing my bhakti. How do you say this as pure devotional service? So I'm not the most favorite devotee. And now he'll give list of beautiful reasons. He accepts the sacrificial offerings from me only to promote the Vedic teachings and show special favor to the sacrifices themselves. Now he is saying, now one may ask, Narada Muni may ask, if you say you are doing it only for liberation, why is the Supreme Lord personally staying here and accepting the offering? He shouldn't have even appeared in front of you, correct? For that, Brahma is saying, he is accepting the offering simply to glorify. Sacrificial offering. It pleases him so much that he personally sits there and offers, which means this is something that pleases the Supreme Lord. So simply to glorify the sacrificial offering and thereby encourage all the other living entities to make that sacrificial offering, Supreme Lord is personally present there. It is not to show favor to me. So this is Brahma's argument. Just consider this, my dear professor of logic. This is how he is Speaking to Narada, he loves only devotion. He shows his mercy only to his devotees, never to non-devotees. Forget about my having any devotion for him. I would be happy if only it were true that I never offend him. Now you see how expertly Brahma is saying. Brahma is saying, forget about being most favored. I will think this as a great achievement if I don't offend him. And to support that, he is now going to touch on Brahma Vimohan Lila. I cannot expect him to tolerate my offenses as he does Lord Shiva's. Now he is already sowing the seed. Who is more superior than him? With the benedictions obtained from me, the wicked Hiranyakashipu became the tormentor of all the worlds, dedicated to violence against Vaishnavas. Now he is starting his offense number 1, so-called offense number 1. He is saying, Hiranyakashipu was there. He sat down and did meditation for thousands of years, 35,000 years. And then I came and gave him the boon. And using that boon, unfortunately, Hiranyakashipu, he tormented everyone. He didn't spare demigods, he didn't spare humans, he didn't spare yakshas, rakshasas, everyone he tormented. After the Lord in his form as Narasimhadeva destroyed Hiranyakashipu, I and my entourage stood fearful at a distance, trying to praise the Lord with skillful prayers. But he would not even honor us with a sidelong glance. You know, sometime when you're upset with the person would actually try to break the ice by making eye contact, and you deliberately look elsewhere. This is how Narasimhadeva was doing and this is what Brahma is saying. We were glorifying, at least for courtesy you will turn, right? Okay, somebody is glorifying. Narasimhadeva didn't even give a sidelong glance, let alone turning. So this is what Brahma is saying. Then I slowly approached him and he angrily ordered me, you should not give such benedictions to demons, O lotus born. So, Narasimhadev mildly chastised Brahma to have for giving such a benediction to Hiranyakashipu. Nonetheless, I kept on giving benediction to wicked demons like Ravana. So he is saying first Hiranyakashipu finished. But then Brahma is saying, taking a humble position, I ended up giving boon to another demon. Same family. To Ravana, whose tongue can even mention the sins Ravana has done. I was reading, Ravana, so proud of his prowess, he gets boon from Lord Shiva and he tries to relocate to Kailasha. He thinks Kailasha is good. I need Kailasha in Sri Lanka. So he tries to pull. Shiva gets angry and he pushes his toe, it's given. And then at that time, he couldn't hold the weight anymore. And then to please Lord Shiva, he tore his veins, made like a harp out of it and he played. Shiva being Ashutosh in his ecstasy in worshipping Shakarshana, he felt very happy. He gave more benedictions to Ravana. So you will see Shiva's very playful mood in the transcendental ecstasy. Like you will see some pastimes like that for Gauranitai. Shiva's pastimes are also like that. Nonetheless, I kept on giving benedictions to wicked demons like Ravana, whose tongue can even mention the sins Ravana has done. Remember the offenses committed against the Lord by Indra and other demigods. Now this one he is saying to refute the statement or praise which Narada mentioned to Lord Brahma. Oh, Supreme Lord Brahma, you are the one who appoint all the demigods. Brahma is saying, yeah, coming next. He is saying, look at all the demigods who I appointed. Each one of them, and he'll list the reasons actually. Indra did this offense. Likewise, Varuna did this offense. Yamaraj did this offense. He'll say each one. And guess who appointed them? Me. So this is what is coming now. So you can see how devotees are so expert. We normally get to hear only their positive glorification of other devotees, positive glorification of the Supreme Lord. Here you can see how genuinely, how expertly they are with the logic and reasoning, diverting any glorification that comes their way away. Each one they have thought through. And it's not something they are just making it up. Remember the offenses committed against the Lord by Indra and other demigods, I appointed. That's what he's saying. The excessive pride of those demigods constantly perverts their discrimination. Because of their excessive pride and because I appointed them, whoever appointed them also takes a share of the trouble, share of the blame. When the 4 Kumaras go and when Jai Vijay stopped them on the border of Vaikuntha, at that time Vishnu, when he overhears the conversation between the 4 Kumaras and Jai Vijay, Vishnu himself comes out and he says, these are my servants, whatever offenses they have done, I have committed. Oh my dear sages, if it will so please you, you can even lop off my arm. This is what Vishnu is saying. So whatever mistake which a servant does, it's actually owned by the master. So here Lord Brahma is taking the humble position saying, these are the gods who I appointed, and look at their prideful acts because of which they ended up committing offense, and because I appointed them, it's actually my offense. Indra sent rain to retaliate for the Govardhana sacrifice. We know that pastime. Sometimes fought against the Lord and committed other offenses. The Lord of the waters, Varuna, how did he offend? He offended by arresting Nanda Baba. You read Krishna book? Okay, one day when Nanda Baba actually goes to take bath in the early hours of Dwadasi, he arrests. And then Krishna Balram had to go there. So he says that Yamaraj made mistakes like allowing the wrongful death of the son of Lord's teacher, Sandipani Muni. So Sandipani Muni, modern day Ujjain or ancient Avanti, that's where Krishna Balram, they attended the Gurukula of Sandipani Muni, and at the end of the Gurukula, when the time came for them to give any dakshina, some dakshina to Sandipani Muni asked for his son to be returned back. Son who passed away at a very young age. So then Krishna goes to a different place and finally he goes there. He fights with a demon, Panchajana. That's how he gets the Shanka, Panchajanya, you will see. Because that demon is the one who killed the son, and then finally, after killing the demon, he then picks up the Shanka, Panchajanyam Rishikesho, that's how he gets the Shanka. And then from there, he then goes to Yamaloka. And then he tells, when he approaches Yamaloka, Yamaraj comes there, faithfully, folding his hands, offering prayers of glorification. At that time, he says, my teacher's son is here. Then Yamaraj says, my lord, what about all the sins that is given in his account, or that is written in his account? He says, just write them off in my name. Like that he says. It's there in Bhagavatam, and then he writes it off. Then he brings the son back. So here, Brahma is saying, Yamaraj should have known this is son of Krishna's teacher and shouldn't have taken him away. Because Yamaraj has done that mistake, I also take a share of that mistake. So this is what he's saying. And Kuvera. Now each one of them, if you see, he's specifically mentioning these 4 demigods, Indra, Varuna, Kuvera, and then we have Yamaraj. Each one, they are the Digbalas actually, principal deities, demigods for the different directions. Okay, like Kuvera is like northeast, it's given, like that you will see. So here he is saying Kuvera was responsible for the wicked misdeeds of Shankachuda. Again, if you remember 10th canto, Shankachuda, he was a demon once when Krishna Balram, they were enjoying the pastimes, Raslila pastimes with the gopis. At that time, this demon, Shankachuda, he comes. He is a servant actually of Kuvera. Kuvera is Yaksharaja. He is the king of the Yakshas. Shankachuda comes and he starts to take the gopis away. And then Krishna kills Shankachuda. This particular pastime is given by the Acharyas that if one wants to conquer one's lustful thoughts, one should read this pastime. So that's a falastuti that's given for this particular pastime of Krishna killing Shankachuda. So again, Brahma is taking the blame for Shankachuda. Why? Shankachuda was the servant of Kuvera, and who appointed Kuvera? Him. So he says, I am the reason here. In the lower planetary systems like live the Daityas who always attack Lord Vishnu's devotees, and also living there are the serpent friends of Kaliya, who by nature are contaminated by anger. Again, they are also celestial serpents. He takes the blame again. Because the serpents by nature, they are angry. They are always, Prabhupada says, once, actually there are many snake pastimes with the in Prabhupada Leela. So in Mayapur once, they see the skin of a snake. You know, the snake, it sheds its skin. When they see that, they then frantically search and they find the snake and they kill it. And then one devotee says, when the snake dies, it always takes the photograph of the person who is killing and it stores in its cornea. And then later on, the snake's partner will come, look through that photograph, and then it will go seeking revenge. So the devotee who killed, he was freaking out. You know, the snake is going to be after me. And when all of this is going, Shrutakirti Prabhu writes, Prabhupada is happily lying down, and then Shrutakirti Prabhu is massaging, and Prabhupada laughs. Prabhupada would take 2 massages. One is before taking lunch. That's the main massage. And then night time when Prabhupada goes for a short sleep for 2 hours, at that time as he is lying down, Shrutakirti Prabhu will give soft massage for his feet. And then as he is giving soft massage, they could overhear conversations of devotees outside. You know, hey, we should protect this devotee and everything. Prabhupada lies down there, smiles, and he says, Mare Krishna Rakeke, Rake Krishna Mareke. So Prabhupada is not bothered about which snake would come. If Krishna wants to kill, nobody can protect. If Krishna wants to protect, nobody can kill. And then Shrutakirti Prabhu asks, so Prabhupada, they are saying this particular snake is not venomous. Then Prabhupada lies down and he says, all snakes are dangerous. So you can read a lot of practical instructions of Prabhupada. So same thing happens in New Vrindavan. There's one pastime of snake. When Prabhupada was there, Bhakti-siddhanta Saraswati Thakur had actually told one other disciple to go kill the snake and protect Prabhupada. At that time, Abhay-charan. So many pastimes are there. There's one pastime of Prabhupada when he goes to the bathroom, and then my Guru Maharaj says, suddenly he calls Jai Pataka, and my Guru Maharaj goes, Prabhupada had already closed the snake close to the door hinge. And my Guru Maharaj is saying, the snake, one half of the body is on the other side of the door, and it's trying to strike Prabhupada like this, and it's missing by just a few inches. And Prabhupada is holding like this. And my Guru Maharaj looks at Prabhupada. Prabhupada said to my Guru Maharaj, do something, you know. And then my Guru Maharaj comes, holds it, and then Prabhupada goes, and then they kill. So we'll come across instances. So here he is saying celestial serpents who always exude so much anger, who spread so much negativity. He is taking blame for that. And recently by my magic I stole the calves and young friends. This is Brahma Vimohan Leela. How when Brahma, he wanted to really understand whether this is the Supreme Lord. He thought, okay, let me just take it away and see how he responds. Because he doesn't know that this is Swayam Bhagavan at that point. And then he takes it away. So he mentions about Brahma Vimohan Leela. Simply by the spontaneous glance of favor. So after Brahma Vimohan Leela, you will see there is this beautiful artwork in Krishna book itself. Lord Brahma offering, with this kneeled feet, he then offers prayers, and you will see him shedding tears of remorse. So at that time, Krishna, he is still holding the prasad, the yogurt rice mixed with the fruits on his left hand. That also taken from different Gopas lunchbox, So he is holding it like this, and he says, at that time, Krishna, accepting my prayers, he just looked at him and he smiled, telling him as if it's all right. He says like that. So he says, simply by the spontaneous glance of favor upon me from his lotus face, I became joyful. I realized how fortunate I was to have visited the land of Vraja, which is so dear to him. Fearing I would commit more offenses if I'd stayed there too long, I then went away. What else need I tell you about my ill fortune? In fact, in this universe, I see no object of Lord Vishnu's mercy equal to Mahadev Shiva. He is famous as the dear friend of the Lord. Now he'll start to list down the glories of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is always intoxicated by the taste found at Sri Krishna's lotus feet. He therefore has no interest in any of the normal goals of life, even up to the rulership of universe and sense enjoyment such rulership provides. Prabhupada is mentioning in one place, Mother Parvati, she approaches Shiva and he says, my Lord, this material world is Devidam. So here I am the person in charge. But we don't even have a home. So let's go build a home. Then Shiva says, all right, just to please Mother Parvati. Then they build this beautiful palace made of gold. In order to do Graha Pravesh, they invited Brahmanas. And one Brahmana was Ravana. So at the time when Dakshina is supposed to be given at the end of Graha Pravesh, Ravana asked for the whole palace. The greedy person that he is. Then Shiva says, all right, take it, and he walks away back to the same tree. Same banyan tree under which he is known. If you read Bhagavatam, it says that is like thousands of kilometers tall. It's not an ordinary banyan tree in Kailash. So he went there. So Prabhupada says there. So here is Mother Parvati, she is managing the whole universe, but for them, they don't have anything. They don't hold anything. They simply do everything in service of Krishna, like that Prabhupada says. As if ridiculing materialists like me who are simply addicted to sense enjoyment, he goes around naked wearing garlands of dustura. Dustura, it's a name of intoxicating weed. So he wears this. Now why is Lord Shiva wearing all this? Like dustura, you will see here. He goes around naked wearing garlands of dustura. Arka. Arka means bones. He wears, but the bones has a very special significance. We'll come to that. Arka is the arka leaf and bones also, and smeared all over with bhasma, ashes. So he's wearing a garland that is made of dustura, which is a weed. There is a special plant called arka that is also, it grows deep in the forest. So his garland is just not made of fragrant flowers or anything like that. One is intoxicating weed, another one is just arka leaves and bones. What a combination. This is what he wears, nothing else. And his whole body is made with ashes. And Brahma is saying he is wearing all this simply to ridicule materialists like us meaning here demigods, who are known to be blessed with so much heavenly opulence. They wear parijata, garland. They use fragrances. They never lose their youthful luster. Their feet don't touch the ground. So many symptoms are given for demigods. So he's saying Lord Shiva is the dearmost devotee, but this is how he is presenting himself, as if ridiculing us. You poor materialists, like that. His matted locks scattered about, he moves around aimlessly like a madman. Yet he is unable to conceal his glories. With joy he carries on his head the Ganga, born from the water that washed Krishna's lotus feet. When he dances, he destroys the universe. This is his power. Just if someone thinks, is this all he is? Walking like a madman, body smeared with ashes, it doesn't look very glorious. So he's adding his glory. First thing is he's carrying Mother Ganga on his head. Mother Ganga, why is she famous? Because she has washed the lotus feet of Krishna. And by the way, when he dances, just universe, gets destroyed. That's what he's saying. By Krishna's grace, Lord Shiva and his wife are able to award liberation to candidates like me who eagerly want it. So after saying, because of the difficulties that come with the universal affairs, I get disturbed by it and all I desire is liberation. Because my devotion is not pure because of these reasons. He is saying Shiva and Parvati, they are so exalted that by Krishna's mercy even they can award liberation. In Kashi it's given, whoever who dies in Kashi, that's why you may can ask your grandfather, great-grandfathers. I remember even in my childhood days, when people grow old, they'll go for Kasi Yatra, meaning all likelihood they won't come back. Because in Kashi, whoever who we were discussing, Kasi is also one of the 7 ancient cities. Kasi, Kanchi, Avanti, Mathura, Ayodhya, Mayapuri, which is Haridwar, Dwaraka, we saw. 6 ancient holy cities according to Skanda Puran. This is in Skanda Puran. So there, whoever who dies, Lord Shiva himself will come and he will recite the name of Rama on their ears. That's why Rama is called Taraka Mantra. It's capable of giving liberation. So because of that, so Lord Shiva, because of mercy of Krishna, he is able to award liberation like that. So he's saying, to consider Lord Shiva different from Krishna is a serious spiritual deviation. Shiramyata tativikara vishesha yogat sanjayate nahitata pritagasti heto. Yet sambutam apitata samupaiti karyat govindam adi purusham tamaham bhajami. I worship Govinda, whose transformation is Lord Shiva, it's given. And then Prabhupada uses the example of milk and yogurt. Milk, when touched by a sour substance, becomes yogurt. Similarly, milk is simultaneously one with yogurt and different also with yogurt. On one hand, you can say yogurt also, yeah, this is also milk. On the other hand, it's not fully milk. So same way Shiva and Vishnu, Shiva and Krishna, they are like that. On one hand, they are same, but on the other, they are different. They are non-different in one instance, and they are different at the same time. The personality of Godhead tolerates offenses against himself, but not against Lord Shiva. When Maya, the master of Tripura, we can discuss about this pastime, and then he gives a list of pastimes, how Krishna has favored Lord Shiva. And he would even say, just like me, I did some mistakes, Shiva also does mistakes. But he'll say, Narsinghadev, he was very upset with me. And then he'll say, similar instance where Shiva did mistake, how Krishna actually was not upset with him, he was encouraging him. He'll say it. And if you read the Leela, you go there to Bhagavatam, you will actually see Krishna encouraging, it's all right, that demon died because of his sinful reaction, it's not your fault. And then he goes away. So Brahma says, see, I told you. So like that, very sweetly he describes him that way. So then after this, Narada Muni would then go to Shivaloka, which we'll discuss in the next class. Any questions?
Why did Lord Brahma chastise himself also for, when the episode with the daughter and Lord Shiva stopped him?
Say that again.
There was an episode that Lord Brahma lusted after
Yeah.
and Lord Shiva stopped him. Why didn't he say that as well?
Why didn't he say that? Could be speculation only. There is something called a Kalpa Beda. So not every pastime that we see as Lord Brahma's, we don't know whether it's current Brahma or the previous Brahma. So in Shastras itself, it's actually given. There is a book. Initially I thought, actually if you look at the whole history, Sanatana Goswami, after seeing how Kali Yuga is already degraded, Vyasadeva was there at the onset of Kali Yuga only. Sanatana Goswami already was in Kali Yuga. So he could see, so then to favor people, he thought 12 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam, because Sanatana Goswami's dearmost possession is Srimad Bhagavatam. He gets Srimad Bhagavatam given to him, so he is the Bhagavatam Acharya among the 6 Goswamis. But he could also see how because of the degraded nature, people will find it hard to sit and read through the whole Bhagavatam. To favor them, he wrote Brihadbhagavatamrita, which is 3-volume book. So Rupa Goswami, when he reads it, he feels even more compassion. So he thinks Kali Yuga Vasis, they are even more fallen. They won't even be able to read 3 books. So he writes 1 book, that's Laghu Bhagavatamrita. So that takes essence of the essence. So if you go to Laghu Bhagavatamrita, it will talk only about Avatar Leela only. 6 different types of avatars, Purusha Avatar, Guna Avatar. So if you go there you will see description of Kalpa Beda. Laghu Bhagavatamrita. Brihad is big, Laghu means light. So Laghu Bhagavatamrita is a small book. It talks about different avatar. It will talk about multiple avatars. Like same avatar, for example, Varahadev. Sometimes you will come across his color as white, sometimes red, sometimes blue. So which avatar came when? Which avatar killed and which avatar just came for, just to have a swim. You will see all those details there. So if you read Lagu Bhagavatamrita, you will see it talks about Kalpabheda. So Brahma, every Leela that's associated with the Lord Brahma, it's not our current Brahma. So there are different Brahmas. L-A-G-H-U, Lagu. Lagu Bhagavatamrita, yeah. It's in BBT. You can get them. Any other question? Okay, I'll come. Yes.
Brahmaji is actually worried about his planet being destroyed. It's mentioned in one of the shlokas.
Mm-hmm.
You talk four planetary systems, Mahaloka, Janaloka, and Satyaloka. They never get destroyed during the illusion, especially even if they get destroyed. All the residents will get transported out of the material world. Right? So why is Brahmaji mentioning that?
Imagine whole of the Australia is underwater, except not Sydney. Will you have fear? Even if there is assurance from Bureau of Meteorology, whole of Australia is already submerged. And they say, don't worry, you are in high plains, nothing will happen. Will we have fear? Little bit.
Brahma's body is made full of 100% intelligence.
When we see Brahma putting himself low, if you take it to Lord Shiva and say, this is what Brahma spoke about himself. Lord Shiva, until we hear Brahma speaking this, we didn't think of Brahma like this, right? So if a person puts themselves down, that's their humility. But we should not take that humility as the premise to build a logic. Does that make sense? Like we cannot use this to say, so Indra is a poor devotee. Okay, Brahma himself, yeah, looks like he also makes mistake. How can he be an acharya? So he cannot be an acharya. That's offense, impudence. So when these statements, because this is exactly the same mistake which some residents in Navadvipa did to Gaura Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj. When he passed away, before passing away, he said, I didn't get Krishna Prema, I have wasted my life. Please, after I actually die, please tie my body in a rope and drag me through the streets of Navadvipa. And they took it literally. Did Bhakti-siddhanta Saraswati Thakur approve it? No. So what devotees actually speak out of humility, we should not actually accept it. That's why this is a very advanced science. Even though in one sense I say, okay, this is a summary, let's go through this before going to Bhagavatam. Actually, without reading Bhagavatam, we cannot understand this. I try to keep only stories. I'm not going to philosophy yet. Philosophy will go to Bhagavatam and then later on maybe we can come. Understanding this is very hard without touching Rasa Tattva. But Rasa Tattva is very advanced. We need to study Chaitanya Charitamrita more detail before we even start to even touch on that. Currently, we are just familiarizing ourselves. This is our first read. Take it like that. That's all. As I said, what Brahma says here out of humility, we can't set that as a premise to build a logic. Yes, Mataji. Then I'll come to Prabhu. You have a question? Yes, Mataji.
So, there are two. The first one is, Hare Krishna, what happens in Dwapar Yuga of other Manus? Doesn't the Lord descend in Dwapar Yuga of other Manus?
Lord appears in every yuga. Krishna, I said about Krishna. Krishna doesn't appear in every Dwapara Yuga. In a day of Lord Brahma, there are 1,000 Dwapara Yuga. Because there are 1,000 Chatur Yugas, there are 1,000 Dwapara Yuga. Of the 1,000 Dwapara Yuga, Krishna appears in only one of them. One Dwapara Yuga.
And the same devotee is also asking, curious, what did Prabhupada say to the devotee after he said he had a hard heart?
Okay. Yep. So, good. I started the pastime, didn't finish it. I went into the other pastime of Shrutakirti Prabhu. So, I was saying, when Shrutakirti Prabhu was actually telling to Prabhupada, I'm very hard-hearted, everyone is dancing with ecstasy. Prabhupada took massage, and then I went to the other massage pastime. Then Prabhupada goes to bath. This is Prabhupada's routine. After taking massage, he would go to take bath. While massage is happening, Shrutakirti Prabhu would start to cook in low flame, in the multi-tiered stove. The time which Prabhupada goes to take bath, comes out, chants, puts tilak, chants Gayatri, 20 minutes time. During that time, he'll go and finish the cooking. Make chants and get all the chapati, everything ready with the first chapati. And then Prabhupada would ring his bell. That means first chapati needs to run. So then they'll go. They'll call it chapati runs. They keep running. So Prabhupada goes, finishes chanting Gayatri. Shrutakirti Prabhu brings his plate of lunch, places it in front of Prabhupada. Then Prabhupada suddenly asks him, do you like serving me? Out of the blue. Then Shrutakirti Prabhu says, yes Prabhupada, this is the only meaning of my life. Then he says, that means it's love. Then he could connect the dots and understand, okay, Prabhupada is answering my question. Then Prabhupada says, continues, do you like serving me? Then he says, yes Prabhupada. That means it's love. Without love, how can you serve me? They can jump up and down and dance, that's one thing, but you are doing something practical. This is more important. And then Shrutakirti Prabhu says, Jai Prabhupada, and he goes. That's the other half of the pastime. Yes, Prabhuji.
Считается, что брихадбхагаватамрita это пересказ Шримад-бхагаватам.
I heard that Brihad-bhagavatamrita is srimadbhagavatam like
Condensed version.
Но истории, которые мы слышим в брихадбхагаватамрите, мы не находим в Шримад-бхагаватам.
But the stories which we can hear from Brihad-bhagavatamrita we cannot find in Srimad-bhagavatam.
Что это за истории?
Why? What kind of stories are there?
Good question. I expected this in the first class itself. So the question here is, Parishit Maharaj, when Parishit Maharaj's mother, Uttara, she comes and asks Parishit Maharaj, my dear son, you are about to leave your body. You have heard Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadeva Goswami. Can you please give me the essence? Exactly like how the demigods have churned the nectar out of the ocean of milk. And then Parishit Maharaj starts to recite. I was listening to Prabhupada's class yesterday. Prabhupada is saying, he was chastising one person who was doing Bhagavad Sapta. Bhagavad Sapta means 7 days they just come together and they recite. Prabhupada is saying, you see Parishit Maharaj, you see Shukadeva Goswami, Prabhupada is saying this in a Bhagavatam class. It's not the first time they are hearing Bhagavatam. Throughout their whole life they have heard Bhagavatam. So Prabhupada is saying, so we should not mistake that this is the first time Shukadeva Goswami is reciting Bhagavatam and this is the first time Parishit Maharaj is hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. Throughout the whole life they have, this is the occasion where they have come together, and for the benefit of all the public, one is taking the position of a teacher and the other one is taking position of a student. And in that instance, Prabhupada is also written, or in that context, Prabhupada has written, Parishit Maharaj is also qualified enough to be a teacher. Actually, they could have easily swapped their roles. Parishit Maharaj could have been reciting, Shukadeva Goswami could have been easily hearing. And same example Prabhupada also gives for Narada Muni and Vyasadeva. If you look at the parampara, we always say Brahma, then Narada, then Vyasa. But actually says Vyasadeva is Satyavash avatar of Supreme Lord. So he doesn't need to learn from Narada Muni. But in this particular Leela, just like Lord Ram, he has taken his guru, Krishna has taken guru, like that Vyasadeva was accepted. But Prabhupada says they could have easily swapped the role. Interestingly, Prabhupada draws the comparison saying, in both these instances, the one who is giving instruction was a brahmachari and the one receiving instruction was a grahastha. Parishit Maharaj's case, as well as Vyasadeva. But Prabhupada says, actually they could have swapped their role. So that's first point. Second thing is, Bhagavatam which we hear, which we recite, it's not the only version of Bhagavatam. The one which Indra reads, it's 100,000 verses. Ours is 18,000 verses only. The one which Shiva recites, it's even longer. The one which Vishnu and Mother Lakshmi ji, they recite, it's even more longer. So, what exactly he heard from Shukadeva Goswami and what exactly he has actually speaking out of his own realization based on his hearing, we don't know. But we should understand, this is not the only time when Parishit Maharaj has heard Bhagavatam. Okay? Hare Krishna.
So demigods, they have much more Srimad Bhagavatam shlokas than we have.
Yes, it has got more Mahabig books in the set. Hare Krishna. Okay? We'll finish. Yes, Prabhuji.
As you're actually saying, each like just inquiring, he knows what exactly how bona fide the person is saying, maybe out of exaggeration, maybe out of love or whatever. For example, in the recent shloka you quoted, he was actually saying Lord Brahma is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. So why does he just repeats it for the sake of repeating?
There is truth in it also in one sense. Have you come across this term? Good question. So question here is, Narada Muni, he is repeating, but in some places, Narada Muni himself, a question is, Narada Muni himself would know this may not be 100% correct. Is it true? Is Narada Muni just repeating it for the sake of it? You know, there are three qualities we say for Krishna: omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. Omnipresence means he is present everywhere. Omnipotence means he is omnipotent. He has got so much power. He can do anything. Omniscience means one who knows everything. Brahma is omniscient, but Brahma's jurisdiction is only within this universe. And you will see that quality of Brahma coming out. So if we fast forward this Leela, you will see Narada Muni, he will now, as I said, he has started to sow the seed of glorification for Lord Shiva. He will glorify him. So if I tell you, after he meets Lord Brahma, Narada Muni went and met Lord Shiva in Kailash. So if I say Kailash, where would you think? Generally, when we say Kailash, what geographical location do we think? Himalayas, Himalayan range, we say like that, right? So Narada Muni hears from Brahma, he says Shiva is in Kailash, he says okay. As he is just turning, Brahma could actually see what Narada Muni is thinking, it's given, using his omniscience. Lord Brahma knows exactly what we are thinking in this material world. If we are anywhere in the 14 planetary system in this universe, Brahma knows everything. Shiva knows everything. So some places you will see glorification as, oh, omniscient Lord, all-knowing Lord. But if we don't understand this particular quality, we will mistake, hey, looks like Brahma is being likened to even Paramatma. Paramatma knows what's happening everywhere, not just within this universe. But Brahma and Shiva, they are also glorified as omniscient. Now there is a verse where Shiva himself says, I can't give you mukti. Only Krishna can give you mukti. That's why it's called Mukunda. It's given. But here we see by mercy of Krishna, he is actually doing. But then he is using holy name of Krishna to impart that. So point we have to understand is, whenever any glorification that's given, even in Shastras, Vedas cannot be wrong. Some places Indra is glorified as the greatest. But then context matters. Terms and conditions we need to see. Otherwise, Vedas have come from Supreme Lord. How can it be wrong? But still Krishna says, when he says, Traigunya Vishaya Veda, Nistraigunya Bhavarjuna, he says that it is written, but it's written for people with a certain mindset. For them, this is how much they can handle, okay, so it's given. But if you really want that's why Sammam Bonam means ultimate good. There are many goods we can do in this world. Yagya, Dana, Tapa, everything. 10th canto, it's called Sammam Bonam. Sammam Bonam means ultimate good. There's nothing more better than this. Okay, that is Krishna Bhakti. Then you go there like that. Okay, so when Narada Muni repeats, he is repeating in a certain context. It's not like Indra didn't know about Krishna when he glorifies Brahma. He knows Krishna as the Supreme Lord. We'll come to that in the next class. Like Brahma has already gone to Vrindavan. Doesn't Brahma know about possession of gopis? Why is he telling go to Shiva? There is a reason for it. We'll come to that. Every devotee, when they compare, they just go for somebody who is a bit more of a peer. And they say, go to there. So Brahma, when he tells to Narada, please go to Shiva, he is thinking, okay, I am Gunavatar, he is also Gunavatar. See, even in Gunavatar, there is somebody superior. Go to him. He sends him like that. So that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of nuances in this. We are not going through everything. First Bhagavatam. It is supposed to be summary study. I'm not going to go through each and every verse. Some sections, there are so many details, so I'm not combining it. Most of this one, we'll actually combine it as a section and go. Otherwise, we can sit and read this one for next 10 years. Every verse has got so much detail. But anything related to pastime or some section, we don't get to hear much, like, about what Brahma is thinking about himself or how he is exuding his humility. I thought the section is very good, so that's why we went through each one of the verses. Okay? Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, Sri Sri Gauranitai ki, Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita ki, Samaveda Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Nittai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vishnu Pada Krishna Pada Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai Shri Shri Radha Madhav Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki. Thank you, Prabhu. Chetari Prabhu. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 So today we are reading from Srimadbhagavatam, Canto 3, the status quo, Chapter 28, Kapila's instructions on devotional service, verse number 9. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Mataris. Pranasya shodhayen margam pura kumbhakare chake pratikule vachittam yatha sthiram achanchalam. Pranasya of vital air. Shodhaye, one should clear. Margam, the passage. Pura kumbhakare chake, by inhaling, retaining, and exhaling. Pratikulena, by reversing va or chittam, the mind, yatha, so that sthiram, steady, achanchalam, free from disturbances. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Translation. The yogi should clear the passage of vital air by breathing in the following manner. First, he should inhale very deeply, then hold the breath in, and finally exhale. Or, reversing the process, the yogi can first exhale, then hold the breath outside, and finally inhale. This is done so that the mind may become steady and free from external disturbances. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. These breathing exercises are performed to control the mind and fix it on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Savai mana Krishna padara vindayo. The devotee Amrish Maharaj fixed his mind on the lotus feet of Krishna 24 hours a day. The process of Krishna consciousness is to chant Hare Krishna and to hear the sound attentively so that the mind is fixed upon the transcendental vibration of Krishna's name, which is non-different from Krishna, the personality. The real purpose of controlling the mind by the prescribed method of clearing the passage of the life air is achieved immediately if one fixes his mind directly on the lotus feet of Krishna. The Hatha Yoga system or breathing system is especially recommended for those who are very absorbed in the concept of bodily existence. But one who can perform the simple process of chanting Hare Krishna can fix the mind more easily. 3 different activities are recommended for clearing the passage of breath: Purak, Kumbhak and Rechak. Inhaling the breath is called Purak. Sustaining it within is called Kumbhak. And finally exhaling it is called Rechak. These recommended processes can also be performed in the reverse order. After exhaling, one can keep the air outside for some time and then inhale. The nerves through which inhalation and exhalation are conducted are technically called Ida and Pingala. The ultimate purpose of clearing the Ida and Pingala passages is to divert the mind from material enjoyment. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, one's mind is his enemy and one's mind is also his friend. Its position varies according to the different dealings of the living entity. If we divert our mind to thoughts of material enjoyment, then our mind becomes an enemy. And if we concentrate our mind on the lotus feet of Krishna, then our mind is a friend. By the yoga system of Purak, Kumbhak and Rechak, or by directly fixing the mind on the sound vibration of Krishna or on the form of Krishna, the same purpose is achieved. In Bhagavad Gita 8.8, it is said that one must practice the breathing exercise Abhyas Yoga Yuktena. By virtue of these processes of control, the mind cannot wander to external thoughts. Chetasa Nanya Gamina. Thus one can fix his mind constantly on the Supreme Personality of Godhead and can attain yati him. Practicing the yoga system of exercise and breath control is very difficult for a person in this age. And therefore Lord Chaitanya recommended Kirtaniya Sada Hari. One should always chant the holy name of the Supreme Lord Krishna, because Krishna is the most suitable name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The name Krishna and the Supreme Person Krishna are non-different. Therefore, if one concentrates his mind on hearing and chanting Hare Krishna, the same result is achieved. Om Ajnantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna. So Lord Kapila continues to describe the focal principle of Hatha Yoga system to control the mind. The mind is very chanchalam, restless, jumping from one thought to another thought to another thought, from one sense object to another sense object, indecisive. The more the mind gets, the more the mind wants. The desires don't get satisfied. The mind doesn't get satisfied. We keep on wanting more and more. Different varieties of sense objects every day. And mind is not steady. Mind is not steady on one concept or one subject or one vision. It wants motion. There should be change of data every time. There should be change in front of the eyes. What I see now, I should see something else later. There should be change for the ears. What I hear now, I should hear some other sound later. There should be change for the tongue. What I eat now, I should eat something else later. Different taste, different fragrance, different touch. So same object will make us bored, will make us undesirable object. The desirable object become undesirable. So that's the mind, unsteady, restless. And an uncontrolled mind is the worst enemy. Can make us commit sinful activities, can make us go to hell, perform sinful activities and hurt others. But a controlled mind is so powerful that we can achieve spiritual progress, that we can get help to go back home, back to Godhead, which is rare. So all the disciplines of spiritual life, all the processes of yoga have a focal point of controlling the mind. So one process here is pranayam, where the yogi who has now selected a good place to stay and sit in a proper posture and a proper seat, sanctified, secluded. And now he does pranayam, which means he inhales, he waits, inhales, breathing process, inhales, holds and exhales, or exhales, waits, inhales. So by this process, the mind is reduced from external thoughts, external sense objects, and focused on the air, focused on the breathing, and gradually that focus of mind, which the mind is practicing, is shifted to focus on Paramatma in the heart. So when a person is practiced in pranayam and is focused on his breathing, then external things when they come, because he is focused, he can be undisturbed or less disturbed. But that is very difficult process. It requires many hours of practice and many years of tapasya. And in modern age, people cannot do that. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is also Krishna, and Kapil Muni is incarnation of Krishna. Kapila Muni gave this process to Mother Devahuti. Krishna also gave a similar process to Arjuna. Kapila Muni gave this process to Mother Devahuti few lakhs of years before. To Arjuna, Krishna gave this process 5,000 years before, and Arjuna rejected it. Said, not practical. I cannot do. Then same Krishna told Arjuna to surrender. And same Krishna came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu 500 years before to practically teach us how to practice this process and surrender to Krishna by chanting the holy name of Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So just as the yogi is trying to focus his mind on the breathing, a devotee automatically focuses the mind on the holy name by chanting attentively. So when we chant and hear, the holy name comes out of our lips and goes into the ear, from ear in the heart. So in between these two senses, tongue and ear, the mind gets fixed. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. You say the mind is fixed on the holy name. And that's perfect meditation. When you fix your mind on the air, breathing, after that you have to use that practice to fix your mind on Krishna, Vishnu, in the heart. So there is a step. When you fix your mind on the transcendental sound vibration, that itself is success. There is no additional step. You see the difference? So the first one is a mechanical method to steady the mind and keep it ready so that one can do meditation, samadhi. The second one is direct samadhi, direct meditation. The first one is climbing 2 floors of stairs case. The second one is pressing the button in the elevator and going up. The effort is reduced. The extra step is not there. So chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, especially in this modern age, is very, very effective, easy, sublime. And to get best result, one should chant attentively without offenses. Then even if there is external disturbance, it will not bother one. The presence of sense object would not affect one's mind because the mind is fixed here. If you take an object and tie it at one end, it is still loose. But you tie it at both ends, then the object is fixed. Similarly, when the mind is tied by lips, tongue and ear, the mind is fixed both. So mind is fixed on the sound vibration. So no external disturbance can affect. The mind becomes steady. So chanting loudly is required, not in the lips or mind with no sound. Then it's not yet fixed, unless somebody is very highly practiced to focus without sound. We, at our platform of bhakti, as advised by Srila Prabhupada, as instructed by Srila Prabhupada, our minimum 16 rounds should be loud, with sound. There are some who chant without sound, in the lips. There are some who chant without even moving the lips, inside the mind. But that is not what Prabhupada instructed us. Srila Prabhupada's instruction to us is to chant enough loudly to hear yourself. Not so loudly to disturb others, disturb the neighbors. So chant and hear. Then the external sense objects around us will not disturb us. We will just be absorbed in the holy name. One is attention, then is absorption, then is immersion. Attentive to the holy name, which means I am there, holy name is there, and I am attending the holy name. I am there and holy name is there. I am attending with my ears. Absorption. I am there and holy name is going inside. Like a sponge absorbs water. After that water is not visible. Only sponge is visible. Immersion. Holy name is there and I am immersing myself. After that, when you immerse salt in water, water is visible, salt is not visible. So I immerse in the holy name. So everything around is holy name. I am inside the holy name. Absorption means holy name is inside me. Immersion is I am inside the holy name. That means everything around me, the whole atmosphere, the space around me is created, is all holy name. That's 24-hour chanting. Srila Haridas Thakur used to do that. Srila Haridas Thakur is called Namacharya Haridas Thakur. Namacharya means professor of the holy name. He would chant 64 rounds plus 64 rounds plus 64 rounds. 364. Earlier they would not count 1 or 2 rounds. Earlier they would say, how many 64 you are doing? So somebody will say, I am doing 164. Another person will say, I am doing 264. Another person will say, I am doing 364. Then they started counting 16. How many 16 you are doing? So somebody will say, I am doing 464, 16. 416 is 164. Somebody will say, I am doing 816. 816 is 264. Or somebody will say, 1216 I am doing, that's 364. Nowadays we say, oh, at least 2-3 rounds I am chanting, okay. See, so much change in just 500 years. Nowadays when we give a class, we say, chant 1 round. When I came in contact with ISKCON, I read Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita in my IIT University library, and everywhere is written 16 rounds. And I picked up from the book and I took a bead and started first day chanting 16 rounds. After joining, I came to know you can start with 2 rounds also. I never knew that you can start with 1 round, 2 round. I thought 16. Fortunate, right? So I just chanted 16 rounds every day. And all these years as I was preaching, I would tell anybody who meets me, chant 16 rounds. Never tell 1 or 2 rounds. Somebody will say 16 is very difficult. I say no, minimum is 16. You have to chant 16 rounds. And there are people whom I know, they started their bhakti by chanting 16 rounds. It worked. But of course nowadays I am also flexible. I say okay, 1 or 2 rounds you chant. So that's Kali Yuga. So 4:16, 8:16, we do 1:16. We do 1:16. But still Srila Prabhupada's mercy, this 1:16 also will give success every day we do. Without offenses, attentive chanting. So Srila Haridas Thakur was doing 364. That takes 20-21 hours. And remaining 2 hours he would eat, sleep, bath and do other activities. And he was traveling. So he came to the village of Ramchandra Khan. He was a Hindu Jamindar. No, he was a Muslim Jamindar, Khan. His name was Ramchandra, first name, but second name was Khan. So Haridas Thakur was staying little away from the village in a small hut, chanting 192 rounds. Is this okay? And he became very popular. And all the villagers would come and offer him obeisances and offer him respects and give him some offerings of fruits and milk and grains and money and chant with him. And whole village was talking about him in a positive way, glorifying him, appreciating him. So Ramchandra Khan got little envious that I am such a rich man and people are not talking positive about me, but they are talking positive about this fellow, a Hindu sadhu. So he thought, I will find some fault in him and expose him. So he collected some spies and told the spies, 24 hours you be outside his ashram, hut, but he should not know. Maybe in front of public he is chanting, but alone he must be eating some sweets or sleeping at night or watching YouTube, Facebook. So when he is alone, you catch him red-handed and I will expose him. So they said, okay. So the spies were on their job. But few days they observed him 24 hours, but they didn't find a single fault. He was not sleeping at night. He was not dozing at night. He was just sitting and chanting. He was not eating food in between or doing anything else other than chanting. The spies failed. This is real advancement in Krishna consciousness. That what are you doing in private? In public, everybody is a good devotee. But private victory is more important than public appreciation. In public, we perform so that others seeing us appreciate us. But in private, whether my senses are in control, in private, when nobody is in my room, am I following the 4 regulative principles? In private, what is my activity? That defines me. Because Krishna is seeing you in public also and in private also. And accordingly He will giving you marks. He's not just in temple hall seeing you and giving you marks for whatever we do in temple hall. What we do outside temple hall, on the street, in the office, in the house, in my room, he's seeing that also. So we cannot cheat Krishna. We can cheat the whole world by doing a good performance, but we cannot cheat Krishna. So private victory means control over our senses when we are alone. That is more important than getting some claps from public by performing nicely in front of them. So we should not be indulging in this name, fame, business, good image, good reputation, good name, good fame, good performer of bhakti for the audience. No, that's not bhakti at all. That's only self-aggrandizement, self-promotion, self-canvassing, putting ourselves different from others, higher than others, claiming to be greater than others. That is not spiritual life. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur says that is like eating the stool of a pig. Pig anyway eats stool. Then pig stool somebody eat. What is the life? That's the life of a person who is running after name, fame, or likes on media. I want 1,000 likes, 10,000 likes. People are running after this. I should wear nicely and make a post so that I get likes. It's all unwanted. So Srila Haridas Thakur is a perfect brahmachari, a pure sadhu, namacharya. The spies couldn't find a single fault. They went to Ramchandra Khan, said there is no fault in this sadhu, he is perfect. He doesn't sleep at night, he doesn't eat in between, his whole day chants, he doesn't doze at night, nothing. Ramchandra Khan then thought of a plan. He said, if there is no fault, let me create a fault. See what an envious person. So he called some very beautiful prostitutes, young girls. And he told them, I'll give you as much money as you want. But one of you go and attract this sadhu. He is anyway a very young boy, young man. And when you attract him and he is initiating a relationship with you, my spies will catch him red-handed and expose him. See what an envious person. So most of the prostitutes said, no. We anyway do sinful activity, but this is aparad, this is offensive activity. This we don't want to do. This is very grave. We don't want to go to a brahmachari, a sadhu, and disturb his life and attract him towards us. And then you will expose him and people will beat him. We don't want to do that. But there was one young prostitute, very beautiful, very popular. She was greedy for money. She said, I will do, but you will have to pay me this much. Ramchandra Khan said, no problem, I will pay you. So she said, okay, my plan is I will go at night and attract him, and then I will give signal, then you send your spies. He said, okay. So that day, midnight, when nobody is around, midnight, 12 o'clock kind of stuff, nobody is around. Haridas Thakur is also alone, just little bit outside the village. Nobody coming in that area. She went, wearing very attractive ornaments, attractive dress, and nice cosmetics. And she went to the kutia of Haridas Thakur. Haridas Thakur used to chant in front of Tulsi Maharani. Chanting in front of Tulsi Maharani is very, very powerful. That increases the potency which we receive from the holy name in front of Tulsi Maharani. So when you chant your rounds, chant in front of Tulsi Maharani, especially early morning in the temple hall. It's very powerful. So he was chanting in front of Tulsi Maharani, and that prostitute came and paid obeisances to Tulsi Maharani. That was the culture at that time. Tulsi Maharani was worshipped in every house, irrespective of the profession. And she sat in front of Haridas Thakur, exposing her body. She was wearing clothes in such a way that her body parts were visible. So she was exposing her body to attract Haridas Thakur. So she said, Haridas, you are such a young brahmachari. You are so handsome man. You are so strong. I am getting attracted to you. My mind is agitated with lust. Nobody is around. Please fulfill my desire. I want to have bodily union with you. Haridas Thakur had a young lady approaching dead night, nobody around. Who can resist such a thing? The attraction between male and female is considered highest. Nothing higher than that in the material world. And that too the circumstances of dead night. Nobody around. Beautiful young girl exposing her body and coming willingly. Haridas Thakur didn't get any effect. Didn't get affected. He said, Mataji, look, I have taken a vow of chanting some number of rounds. I want to finish that first. So why don't you just sit here, let me complete my chanting, then I will fulfill your desire. She thought plan worked. If this fellow agreed, she sat there. Haridas Thakur continued chanting Shuddha holy name whole night in front of her without getting any much agitation in her mind, without getting any disturbance in his body, without getting any change in his body, or while chanting looking and closing eyes and again opening and looking. Nothing, no distraction. What kind of chanting is that? Amazing. Shuddha Nayam. Shuddha Naam is so tasty, so sweet, so powerful that he had no change in his body, no effect in his mind, no distraction. Whole night he chanted, then the sun was rising. And the prostitute understood, on the early morning people will come. Brahma Murta, people would come. So she left the place. So she reported to Khan. He said, I was this close to success, but he didn't finish his chanting. Tomorrow 100%. Tomorrow 100%. Khan said, okay, tomorrow you give signal. Next day night again she went, Haridas is chanting. She paid obeisances to Tulsi Maharani. Again sat exposing her body. Haridas said, look, I couldn't fulfill your desire yesterday because my rounds were pending. I am sorry. Today they will get finished. Today I will fulfill your desire. You just sit. Again whole night she sat. Haridas Thakur is chanting loudly, of course, and she is hearing. Again the morning happened, she ran away. Next day again she came, paid obeisances to Tulsi Maharani. Haridas Thakur said, I am so sorry, I have taken a vow of doing How much? Huh? 1 crore holy names. 1 crore, right? 1 crore holy names. So every day I do 3 lakh holy names and little more to do 1 crore in 1 month. 1 crore is how much you call it? 10 million? 10 million holy name. And today is my last day. I am about to complete. About to complete chanting 1 crore holy names in 1 month. One Hare Krishna Mahamantra is counted as 16 holy names. So when you do 1 round, it is counted 1728 holy names. 16 into 108. So when you do 64 rounds, is almost 1 lakh. So when you do 192 rounds per day, 364, that's 3 lakh.
What's a lakh?
Okay, sorry. Lakh is what? 10 raised to 5, what you call here? 100,000. Lakh means 100,000. We call in India 10 raised to 5, 100,000 as 1 lakh. So, when you chant 64 rounds is 100,000 holy names approximately. When you chant 364, it's 300,000. So when you do every day for 1 month 364, it's 300,000 into 30 multiplied by 30. That's 100,000. What do you call it? 90 lakhs. 9 million. 9 million. He had a target of 10 million. So he had to do little extra every day. Extra than 364. So he said, today is final, little extra I have to do, bus. That's all. So you sit. So she sat, hoping that today is final. And this is 3rd night she is hearing the holy name from Shuddha lips of Haridas Thakur, pure holy name from pure devotee. And she started repeating it. Sitting, she started repeating it. And before the sunrise happened, her heart was changed. She was repentant, she started crying and covered her body and paid obeisances to Haridas Thakur. And said, my dear Haridas Thakur, please forgive me. I am a very sinful person and I came here to entice you and attract you. And this was all done by Khan. Haridas Thakur smiled. He said, I knew it on the first night. Why have you come here? And who has sent you? And etiquette wise,
Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami, Swami Niti Namine, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Govinda Jayo Jayo Gopala Jayo Jayo Govinda Jayo Jayo Gopala Jayo Jayo Everybody Radha Ramano Hari Govinda Jayo Jayo Govinda Jayo Jayo Gopala Jayo Jayo Radha Ramano Hari Govinda Jayo 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 Jagannatha Jayo Jagannath Jayo Baladeva Jayo Subhadra Jayo Jagannath Jayo Baladeva Jayo Subhadra Jayo Jagannath Swami Jayo Jagannath Jayo Baladeva Jayo Subhadra Jayo Jagannath Swami Jayo जयो जगन्नाथ जयो बलदेवा जयो सुभद्रा जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी बोलो तुमी जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी बोलो तुमी निताई गौरांगो गौरा हरि 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 जय प्रभुपाद जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो प्रभुपाद जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो प्रभुपाद जयो प्रभुपाद जयो प्रभुपाद जयो जयो प्रभुपाद जयो गुरुदेवा जयो गुरुदेव जयो गुरुदेवा जयो गुरुदेव जयो गुरुदेवा जयो गुरुदेव जयो गुरुदेवा जयो गुरुदेव हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जय राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जयो 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 श्री राधे जय श्री श्री राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की जगन्नाथ सुभद्रा बलदेव की जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद की हरिनाम संस्कीर्तन की निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल नमस्ते नरसिंहाय नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रहलाद लाददायिने हिरण्यकाशिपूर्वक्षः हिरण्यकाशिपूर्वक्षः शिलाटङ्कालनकालाये 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 नरसिंहा परुतो नरसिंहा तो नरसिंहा परुतो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामिता तो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामिता तो नरसिंहा यतो यतो यामिता तो नरसिंहा यतो यामिता तो नरसिंहा बाहे नरसिंहा हृदये नरसिंहा बाहे नरसिंहा हृदये नरसिंहा नरसिंहमदिं शरणं पपदे नरसिंहमदिं शरणं पपदे नरसिंहमदिं शरणं पपदे नरसिंहमदिं शरणं पपदे तब कर कमल भरे नकामद्भुत सिंहं दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुबिंगा केशबधिता नरहरि रूपा जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे तब कर कमल भरे नकामत सिंहं दलिता हिरण्यकशिपु तनुबिंगा केशबधिता नरहरि रूपा जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो केशबधिता नरहरि रूपा जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो केशबधिता नरहरि रूपा जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो जगदीश हरे जयो नरसिंह देव 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 जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो नरहरि जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो लक्ष्मी नरसिंह जयो नरहरि जयो प्रहलाद महाराज जयो प्रहलाद महाराज जयो प्रहलाद महाराज जयो भक्ता प्रहलाद जयो प्रहलाद महाराज जयो प्रहलाद महाराज जयो निताई गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल 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 निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल निताई गौरा हरि बोल। जय श्री नरसिंहदेव भगवान की, लक्ष्मी नरसिंह की, भक्तराज प्रहलाद महाराज की, जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद की जय, हरिनाम संकीर्तन की, निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे। जय राधा गोपीनाथ राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जय राधे जय राधे जय राधे जय श्री राधे राधे जय राधे जय राधे
This first night only I should have left this place. I should not have interacted with you. But out of compassion, I sat here for 3 nights chanting the holy name. Now you have realized your mistake. She said, please forgive me and tell me what should I do now? Give me initiation. He said, first you go back to your house. Whatever money and paraphernalia, property you have, it's all sinful because your income is sinful. So you should not use that. So give in charity all the money, clothes, jewelry, utensils, furniture, grains, food, house, car, whatever you have, you give in charity to sadhus. Because our source of income is impure. And when we give charity, it becomes pure. So part of our income we should use in the service of Gopinath, service of devotees, sadhus, cows. So you give everything in charity, only one sari, only one cloth you should have. And in that one sari you come here. And he gave the mala. He said, here, sit here and do 364 every day. Direct, not 1 or 2 rounds, 364 every day. And Haridas Thakur left the place. She went home, gave everything in charity. In one cloth, one sari she came, every day started doing 364. And she became a pure devotee. And gradually, more and more people from villages around started coming to meet her that a prostitute has become a pure devotee. And started offering her respects. So that's Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur, whose chanting is so pure. And chanting holy name is so powerful that even in presence of such a high distraction, high attraction, he was steady. His mind was steady. He couldn't get distracted because of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And not only that, he didn't get distracted. He converted the distractor. He converted the prostitute to a pure devotee. She came to attract Haridas Thakur by doing all kind of drama. Haridas Thakur attracted her by no drama, only Rama. Only chanting Harinam. He didn't have to put up a show for her. He just did what he was doing. He didn't have to put up a show. And she became a devotee. That's the power of the holy name. And that's the power of associating with a pure devotee of Krishna and hearing from a pure devotee of Krishna. Hearing holy name or hearing a Bhagavatam class. Our heart will be transformed. We'll get inspired to chant and serve Krishna. And Krishna's name is so sweet. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is called by many names. Allah, Christ, Yahweh, Yahweh, Jehovah, Father, and God, and Lord, or Lord in the heart, Krishna, Ram, Vishnu, Govind, Gopal, so many names, unlimited names. But the most appropriate name is Krishna, which means in Sanskrit, all attractive. And he is all attractive. Everybody gets attracted to Krishna. Even atheist gets attracted to Krishna. That's why they give a seminar on him. God doesn't exist. If somebody doesn't exist, how can you talk about him? They write a book, God doesn't exist. If somebody doesn't exist, can you write a book about him? So everybody gets attracted to Krishna. All the poets, all the singers, all the performers, they want to perform on the pastimes of Krishna, on the qualities of Krishna, all the artists, all the painters, everybody. And Krishna, as Srila Prabhupada has started preaching in the Western countries, we see the whole world is getting attracted easily. There are some who don't know Krishna from childhood, but when they come in contact with Harinam or Bhagavad Gita or books or prasadam or devotees or temples or Rath Yatra or events, they get attracted. And not only get attracted, the attraction is sustained. They continue bhakti. So Krishna is all attractive. All the five senses get attracted to Krishna. Especially when we come to the temple, our eyes get attracted to seeing the beautiful form of Gopinath, Radha Gopinath. Our ears get attracted to hear the beautiful melodious kirtan. Our tongue gets attracted to nice tasty prasad. Our nose gets attracted to nice fragrant flowers offered to the deities and incense. And our skin gets attracted in doing service in the temple, touching the surfaces, embracing the devotees, making friendship. And our mind gets attracted. Our intelligence gets attracted. Our skill and talent get attracted. That's Krishna. All attractive. Just like a magnet attracts iron. Iron doesn't have to put any effort. As soon as iron comes in the presence of magnet, gets attracted. Because magnet is attractive to iron. But if the iron is rusty, if the iron comes in contact with oxygen and humidity, then it's rusty. Then the attraction is less. Not because the magnet is not strong enough. No. But the iron is covered. In the same way, if our mind is lusty, we come in contact with mode of passion and ignorance, we become lusty. Lusty for sense enjoyment. Then our attraction to Gopinath reduces. We want to go back to sense enjoyment. So we have to remove the lust. When we remove the rust, the iron will again get attracted to magnet. So when we remove the lust in our heart, we again get attracted. And how to remove the lust? By chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So it's a very simple process to chant. What is the difficulty? We just sit and chant. Very simple process to hear Bhagavatam class. Just sit. You don't even have to put effort. The sound will go in the ears. You just sit in the class, the sound will go in the ears. If you don't understand also, it will work. What is simple process? Do just to come and see the deity's eyes. You don't have to put any effort on the eyes. You just stand here, you are saying Gopinath. Prasadam, what is the difficulty? Chanting, dancing, clapping, feasting, hearing class. There's nothing to be done actually. Just be here. Just be here, we'll grow in bhakti. Such a nice temple, such a nice facility is created here. Just be here from morning 4:30 to 9. Done. Whatever everybody is doing, you do. Somebody claps, somebody dances, somebody sits, chant. Just do that. Instead of that time sleeping in the house, what do you gain by that sleep? Little rest for the body. Sleep early, wake up early, rest is over. But this 3-4 hours of morning program is so solid, so powerful. With not much effort, you gain very great result. Very great result. There are 64 items of devotional service mentioned by Rupa Goswami. Just by attending 4 hours, 5 hours of morning program, 50 items are done. These 50 items, if you plan to do it in the house, it will never happen whole day. But here in 4 hours it happened. By the time the world is waking up, your major bhakti is done for the day. Morning 4:30 Mangalarti till 9 o'clock Bhagavatam class, 4.5 hours. So this we should be very serious. Come for Mangalarti every day, attend morning program every day. Especially if you can travel early morning, staying close by. Even if you are staying little far, early morning there is no traffic. So it is easy to reach. We should try it. If it is difficult, at least do it alternate days, 3 times a week. 2 times a week, Saturday, Sunday, or 2 weekends, 2 days of the weekend. 3 days a week, 2 days a week, twice a month, once a week, 4 days a month. Something we should do and grow from it. Some small step we should do and grow for 2 Ekadashis a month, 4 Saturday, Sundays. That becomes 10 anyway. 4 Sundays, 4 Sunday, 4 Saturday, 2 Ekadashi, 10. This much we can do. So when we do that, we grow. If the shop from which you purchase your groceries puts a notice, whatever you purchase morning 4:30, half price. What will you do? Sleep in the morning or wake up? You will wake up. Why to purchase after 9? Let me purchase from 4:30 to 9, half price. What I will get in $100, I will get double quantity. Same way Radha Gopinath has put a notice. Brahma Murta, double benefit you chant. Morning 4:30 to 9 you come here, you get double benefit of chanting and reading. That's true. In Brahma Murta we get additional benefit of performing bhakti, and the quality is better. So when the Lord of the universe is giving discount and we keep sleeping, then what? Then we are not yet intelligent. So we should step forward, take a step higher, and this holy name and this hearing will help us. So we chant attentively, that's our effort. Wake up early morning and come to temple and chant attentively. And all spiritual desires will be fulfilled, all spiritual success will happen, and we'll go back home, back to Godhead. We don't have to do this pranayam and other things. Somebody may do it for health, but for spiritual advancement, we chant Hare Krishna, and we hear Bhagavatam, and we serve Vaishnavas. Mangalarti, Guru Puja, and Prasadam, pouring Guru principles. That's all. So Srila Prabhupada has created this nice institution. There are devotees of Prabhupada and his disciples and disciples of disciples who are maintaining. So we should help out. We should contribute to the welfare of the temple, services of the temple, and get benefit and participate. So it's a very fortunate position we have, and we should utilize it. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srimadbhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, you may please ask. Yes.
I have a comment, question actually. And very good pastor, thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you.
Some of the energies that surround the young person today, I think you addressed very well. Some of the challenges and the questions that we have in our mind. But one thing I have to ask you, an interpretation of this, is the young person today may feel very violent and aggressive at times. So how do you interpret violence, the tendency to violence, the tendency to aggression in terms of the spiritual world? When does the mind meet this demon and how to diffuse this demon?
So, the tendency of violence and aggression arises when lust is unfulfilled. If a child wants ice cream and the father doesn't give, he gets aggressive. He may speak in high volume. He may cry. He may use his hands and legs on the ground. So when the lust is unfulfilled, anger arises, aggression arises, frustration arises, wrath arises. And lust means intense desire to enjoy, to satisfy the senses. And if you purify the lust by satisfying the senses in contact with Krishna, this will not happen, or this will reduce. So we purify our senses, we satisfy our senses by making the senses come in contact with Krishna by chanting, hearing every day, and using our energy and doing bodily service.
But what creates lust?
Love for Krishna. When it is contaminated, becomes lust. So love for Krishna means I serve Krishna for Krishna's pleasure. Lust means I serve myself, not Krishna. So when a person chooses not to love Krishna, when a person chooses not to serve Krishna, but chooses to have a selfish desire, that is lust. So the original source is love. But that love, when it's contaminated by a selfish desire to please myself independent of Krishna, lust arises. So we should go back and love Krishna. So love plus mode of passion is equal to lust. Mode of passion means a selfish desire, and love is pure. So when I go back to mode of goodness, then lust will not arise. I will be creative in the service of Krishna. So we should have a mode of goodness lifestyle. Mode of goodness lifestyle will not create aggression. Like a cow. Have you ever heard cow being aggressive? No. That's mode of goodness. Have you ever heard lion being aggressive? 24/7. That's mode of passion. So mode of goodness means life based on knowledge. Simple life, simple eating, simple dwelling, simple clothes, simple lifestyle, simple schedule, getting up early, sleeping early, having simple foodstuff, clean, honest, truthful. So what you eat, if you eat meat, onion, garlic, then you will get aggressive, because the quality of food makes the quality of the mind. If you watch violent movies and cinemas and cartoons, you will get violent eventually. Whatever is input, that becomes our output. So nowadays your young children are watching all kind of action movies and violence and weapons, and the toys are also weapons, and cartoons are also having violence. Then what input we are giving? We should give Krishna as an input, holy name as an input, Bhagavatam as an input, stories as an input. And there will be mode of goodness. So love is not the culprit. Mode of passion is the culprit. When love mixes with mode of passion, that love transforms to lust. Like pure water in the cloud, when it comes on the road, it becomes muddy. So water is not the culprit, the mud is the culprit. So pure love for Krishna, when it comes in passion in the material world, it becomes lust. And when lust is unfulfilled, it becomes anger. So if a boy approaches a girl, and the girl says yes, he smiles. Says no, he becomes upset and is angry. And if another boy approaches the girl and the girl says yes, he will be upset on the boy and they both will fight. And this is not with the girl, this is for anything in life. It may be a football, it may be a car, it may be a job, it may be A minister post, whatever two people want and only one gets, the other is upset and there is aggression. So when there is a common sense object between two people, there is a fight. The dog wants to eat dustbin. You will never be upset with the dog because you don't want to eat anything in dustbin. So dog and man are best friend. Why? Because there is no common sense object. The day they both have common sense object, they will fight. Man and man, neighbor and neighbor, no best friend. Why? Because they have common sense object. So this best friend business is complete nonsense. It's only because the dog doesn't want what you want and you don't want what the dog wants. If they both want same object, there will be a fight like anything. So common sense object creates aggression. When one gets satisfied, other doesn't get satisfied. But when we both want Krishna, complete satisfaction because Krishna is unlimited. The resource is unlimited, the stock is unlimited, the supply is unlimited. There is no diminishing. So the only way this will come out by chanting holy name. And if you want to do it in mass way, every day on the street of Sydney we should do Harinam Sankirtan. Then everybody who hears his aggression will come down. When first time there was Rath Yatra procession in America, lots of police came to see if everything goes good. But they had no work. They were just enjoying and had a nice meal. And next day, in the newspaper front page, the article said, first time in the history of America there was a procession where everything was peaceful, nobody threw stones and nobody broke window panes. First time in the history of America. And the mayor was so happy he made it public holiday for next year. And even today that Rath Yatra famously continues in San Francisco. See? So peaceful. When the Vietnam war going on, there was a very big wild protest in New York and about to turn violent. There was police, there was weapons, there was government officers. But they couldn't do anything. It was about to become a riot. One person came running to Srila Prabhupada. He said, Swamiji, only you can help us. You just come and chant here and speak little bit and they will be quiet. That's the power of Hare Krishna Mahamantra. It works. And we all are proof of that. How many of you feel that before chanting Hare Krishna and now your anger is reduced or your aggression is reduced? Anybody feels like that? Please raise your hand. See, already it worked on us. Why it not work on the young generation today? So please go out and tell everybody to chant Hare Krishna. Okay? Thank you. Yes.
Speaking of throwing stones, why are certain groups so envious or full of hatred for us?
The demons always exist. They sometimes are in shirt, pant, coat. So there is different kind of people always exist. They are mostly influenced by mode of ignorance. There are three modes: goodness, passion, ignorance. So they are mostly influenced by mode of ignorance. They are animal in human body. Okay? Yes.
Haridas Thakur chanted the pure holy name. One repetition of the pure name of the Lord is enough for a person to be free from as many sins as he is not capable of committing in his entire life. However, it took 300,000 names overnight to free the prostitute. Why?
See, suppose you have a dry grass. Dry grass. How much time it takes to burn if it touches fire? Immediate. Suppose you have wet grass. How much time it will take to burn if it touches fire? Fire is same. Fire is same. But because the grass is wet, it is taking time. But the effect of fire is same on both. For 1 minute when the wet grass is in touch with fire, every second the fire is acting on the grass and making it dry. So the effect is same. But the grass is catching fire after 1 minute because first the fire is making the grass dry and then it will catch fire. So when we are wet with the modes and we chant Hare Krishna, one name is sufficient. But that one name first made us dry. Then second name made us dry. We were wet. 100 names, 3 lakh names, when it got after 3 lakh names complete dry, then one holy name caught fire. You saw the difference? So holy name, each holy name is doing the same effect. But because I am wet, I am becoming dry and then catching fire. If I am already dry, I will immediately catch fire. So those who are sinful and influenced by passion and ignorance, the holy name acts equally on them, but the wetness is there, so it's becoming dry. The interesting thing is, morning I chant 16 rounds, I become dry. Now I should catch fire tomorrow, but tomorrow it doesn't happen. Why? Because in the evening again I became wet. So Krishna again will dry, and Krishna will say, yesterday I dried him, what happened to this fellow? Because in the daytime we do some offenses, sinful activities, go into passion and ignorance. So again we become wet. Again we have to dry. You with me? So holy name acts equally. It depends whether we are ready. Okay? Yes, Prabhu. Is it time up? I am sorry. Is it time up? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the class, Prabhu. In the middle of the second paragraph, Srila Prabhupada touched upon various processes for success. He mentioned that by the yoga system of Puraka, Kumbhaka and Rechaka, or directly fixing the mind on the sound vibration of Krishna, or on the form of Krishna, the same purpose is achieved. I actually read elsewhere that Srila Prabhupada also mentioned that the Lordship's name, form, place, pastimes, paraphernalia are non-different. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah. So Krishna is equal to Krishna's name. So when we chant Hare Krishna, we come in contact with Krishna. Krishna is equal to Krishna's form. So when we see Krishna's deity form, we come in contact with Krishna. Krishna is equal to his Bhagavatam. So when we hear and read Bhagavatam, we come in contact with Krishna. Krishna is equal to his Prasad. So when we honor Prasad, we come in contact with Krishna. Krishna is equal to his garland which is offered to Krishna. So when we come in contact with garland, we come in contact with Krishna. Krishna is equal to his location, Dham, Vrindavan Dham. Krishna is equal to his photo. Krishna is equal to his devotee. So whatever is related to Krishna, when we come in contact with that, we get same benefit as if we have come in contact with Krishna, because Krishna is non-different from all Nam, Roop, Gun, Leela, name, qualities, paraphernalia, pastimes, form, etc. But the easiest way is to come in contact with Krishna's holy name, to chant and hear. So that's what is given to us. That's the beginning. Okay? If I want mango and I say mango, 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 I will not get mango. Because mango name is different from mango fruit. Or if I show the photo of cat to a mouse, the mouse is not going to be afraid. Because cat's photo and cat are two different things. But when I say Krishna, I directly come in contact with Krishna, because Krishna name and Krishna person, these two are not two, one. Left hand side equal to right hand side. So that's the non-difference nature of Krishna and Krishna's name, absolute truth. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, we can never hear enough of our glories. One devotee asked me, here we see different levels of devotees. So who is the perfect devotee here? Good question. How do we understand who is the best here? Because Narada Muni finds some reason to glorify a particular devotee, and the devotee just highlights his own faults and directs Narada Muni to a next devotee, like that. So when we come across even in Shastras sometimes, or even in this Shastra, when we will conclude Gopis are the topmost devotees. Now how are we supposed to worship all the other devotees who Narada Muni met? Could be Hanuman, could be Shiva, could be Brahma, Indra. So Prabhupada explains, generally the mood of the devotee is they always feel they are the most fallen. They genuinely feel they are the most fallen. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Trinadapi Sunichena, Tarorapi Sahishnuna, we should feel ourselves lower, humbler than the straw in the street. Why straw in the street and not normal grass? Normal grass, even if you stamp, you walk away, it will stand up again. Only the straw in the street, you stamp, you walk away, it just remains like that. And we should be even more humbler than that. Is that how we are? In Nectar of Instruction, Srila Rupa Goswami, he explains 3 different types of devotees. Might have come across this before, but it's a Kanishta, Madhyama, and Uttama. Now again, you will come across 2 words. Adhikari and then Bhakta. So sometimes you'll come across Kanishta Adhikari, Kanishta Bhakta, Madhyam Adhikari, Madhya Bhakta. Adhikari means one who is qualified. So just because somebody has a qualification doesn't mean they will act in that platform. Understand? This is based on one's behavior. If you call somebody as a Bhakta, that's based on behavior. Adhikari means somebody who has the qualification but not necessarily have to behave on that platform. Okay, I always give this example. If you take somebody who's a MBA graduate, they have studied business, but that doesn't automatically make them as a successful businessman. An MBA graduate is an adhikari. A successful businessman is a bhakta equivalent. Likewise, Kanishta, Madhyama, Uttama. If you call Jai Shri Shri Radha Madhav ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय।
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
So today we are reading from Srimadbhagavatam, Canto 3, the status quo, Chapter 28, Kapila's instructions on devotional service, verse number 10. Mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayo agnibhyam yatha loham damatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayo agnibhyam yatha lokam dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham damatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham dhamatam tyajati vaimalam mano achirat syad virajam jita shvasasya yogina vayavagnibhyam yatha loham Dimatam tejati vaimalam. Mana, the mind. Achirat, soon. Syat, can be. Virajam, free from disturbances. Jita Shwasasya, whose breathing is controlled. Yogina, of the yogi. Vayu Agni Bhyam, by air and fire. Yatha, just as. Loham, gold. Dimatam, hand. Tyajati, becomes free from. Vai, certainly. Malam, impurity. Translation and purport by Srila Prabhupada. Translation. The yogis who practice such breathing exercises are very soon freed from all mental disturbances. Just as gold, when put into fire and fanned with air, becomes free from all impurities. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The process of purifying the mind is also recommended by Lord Chaitanya. He says that one should chant Hare Krishna. He says further, Param Vijayate, all glories to Sri Krishna Sankirtan. All glories are given to the chanting of the holy names of Krishna, because as soon as one begins this process of chanting, the mind becomes purified. Cheto Darpanam Arjanam. By chanting the holy name of Krishna, one is cleansed of the dirt that accumulates in the mind. One can purify the mind either by the breathing process or by the chanting process. Just as one can purify gold by putting it in a fire and fanning it with a bellows. Om Agyantimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Nama Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So we have been reading the instructions of Lord Kapila on devotional service, and in couple of last verses Lord Kapila is describing the process of Hatha Yoga, wherein one performs breathing exercises to control the mind. So in this verse, Lord Kapila continues to explain what happens after you do pranayam, what happens after you do the breathing exercise as described in the last verse. And he gives a very nice example, the example of gold. When gold is put into fire, the gold is rid of the impurities. In the same way, in the fire of pranayam, one is cleansed, the mind is cleansed of the impurities. The example of gold is given also to make us inspired that even if we undergo some pain, if we undergo some difficulty, if we undergo some austerity, it is good for us. So doing yoga abhyas is like performing austerities, wherein one has to stay in a secluded place, in a forest, hardly eat and sleep, and perform the processes. So it's austerity. But that austerity one should be ready to perform, because the result is a very nice purification of the mind. So one should not be away from spiritual activity just because it's bodily inconvenient or uncomfortable. Just like we come for Mangalacharan early morning. It looks like inconvenience to wake up and take shower. But that's inconvenience only for very little time. But once you come to Mangalacharan, very nicely you want to stay for the whole morning program. And the whole day we feel so nice in devotional service and our life. So we should not keep sleeping at night in the morning when the Lord is awake. When we consider and claim to be servants of Lord Radha Gopinath, and what kind of servant is this? When the master is awake, servant is sleeping. And comes and reports after the full morning program, I am here. Our whole thing is done. Now you are reporting. What will you do now? Right? Mangalarti is done, Tulsi Arti done, Nursing Arti done, Japa done, class done, Guru Puja done, Shingar Arti done. Now I am reporting to him. Hi. Don't do that. Of course, we keep coming to temple even if you miss Mangalarti. But as a serious practitioner and understanding that I am servant of Krishna, the servant should wake up before the master. That's the etiquette. And come and greet him and fold his hands, pay obeisances, and be ready to obey the orders, do the needful. So it's austerity, it's an inconvenience. It's important that we do. And if we do it every day, we'll get a taste. And when you get a taste, it is not an austerity. Then it will be easy. Then you cannot keep lying down on the bed. You will be eager. You will be waiting for the day, for the morning that I have to go for Mangalarti. So we should be very, very eager to do that. Eager to serve Krishna. Eager to see the face of the Lord early morning. And we get auspiciousness. So the mind is unclean. The soul by nature is pure, part and parcel of Krishna. Sat Chit Anand. Sat means eternal, Chit means full of knowledge, and Anand means bliss, full of happiness. But due to miscalculation, the soul who is supposed to serve Krishna eternally in the spiritual world, give enjoyment to Krishna, due to miscalculation falls down and comes to Sydney, comes to this material world. And here in the contact of three modes of material nature, the soul develops, the mind develops unclean things, dirty things, lust, anger, greed, pride, envy, illusion. Lust means intense desire to enjoy any object. Intense desire. There is desire and there is intense desire. Intense desire is something which will not allow you to sleep. So when there is intense desire for a child, like for example a child has an intense desire for ice cream, or a boy or a girl have intense desire to come in contact with each other, or an adult may have an intense desire to purchase a new car or a new model of iPhone. So intense desire, when it happens, when it's there, then you cannot sit idle. You'll have to do some activity to fulfill that desire, and that is called karma, action. So when the child has intense desire for ice cream, the child approaches the father or mother and performs an action. What action? Speak. What speech? I want ice cream. That is karma, action. So when we do karma, when we do action, there are two possible outcomes. Either we are successful or we are failure. So when the child asks for ice cream, either father gives or father does not give. If the father does not give, the child is upset, the child is angry. But because the desire is intense, the child cannot stop here. So the child starts crying and raising his volume and say, I want ice cream. So the lust, the intense desire got converted to anger. Tears start coming from the eyes. He sits on the floor, bangs his head in frustration. And we have anger always, because there are many desires of ours which are not fulfilled. Unfulfilled desires produce anger. And is it good to have anger? No. So it looks like better the desire is fulfilled. Better the child gets ice cream, so no more anger. So if the father gives the ice cream, the karma is successful, the child is happy. The tears go back reverse in the eyes. He smiles and he says, Father, thank you very much. No. He says, Father, Daddy, one more. I want one more ice cream. That is called greed. When lust is unfulfilled, it becomes anger. And when lust is fulfilled, the desire is fulfilled, we want one more. That's called greed. The more we get, the more we want. We cannot be satisfied with one. Lust, anger, greed. And what does Krishna say? These three gateways to hell. As soon as one gets influenced by lust, anger, greed, one goes to hell. But the story doesn't end here. If my friend gets ice cream and I don't get, I develop envy, jealousy. He got, I didn't get. I don't like it. And if I get ice cream and my friend doesn't get, I develop pride that I have, he doesn't have. So same lust gives anger and greed and also gives pride and envy. And in this way a person falls into further ignorance, further illusion. So these are 6 anarthas: lust, anger, greed, pride, envy, illusion. Anartha, artha means profit. Anartha means no profit. So anartha means something which is not profitable. Trash. So something which is not profitable, we should keep it away. We should trash it, throw it away. But the conditioned soul has kept mountains full of lust, anger, greed, pride, envy, illusion in the heart. We have it in very big quantity, very big stock. And that's not good life. So in human form of life it is possible to clean our mind. And that is a process given in the scriptures. Kapila Muni is talking about a process which is not practical today. We can't go to the forest and do all this business. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has given us the process which is applicable for us today. And that is Harinam Sankirtan, chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is the most easiest and most powerful process today in Kali Yuga, by which we can clean our mind, clean our heart, clean our consciousness. Cheto Darpana Marjanam. The mirror of the heart is cleansed when we chant and hear the holy name of Krishna. The lust, the anger, the greed, the pride, the envy, illusion, everything is gone. More than that, not only we get purified, we get all the sinful reactions go away. More than that, not only the sinful reactions go away, we get liberated from the cycle of birth and death. And much, much more than that, we get Krishna Prem. When Srila Haridas Thakur traveling came to the village of Majumdars, the Majumdar family, the father of Raghunath Das Goswami, Govardhan Majumdar and his brother Hiranya Majumdar, they were the Jamindars, they were landlords, very, very rich. They were rich equal to like Indra, so rich. And Raghunath Das Goswami was the sole hire for the whole opulence. So Haridas Thakur came to that village. So their priest was Balram Acharya, a pure Vaishnava. And he used to like Haridas Thakur. He was a fan of Haridas Thakur. And Haridas Thakur is such a pure brahmachari, a pure sadhu, chanting 192 rounds every day. So Balram Acharya was very happy that Haridas Thakur has come to my village. Immediately he arranged a simple accommodation for him near a river. And he told, my dear Haridas Prabhu, you please stay in this hut and you do your chanting. And river is there, you can take bath. Every day I will send prasad from my house. Srila Haridas Thakur, generally he would do bhiksha, but he accepted the loving prasad from Balram Acharya. Every day he would send prasad. And whole day, 21-22 hours, Srila Haridas Thakur would chant. And many villagers started coming to meet Haridas Thakur and take his darshan and pay him obeisances and chant with him. In this way, Haridas Thakur was staying nicely. Balram Acharya was very happy offering service. So one day, the Majumdar family, Govardhan and Hiranya Majumdar, they organized a home program. They organized satsang in their house. So they invited all the villagers and the scholars and the brahmanas and the relatives and neighbors and friends and all the Vaishnavas. So they requested Balram Acharya, can you please invite Haridas Thakur? If he comes, it will be very nice. If he comes to our house, a great sadhu coming to our house. So Balram Acharya said, I will ask. So he went to Haridas Thakur very humbly and asked him that Majumdar want to invite you. Would you like to come? And Haridas Thakur said, yes, I will come. So he arrived in the proper time. And all the Vaishnavas and the Panditas were all sitting there, the villagers. As soon as Haridas Thakur arrived, they offered him a nice raised seat. And as soon as Haridas Thakur seated, everybody started talking about Haridas Thakur, glorifying him, that he is a great Vaishnava, He's a pure brahmachari, and he chants 64 rounds plus 64 rounds plus 64 rounds every day, and he hardly sleeps and eats. And as they were glorifying Haridas Thakur, they started glorifying the holy name. The chanting of holy name is very sublime, and by chanting the holy name, all the miseries go away. And by chanting the holy name, one gets liberation from cycle of birth and death. And by chanting the holy name, the heart is cleansed. So when Srila Haridas Thakur heard this, he said, stop. This is wrong. This is not the real benefit of chanting the holy name. This is not the real benefit of chanting Hare Krishna. Eradication of miseries, dukkha, and getting liberated from cycle of birth and death is not the primary result of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That is side effect. That is not the real purpose of chanting the holy name. The real effect of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra without offenses is to get Krishna Prem. So Srila Haridas Thakur said that when the morning sun rises, before the sun rises, there is twilight, some sun rays are there on the earth, and at that time the darkness goes away. And when the actual sun rises, a person does his routine activity. In the same way, even before pure holy name is chanted, there is shadow of the holy name, by which all the darkness, all the dirty things, all the dukkhas go away, all the attachments go away. And when actual holy name is chanted, pure holy name, one does his routine activities of Krishna consciousness. So all the audience requested, can you please explain this further? So Srila Haridas Thakur explained that when the sun rises, before the sun is visible, there is sunlight on the ground and the sky. As soon as there is sunlight, the darkness goes away. And with the darkness, the fear of darkness goes away. The fear of ghosts go away. The fear of owls go away. The fear of thieves go away. If night, darkness, you are on the street and nobody around, there will be some fear. If daytime you are on the street and there is sunlight, there will be no fear. Just by presence of sunlight, the fear goes away. So in the same way, and then when actual sunrise happens, people wake up and they perform their routine activities, day-to-day activities. So in the same way, there are 3 stages of chanting. First stage is of offensive chanting, where we chant and we are doing offenses. Second stage is of Nam Abhas. First is Nam Aprad, second is Nam Abhas. That means shadow of the holy name. That means we are still not purely chanting, but the offenses are reducing. And the third is pure holy name, chanting Shuddha Nam, where there is complete realization that Krishna and Krishna's name are non-different. No offenses are done. So Srila Haridas Thakur said, Nam Abhas is like before sunrise when the light is coming. Sun has not come, but still the fear has gone. In the same way, still I have not chanted Shuddha holy name, pure holy name. But by Nam Abhas, the shadow of the holy name, the dukkha is gone, the miseries are gone, and I get liberated from the cycle of birth and death. And when actual Shuddha Nam I chant, when actual sun is rising in the sky, then I do my routine activities. My constitutional position is to serve Krishna. So my routine activities based on my constitutional position is to continue my service to Krishna. So everybody was so happy hearing this and so inspired and encouraged coming from the lips of Haridas Thakur, who himself is practicing it. Achar and Prachar. Prachar means speaking the philosophy. Achar means practicing the philosophy. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants all devotees to be good in achar and good in prachar. Not that I do prachar but don't do achar. That's not good. If somebody is giving a class, you should be following it first. So I tell everybody to chant 16 rounds, but I don't chant. That's very bad. And it will not have any effect on the audience. I don't do Mangala Arati and I talk about doing morning program and devotional service. No, that's not proper. A person sitting on a Vyasa-san should follow everything, including full morning program. That's Prabhupada's most important instruction. Not just prachar, no achar. So we should do both nicely. In fact, if you do nice achar, prachar will be very easy. Walk your talk. Our life should be prachar. People should see us and understand what to do. So Haridas Thakur is perfect for achar and prachar. He would chant and same thing he is explaining. So the audience was very moved, very happy, very inspired to chant. In the audience there was one scholar, Gopal Chakravarti, big scholar, Pandita, and a staff of Majumdar. He said, I have a question. He said, I don't agree. How can just one holy name, Namabhas, can give liberation? Not possible. For liberation you have to do lots of tapasya for thousands of years. How easily just by one holy name one can get liberation? You are just speaking sentimentally, emotionally. One holy name cannot give liberation. You prove it to me. And if you cannot prove, I will cut your nose. That's what he challenged Haridas Thakur. That you prove to me that one holy name gives liberation, or I will cut your nose. So everybody got shocked to hear this. Some people didn't like this, they immediately left the place. And some people scolded Gopal Chakravarti that what you are doing Vaishnava Brhad. You are insulting and offending a sadhu. You will not have good future. Haridas Thakur smiled. He said, by logic you cannot understand the glories of the holy name. The glories of the holy name are mentioned in the scriptures. And the scriptures proclaim that by Namabhas one can get liberation. So we accept that. And the classic example Haridas Thakur gave is of Ajamil. Ajamil chanted Namabhas. He didn't chant Shuddha Nam at that stage. When the Yamdutas came to take the soul of Ajamil, out of fear of Yamdutas, he called his son Narayan, who was sitting in the same room. He didn't call Lord Narayan. So that's Namabhas, indirect chanting. Calling his son, not the Lord. But still he got benefit. And 4 Vishnu Dutas came and his visit to hell was cancelled. And then he went to Haridwar, chanted Shuddhanam and went back to Godhead. So Haridas Thakur gave the example of Ajamil. It's a classic example of Namabhas giving liberation. Indirect chanting. So, but Gopal Chakravarti was not ready to understand. Haridas Thakur said, if one holy name doesn't give liberation, I will myself cut my nose. I am ready to accept the challenge. But meanwhile the audience didn't like Gopal Chakravarti's attitude. So they started chastising him. Balram Acharya chastised Gopal Chakravarti and Majumdars. Now Gopal Chakravarti was a staff of Majumdars and he would give a profit of 2 lakh gold coins. That was a huge collection. But Majumdars went and told him, you are suspended, you are terminated, we don't want such person with us who is offending Vaishnavas. And they threw him out of the job. And Balramacharya told, it's not good, you should beg forgiveness. But he didn't agree. So then, when Haridas Thakur was leaving, Majumdas paid obeisances and begged forgiveness that we called you to our house and you got offended. There was offense done against you. Haridas Thakur smiled. He said, don't take it seriously. He's a logician. He's a ignorance, a jnani. He will not understand. But you don't worry about it. There is no offense done. So that's the nature of a sadhu. He doesn't take an offense. That doesn't mean we go and do it. But that is his nature. A sadhu's nature is, he doesn't take offense. Krishna's nature is, he takes the offense against his devotees very seriously. So after 3 days, Gopal Chakravarti was found to be very, very ill. And he had got a skin disease. And it was so bad that his nose started melting, his ears started melting, his fingers of hands and legs started melting. He was in deep pain. Such a beautiful person became very, very ugly. And everybody saw, they remembered that he offended Haridas Thakur. That's why this has happened. In 3 days there was a result. So offending Haridas Thakur, offending a sadhu, Vaishnava aparadh is very dangerous. Our chanting will not be effective if we continue to do offenses, nam aparadh. So we should chant without offenses. We should be very careful whole day not to do offense. And we should follow proper etiquette when dealing with deities, dealing with scriptures, dealing with devotees, performing our services. And especially when we chant our japa, we should be very attentive. Chant and hear Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Not while chanting watching mobile, or while chanting talking to others, or while chanting and doing other activity or housework or something. No. Our japa should be an exclusive activity. Exclusively chanting and hearing, not doing other things. Very carefully every day morning we should complete our 16 rounds. And have a service attitude whole day. Whole day eager to do service. So when we have a service attitude towards the holy name and we chant without offenses, we come to the stage of pure holy name by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, wherein there is complete 100% understanding and realization in the heart that the holy name is not different from Krishna. That Shuddha Naam. And that time we get to see Krishna face to face, Gopinath face to face. The holy name reveals the form of the Lord in the heart. And we continue to chant, and the holy name reveals the qualities of the Lord Krishna. And we continue to chant, and the holy name reveals the pastimes of Krishna, Nam, Roop, Gun, Leela. And that is how we get more and more absorbed in Krishna, chanting and hearing the holy name, meditating on his beautiful form, and thinking of his various qualities, and absorbed in his pastimes, and speak and narrate his pastimes and hear his pastimes. And that's absolute nectar as compared to whatever we are getting in the material world. We'll have no taste for so-called food, or so-called literature, or so-called dollar, or so-called house or car, or sightseeing. Absolute zero taste, because the holy name is nectar. In front of nectar, while you want other items. But those who don't get attracted to Krishna, they are like pig doesn't get attracted to sweets. If you take nice Mahaprasad plate, Rajbhog plate to a pig who is eating stool, and tell the pig, stop eating stool, have this Rajbhog. He will say, don't disturb, I am having feast. He will not get attracted. So that's animal, but humans have this opportunity to get attracted to Krishna. So that should be our main priority in life. The goal of life is to serve Krishna. Not whole day just do material sense enjoyment. No, that is animal life. Human life is meant for service to Krishna. So that otherwise next life will again become an animal and the whole circus will continue, whole cycle will continue. Why to miss this opportunity? The very rare opportunity, 1 in millions we get. So we should not miss this opportunity. So whatever takes to make ourselves advance in spiritual life, we should do. And Srila Prabhupada has given us a perfect formula of Mangalarti, Guru Puja, class, chanting, Narsingharti, Tulsi Arti, Shringar Arti, 4 regulative principles, Prasadam. And we should do that. And we should do service. If you are an earning member of the society, then whatever you are earning, you should use in the service of Gopinath and devotees and cows. Honest income we should use in the service of Krishna. And if you are staying in the temple, we should be busy in service of Krishna. Deity worship, book distribution, Harinam Sankirtan, administration or management or taking care of temple maintenance. So many activities and services are there. So this we should do whole life. Then we go back to Krishna. Otherwise 1 more birth, again in the womb of the mother, 9 months upside down, again you come out, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and again 2 1s are 2, 2 2s are 4, then Baba Black Sheep, and Jack and Jill. Oh, again the whole cycle will start. What is the use? So human form of life is meant to seriously execute Krishna consciousness and go back to Krishna. So a devotee should be very serious for this. And Krishna in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come and given us a very simple process of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And he made even animals chant and dance in the forest of Jharkhand. The tigers and the elephants and the goats and the snakes and the birds, they were chanting. The tiger and the goat are embracing and kissing and chanting. And he made the Mayavadis chant and dance, the Buddhists chant and dance, the Muslims chant and dance, the atheists chant and dance, the demigod worshippers, the sense gratifiers, the karmis. He had challenges. Devotees have challenge when they preach, when they go out for book distribution. But they should continue. Once Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to a village which was prominently filled with Buddhist people. And there were Buddhist scholars, and they had a Buddhist spiritual master who was very, very prominent leader of the place and very, very intelligent and very scholarly. And he heard that this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has defeated many other scholars. So he thought, I will also go. So in front of public, he and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had a debate, and he presented his philosophy of 9-fold Buddhist philosophy, headed by Ahimsa Paro Dharma, non-violence. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu defeated every single point of his, and the public was very happy. And he felt bad and he left. Next day he came with his disciples with a very big steel plate, lots of rice and vegetables. And he had hidden meat in that. He came to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very humbly. I said, my Mahaprabhu, I have come to surrender to you. yesterday your presentation was first class and I have offered this to Krishna. This is Mahaprasad. Please have Mahaprasad. And he gave that contaminated food to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He wanted to give to eat. He has eaten meat and his plan was once Chaitanya Mahaprabhu consumes it, he will show to the whole village, this sannyasi is fraud, this sannyasi is third class, and he hides meat in the rice and eats. He wanted to do that. As he was handing the plate to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who in his pastime was innocent, he was not aware, and he was ready to take it, suddenly one big bird came and took the plate in the beak. Such a heavy plate, the bird could pick up, such a big bird came and went up. And when it went up, all the food with the meat fell down on the bodies of the Buddhist spiritual master and his disciples, and they were exposed. And then the empty plate, the bird leapt and went straight on the spiritual master's head, and he became unconscious. So the bird protected Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So then all the disciples went to the spiritual master and started waking him up, but he was not waking up, he was dead actually. So they started crying. They understood we have done a big offense. Mahaprabhu is God himself. So they went and begged forgiveness. He said, please forgive us. We were plotting against you, but now we have realized. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you all chant Hare Krishna. And all the Buddhist followers started chanting Hare Krishna. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, now you are forgiven. He said, please restore the life of our spiritual master. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you go and in his ears chant Hare Krishna. So all the disciples went in the ears of the spiritual master, chanted Hare Krishna, and he got up. So the spiritual master is supposed to chant in the ears of the disciples. Chaitanya made the disciple chant in the ear of the spiritual master, making the disciple the spiritual master and the spiritual master the disciple. That is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So just by the holy name, he changed the whole world. So holy name is very powerful. So many examples. Mrigari's example is that he was full of violence. He would kill animals half dead and enjoy their pain. And by chanting the holy name under the association of Narad Muni, he became a non-violent person. He didn't even want to touch an ant now. So from violent hunter, he became a non-violent sadhu in 1 year by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That's the power of chanting the holy name, and that's the power of associating with Narad Muni, a pure devotee of Krishna. So we have the opportunity to associate with devotees, to associate with Srila Prabhupada, to associate with Tulsi Maharani, and to chant the holy name every day. So don't miss that. We should not miss it. Our 16 rounds we should never miss. Every day, minimum 16 rounds, very nicely we should do, attentive. And if you do every day, at the end of life, we'll go back to Krishna. Back to the spiritual world, where Krishna is waiting for us. He's waiting for us since millions of years. Why you want to make him wait more? That's not good love. So we should practice very sincerely and hope to be successful by Krishna's mercy. So even if it is austere, we do that because chanting will purify us just like fire purifies gold and the gold shines more. So by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra and doing Mangalarti and Guru Puja and class, we get purified and we shine more in the eyes of Krishna, in the eyes of Radha Gopinath, and that's success of life. So we should utilize this opportunity. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srimadbhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna. If there are any comments or questions, you may please ask. Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me that listening.
Hare Krishna.
I remember like once, some time ago, you came to Sydney and gave a really nice class about chanting. And then I remember like you mentioned how like, when we are chanting, it's like me time. Even like Krishna comes in there, we should be just focused on chanting. It's me and chanting. It's a really nice class, okay? So I know there's like injunctions as well in Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu, like, sannyasi comes, like, we should pay obeisances, and then otherwise we have to fast, sannyasi comes and goes, we have to pay obeisances. So same with Prabhupada, I was thinking this morning today, so when people come and dress Prabhupada, they loudly say Prabhupada ki jai, and everybody's actually chanting, so it interrupts the chanting, and we all usually bow down. So I was thinking that yes, sannyasi was here and then leaving me, alright, so we pay obeisances, and when they come back we pay obeisances. The injunction is correct as per Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu, but then when we are chanting, should devotee be interrupted? Same like when devotees come in, they always knock at the door without thinking the devotee must be here giving class or listening class or chanting, loudly people lock the door. All my life I see this, also there's another injunction yet to see, we need deity's attention. But then we can do it very softly into our minds, and there's many ways. So what's your thoughts on this, Brother?
So, if I understand correctly, you are saying when we are chanting and a devotee comes and dresses Prabhupada, he says, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, and everybody pays obeisances. So when we are chanting, that is not required to be done.
Yes.
Chanting should be exclusive activity, even though Prabhupada is being dressed, but it's not good to distract the chanting, ideally. But if it is done, it's not a sinful activity. It's okay, because devotees not used to being attentive chanting anyway. They are watching each other, drinking water in between, and a mobile or like that.
I think sometimes it's better because some of us sleep while we're doing chanting.
But ideally it is a distraction. Even while class is going on and DT is open in between, here to there doesn't happen, but in India they close in between, the DT opens again. So one should not pay obeisances because one should be attending the class. It is distraction. So chanting also same, one should just chant. And knocking also, knocking is done basically as a good etiquette when one comes to the temple, but during class hours it's good to avoid. So those who are actually aware, they should do that. Or you can...
Inside which devotee is focusing and chanting, we should be respectful.
So we should knock definitely, but it can be little softly, or a bell can be softly done. And so we should be sensitive to others.
It's really hard. I've hardly seen anybody sensitive towards others or considerate. It's culture.
Well, so we have a good achar. We be sensitive to others, and by seeing us, others will learn. So we maintain that. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Mataji. Hare Krishna.
That wonderful class.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask about our proper behavior during Bhagavatam class. What I heard, I just want to ask your opinion that there are 9 forms of devotional service like showering, kirtan, and what I heard that when Srimad Bhagavatam class is given, it's like a shravanam and it's formal worshipping the deities. And that's why Pujari during service, because I used to be Pujari in different temple, and one time temple president said to me that Mataji just do puja very quiet, because
No?
do puja to deities during Bhagavatam class quiet, because Bhagavatam class it's also worshipping the Lord as well, but just in different form. So I just would like to ask your opinion, because I never found them information about that in any Prabhupada letters, so in any srimadbhagavatam explanation, so maybe you can give us some correct.
Okay, your question is, you want my opinion on whether Bhagavatam is a worship to the deities or whether that instruction which you received to do quiet arti during Bhagavatam class.
Worship the deities during the Bhagavatam class. Exactly.
When the Bhagavatam class is going on,
Yes.
and you have to worship the deities,
Yes.
should you do or not?
Should you quiet?
Yeah. Okay, so see, bhakti depends on two tracks. One is Bhagavat Vidhi and one is Panchratika Vidhi. Bhagavat Vidhi is chanting the holy name, serving Vaishnavas, and of course hearing Bhagavatam, reading Bhagavatam. And Panchratika Vidhi is worshipping the deities. Bhakti depends on both. So both should be done very nicely. At the same time, hearing Bhagavatam is higher, because in Kali Yuga that is the method, hearing and chanting, which will elevate us. Deity worship actually has lots of rules and regulations and very high standard which not everybody can follow. Because we cannot chant 24 hours, so there are deity worship so that we are engaged. So when devotees are hearing Bhagavatam class, there should not be any noise or anything which distracts the devotees. So if you are doing an arti and the class is going on in the temple hall, that arti should be silent. So which means the conch shell and the bell, they should not distract the class. So that's correct. Anything we do in the temple hall while Bhagavatam class, first of all we should not do, but if at all it's a requirement like deity worship, it should not distract the class. So that's correct. We do that in India also, our temple also we do. Okay?
I have a final question to where you said, many things about the importance of the materialistic practices to achieve Krishna. So,
Importance of?
the practices that we have, processes to achieve Krishna. So, I often have this question in my mind. If I see a thief stealing something, and if I do japa at the same time, if I do chanting at the same time, is there a stage we can reach that after enough chanting, the thief will not look like a thief anymore and look like a saint? Because I will then achieve enough spirituality to know this man is just a man, and the difference of thinking of someone as a thief will disappear. Is that possible?
Yes.
It is possible.
It's already happening every day when you see the mirror.
Now, I'm talking about spiritually when I'm looking at a different person.
We all are thieves. But we don't consider ourselves as a thief. Right? So one part has already done. So there's some... Okay, yeah, I am telling you. There's something called discrimination. So at this stage of our bhakti, we are doing discrimination. But as we grow, Uttama, we go beyond discrimination, where there is no difference for us between gulab jamun and karela. Both are Mahaprasad. So that's called beyond discrimination. That cannot be artificially done. But when we grow in bhakti, that's possible. Let me tell you an example of Vasudev, leper. Vasudev leper was such a great devotee of Vishnu, Krishna. He had leprosy. Every single part of his skin had wounds, thousands of wounds he had. And each wound had blood and dirty liquid and yellow liquid coming out. And the smell was so bad that nobody would like to be close to him, so he would stay outside the village. If he comes on any street of the village, people will go on the next street. They would not be on that street. He was so dirty and so bad smell. And there were germs, thousands of germs inside his womb eating flesh. And sometimes when Vasudev would walk, because his body would shake, the germs will fall down on the ground. What will he do? He will pick up the germs and put it back on the wound. thinking that, oh, this germ is eating my flesh, without my flesh it will die. Now what kind of level is that? Forget thief stealing your property, this is germ stealing your flesh. And he puts the germ back on the wound, that the germ should not die. And he met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu embraced him and cured him. And he started crying. He said, why did you cure me? You should not have cured me. Now I'll be proud that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cured me. So Chaitanya said, just chant Hare Krishna, pride will not touch you. Let me tell you, I stay in ISKCON Jew and I have a room. And I never lock my room. And there have been episodes of stealing in the temple. So that 2-3 brahmacharis, many brahmacharis told me, why are you not locking the room? What if somebody takes it? And few times it has happened, some prasad or some small things have gone also. So I told the brahmacharis, look, if somebody is taking it, that means I am a bad leader. That A, I couldn't provide them, B, I couldn't educate them, and C, they are hesitant to ask me, so they are taking it. So that's not their mistake, that's my mistake. And I am happy if somebody takes it without asking. He will anyway use it for himself. That's okay. And this became a popular statement in the temple. So we should understand, life is not just black and white, there are many things around. Everything belongs to Krishna. At the same time, definitely we should protect the temple property and deity's property. But we should not have ownership of things. Everybody is a thief. The people in the jail are criminal and the people outside the jail are not criminal? No. The difference between people in the jail and outside is only one. That some are caught, some are not caught. That's all. In the eyes of Krishna, if we don't offer to Krishna, we are thieves. But coming to your point, yes, we can come beyond discrimination, but that would be a life not in a grahastha ashram or something like that. That would be a different life. Okay? So, but definitely by chanting, very soon you can come to the point that if something is stolen, you will get less affected. You will get less affected.
But your point will not be judgmental at all.
Will also, can also, yeah, it can be achieved by japa.
It can be. Okay.
It can be
So
achieved.
we should be careful not to chant so much that we start losing devotee.
No, not at all. Chant more.
Chant more, yes.
Chant more. So you realize this is not, so that you realize this is not my property. I am very rich. I don't have a bank account, I am so rich. What is the definition of rich? Rich definition is not one who has millions of dollars. The definition of rich is one who doesn't want more dollars. If you have $1 million and you want 1 million more, you are poor by 1 million. Right? So rich means one who doesn't want more. So be rich, don't want more. Simple life. In any case, yes, chanting is possible to go beyond discrimination. Okay, we'll end here. Thank you very much. Srimadbhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Padantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadara Sivashadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripa Tamaham Vande Shri Gurun Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Sri Chaitanya Ishwaram Om Tat Sat Sri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan Ki Jai Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki Jai Sri Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita Ki Jai Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming on this auspicious morning. Weather is really cold, so really appreciate it. Don't put it on the floor. You can clap. Next week I'll give you a folder so you can place it. Till then, take care of it. So, we are resuming our scripture study class after so many months, maybe years. We started it in December 2018. And then we started with Bhagavad Gita at the time. I can see some of you sitting here who are part of it. There is quite a few who are attending online. So if you are here for the scripture course, you would actually see this sheet. Now before I get started with this, I'm going to give you a bit of background. Now even before that, I'll just make a few announcements. So we are starting scripture study class. We'll be having at 10 o'clock every Saturday morning, starting from today. Most of the students are attending online. Some couldn't come today because they are down with sickness. But you will see in the next few weeks, devotees coming and joining us and giving us their Sangha. Now, if you have already registered using this media team number, +61 466 997 108. So you would have registered by sending your name and email ID to this WhatsApp number. Those of you who are attending online, or those of you who watch these classes later, if you like to actually join the course, you need to send your name and email ID to this number, +61 466 997 108. And then the media team will add you will send me the list and I'll add you to the group, to the Google group. And whatever material that you have, I've already sent the mail. So those of you watching online, you can check your email for the same document which we'll be going through today. And I'll be sending more material as well. Now, as I said, scripture study class we are starting today. There is 2 more groups, classes we are starting on May 27th. One is a youth group. We already have about 61 small groups connected to our temple. And many of the different Namahatas, they have their own dedicated youth groups as well. So we are forming one youth group in a centralized location, so youth from different parts of our community as well as those who are new to Krishna consciousness, they also can come and participate. We are starting it on May 27. The media team will publish the details of the youth group later today. And that's for everyone within the age group of 14 to 30. I'm 43, but I'm still allowed because I'm one of the teacher. So if you are within that age group, either yourself or any of your friends or any of your friends' kids, you can, you're welcome to actually register for that. So the poster will actually carry all the details. And as I said, if you're not part of our WhatsApp group, you can scan it outside, just outside the temple room, you'll see the poster, you can scan and join, and you will receive the information about how to join the group today onwards. And the class is starting on 27th of May. The timing will be every Saturday evening 4 to 6 p.m. And we have a group of devotees who will be running those sessions. And we want to present spirituality in a way that is more relevant to the youth, relevant to people who are not used to Krishna consciousness, especially for the young minds. So we want to keep it more interactive, more activity based. So there'll be more games, more discussions. Yoga will also be a good part of it. And the Gopinath's youth group will be run by Nanda Gokul Prabhu, Mathura Gokul Mataji, Kanika Mataji, Govardhan Prem Mataji. They both are yoga teachers. Myself, Krishna Bhakta Prabhu. So we have a team of devotees who will be running those sessions. So starting on 27th of May for people within the age group of 14 to 30. Final announcement, we are starting one other group, Bhakti Sangha group, on May 27th as well. And the class Bhakti Sangha will start from 6 p.m. in the evening. The idea is to again present, we already have a kids kirtan program that happens in the temple, but a lot of parents, they have been coming and they have been asking, is there any other program for the adults? So we are starting a Bhakti Sangha group that will be temple based. The classes will happen in the meeting room next to the kitchen, while the kids program will continue in the temple room. So class starts from 6, goes till 8, and we'll be serving prasad. For youth program also, we'll finish it with the prasad. So that's the plan. The information for Bhakti Sangha as well, you will see being published today. So feel free to join. The Bhakti Sangha groups will be run by Nityananda Pran Prabhu, Krishna Dharma Prabhu, Krishna Bhakta Prabhu, and myself. We'll be studying Bhagavad Gita systematically, but we'll also be doing other services and other activities together in the temple as well as outside. The kids program, that's going to start on May 27th. Sometimes the classes will happen in the temple, sometimes in the park opposite. Of course, the weather is not conducive now, but in summer we will take it to the park outside. Or sometimes it may be in the Crow's Nest Hall, the times whenever we teach yoga and other activities. So depending on what the format of the class is on for that week, the location will change. But the starting point will always be in the temple. So if the kids come here, we will make sure that they go and come back to the temple, and then the parents can take. So because some of them, they may be using public transport, so that's why we thought we'll start early and finish early. So starts at 4 and finishes at 6. And coming back to our scripture study class, if any of you like to receive the material to follow these classes, please do register, sending your name and email ID to this number, +61 466 997 108. That's our temple media team. They will add your details to the list and they'll send it to me, and I'll add you to the group. And from that point onwards, if you have already registered, please check your mail. Those of you attending online, we are going to go through the document now. So if any of you are here and you still don't have the copy, please get it from Ravi Prabhu. Those of you who came late, he has the copy. You can grab it now. We are going to go through it now. Okay, Sri Radha Gopinath Vaishnava Training Academy. That's a name Abhishek Prabhu and myself we came up with a few years ago. It's not a formally registered name, but we thought this is how we would actually start having a bigger plan, and we want to offer different courses to people over the period of time. When we started scripture study class in 2018, about 4.5 years ago, one of the goals we had was to familiarize devotees, familiarize them to the Shastras, give them a bit of a flavor to hear from the Shastras, to go home, open the books and read. So initially when we started, we had a modest goal of finishing one chapter every week. It's not modest by any standard. So to cope with that, I had to rush through in some of the sessions. In fact, as soon as the information for this scripture class came out, few devotees texted me and asked a few questions. One of the frequently asked question was, Prabhu, will you be running these sessions a little slow? I said yes. Because when we started in 2018, at that time, for 20 years, so many times it was attempted to go through Bhagavad Gita end to end, but for some reason, we were never able to complete. So we didn't want to continue with the jinx, so we thought like, okay, no matter what, I'll be a little ruthless with the time. So we finished Bhagavad Gita, 18 chapters in 18 weeks. And then we finished that, we finished Nectar of Instruction, Nectar of Devotion, Ishopanishad. And then during COVID, we started with Chaitanya Charitamrita. Again, we went through end to end. You can find all those classes in our YouTube channel, ISKCON Sydney. And then now I thought, we had also started srimadbhagavatam. I thought we can go end to end summary of srimadbhagavatam. And I had even started preparing a few cantos. And then I actually realized probably it'll be easier if we first go through brihadbhagavatamrita. And it'll make more sense when I touch on that later today, in today's session. We still have time. Why I had to change the approach? It's like, how many of you have read Srila Prabhupada's Leelamrita? Put your hand up. Even partly? Yeah. Your ever well-wisher? Which one did you read first? Well-wisher. I know some devotees who have read Prabhupada Leelamrita first. When I came to Krishna consciousness, nobody told me the order. So first book I read was Nectar of Devotion. Second was Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Third was Bhagavad Gita. And then I realized I've been reading in the reverse order. So you can read Srila Prabhupada's Leelamrita and your ever well-wisher, or you can reverse the order also. It's the same. You can read the abridged version first and then the elaborate version, or the other way around. So same way, when I started preparing for Srimad Bhagavatam, I thought because of the enormity of the work, 12 cantos, 18 volumes, I had a certain goal in mind. I thought I'll finish a canto in 4 sessions. But then I realized it's going to take 4 months, even if I summarize it. Then I thought if we go through this one first, we'll be able to cover Bhagavatam end to end at a decent pace. So that's our next plan after finishing brihadbhagavatamrita. So my wish list is long. Without further ado, let's get started with this. So today, for rest of today's session, probably for another 35-40 minutes, we'll quickly go through this. And then we'll get started with brihadbhagavatamrita. Today we'll be covering the Mangalacharan prayers. It's just the first 10 verses. So I thought I'll go through those verses one after the other. But the format we'll be following for Brihad Bhagavatamrita is we'll take section of verses and we'll discuss them together. So that's the format we are going to follow. How long will it take? We'll come to that later. But first let's go through this one because this document is important. Again, I prepared this in 2018. I just added Sri Radha Gopinath's Vaishnava Training Academy. And I added few more changes in the verses to recite, but otherwise the crux of this document is still the same. Aim to read, assimilate and apply the teachings of Lord Krishna as given in Srila Prabhupada's books.
in our life. So this is the aim of this course. Objectives. Difference between aim and objective. Aim is the goal. Objective is how you convince yourself that you have achieved that goal. You understand? So objectives are more tangible achievements. So if you can tick these boxes, these 5 of them, then you can say, okay, I've reached my goal. Does that make sense? So objectives is how you test whether you have achieved the goal. Whereas aim is the goal. So objectives to demonstrate the spiritual teachings in our day-to-day activities. To develop deeper conviction in following Bhakti Yoga process, especially hearing, chanting and reading the scriptures. To be able to explain any philosophical point clearly and convincingly. To be able to take shelter of Srila Prabhupada's books and develop a spiritual outlook in our life. Very important. I always share this famous quote of His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. In this world, difficulties or miseries are inevitable. Suffering is optional. Death will come. Disease will come. Difficulties will come. So they all come under miseries. They are going to come and affect us. But how we react to them, that's up to us. So if we develop a spiritual outlook in our life, it becomes very easy to face life. And finally, to be able to do devotional service in a humble mood as a genuine servant of Sri Radha Gopinath and their devotees. So these are the objectives of this course. The scope to understand the Bhakti Yoga philosophy. I'll read a quote of Srila Prabhupada that's printed at the back of this book. What Prabhupada said about this book, Brihad-bhagavatamrita. Prabhupada says, anyone who wants to know about the subject matter of devotees, devotional service and Krishna. In other words, Bhagavan, Bhakta and Seva. Whoever wants to know about these 3 must read this book. This is quote of Srila Prabhupada at the back of this book. Okay, so it's a very, very important book. I'll touch on the history of this book later today. So understanding the Bhakti Yoga philosophy, reading the scriptures regularly, learning to apply the spiritual wisdom in one's life. So that's what we are trying to achieve. What format are we going to follow every Saturday? 9:50 a.m. We would like to invite volunteers to come here and do kirtan. Krishna Bhakta Prabhu is good at playing mridanga. So if anyone like to start doing kirtan from 9:50 onwards, feel free. If harmonium is here, you can use it. You can use kartal. If you can't play, you can just clap and sing, no problem. You're welcome to start kirtan, 9:50 or even earlier. 10:05, we will start to recite srimadbhagavatam verses. I'll come to that shortly. 10:15 to 11:15, we are going to have 1 hour class. And I'm your teacher. 11:15 a.m., we'll open the floor for any questions, thoughts, any realizations you'd like to share. And 11:30, Prem Sagar Prabhu has kindly offered to serve us nice prasad every week. He said he has cooked spaghetti today. So we'll serve you. And at this point, I'll just share with you some of the interesting questions I received from devotees and from other people I don't know. I just received text messages. Will you be serving prasad as part of this course? Yes. One is asking, Prabhu, I can't attend the class in person because I'm taking my son for a sports nearby. I promise I'll still attend the class online. Am I allowed to come and take prasad? Sure. I texted back to him adding that even if you don't attend the class, no problem. Come here for prasad. And I'm telling this to anyone and everyone. This is Radha Gopinath's mercy. Prem Sagar Prabhu is happy to cook. Ravi Sankam Prabhu will happily feed anybody who comes here. So you're welcome to come and take. Even if you happen to wake up late in the morning, you're still welcome to come and take prasad at 11:30. If you come early, you can take breakfast. But no takeaways, please. Okay, so 11:30, we will take prasad and Haribol. Verses to recite. I have listed my wish list here. But the first item, prayers by Prahlad Maharaj, very important. Teachings of Prahlad Maharaj is the topic on which Srila Prabhupada has given maximum number of Bhagavatam classes. So many instances, Srila Prabhupada would cry seeing the devotion of Prahlad Maharaj. At midnight, he would wake up his servants and he would talk about Prahlad Maharaj. So, our course may take 4 months, 5 months. If at the end of the course we end up reciting only Prahlad Maharaj's prayers and memorize probably a dozen of them, that's a great achievement. So as much as possible, we'll be sticking to Prahlad Maharaj's prayers. But if the course gets extended for a long time, and you can see how long it can potentially go, that's why I added few more prayers by Dhruva Maharaj, Shukadeva Goswami, Queen Kunti, my favorite prayers, Bhishma Dev, Gajendra. And Bhagavatam has so many, dozens of prayers. But realistically, if we can cover only Prahlad Maharaj's prayers, so I'll give you the handouts next week. And if you are registered, soft copy will always be sitting in your email. But whoever who comes here, I'll have your handouts ready and I'll give you a folder as well. That's how lazy I can potentially make you, but I'll still buy these for you. Just come here and relish brihadbhagavatamrita. Homework, reading the prescribed weekly study material for 2 hours. Now, brihadbhagavatamrita has 3 volumes. Brihadbhagavatamrita has 14 chapters only, spread across 3 such books, 3 volumes. And this is how the total brihadbhagavatamrita set looks like. It costs $70, at least as of the last year price, unless it has actually gone up. We are placing order. If any of you like to get it, I'll try to get it this week, latest by the following week. Okay, so you can come here and grab. I'll have it available in the book table as well, so any day when you actually come. Or if you want to buy something on Saturday morning, if you send the text to that number, they'll reserve it for you. You can come and grab it. It has 14 chapters and it has 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is 1 book and part 2 is 2 books. I'm going to rub it off. Sri brihadbhagavatamrita. So it has part 1 and part 2. This is 1 book. This is 2 books. So total 3. So today we'll start with part 1. Sri is a term that is used for addressing in a honorific sense. So we call Srila Prabhupada. Sri invokes auspiciousness. Sri refers to somebody who is blessed by the goddess of fortune. As much as possible, please don't put it on the floor, the sheet. Leave it on your lap or hold it on your hand, just for today. Brihad meaning big, Bhagavatamrita. Amrita means nectar. Bhagavata here refers to all 3. Bhagavan, Bhakta and Seva and devotional service. So this is Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita. It has 2 parts. Part 1 has got 1 book and part 2, 2 books. Part 1 has got 7 chapters. Part 2 also, across those 2 books, 7 chapters. So total 14 chapters. Part 1 discusses about Sri Bhagavad Kripa Sara Nidara. It discusses about Narada Muni's quest to find who's the most favored devotee, dearest devotee. Who is the devotee among all the devotees of Krishna who had received the maximum mercy? It's very hard, right?
You come on a festival. We just recently had a festival on anniversary. Narottam Prabhu had cooked a beautiful feast. Who is most fortunate? Anyone with a plate of prasadam, correct? And if there are 100 devotees there holding plate of prasad, who is the most fortunate among them? Very difficult to say. It depends on what capacity the devotee has devotionally, physically also, how much can they relish. It's very hard to see the subtle difference. But somebody like Narada Muni, in a similar context wherein everyone is a devotee, and you will see the kind of devotees he'll be going and talking to, they are all not ordinary devotees. Prahlad Maharaj, Indra, Shiva, Brahma, Hanuman, Pandavas, Uddhava, Gopis. So everyone is on Uttamadhikari platform only, but even among them. So it's a very deep topic, confidential topic. Bhagavatamrta is considered as the essence of srimadbhagavatam. So we all know srimadbhagavatam is an eternal science, but was spoken recently. The most recent version was spoken by Srila Shukadeva Goswami 5,000 years ago to Parikshit Maharaj. So Shukadeva Goswami, over a period of 7 days, he speaks Srimad Bhagavatam to Parikshit Maharaj. He doesn't wait for Parikshit Maharaj to leave his body. He finishes the Bhagavatam class, and just like any other Bhagavatam speaker would do, he just gets off the Vyasasana and he just walks away. That's it. I have given the knowledge. Yeah, he'll do good. He'll just walks away. And now Parikshit Maharaj is there, ready to board the plane to Vaikunta and go back to spiritual world. And there were so many different people with a different level of spiritual understanding in that group. And you will see reference to them being made in different sections of Bhagavatam as well. There are different sages. There are yogis, there are Mishra Bhaktas, Karma Mishra Bhaktas, Jnana Mishra Bhaktas. So Parikshit Maharaj, after having heard the Bhagavatam in its entirety, he sits in one place meditating, preparing to go to spiritual world. And it is at that time his mother. What's the name of Parikshit Maharaj's mother? So we know Pandavas, there are 5. Arjuna is one of them. Arjuna married Subhadra Maharani. Their son is Abhimanyu. He married Uttara. Their son is Parikshit Maharaj. So Parikshit Maharaj, after having heard the entire Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadeva Goswami, as he was getting ready to go back to spiritual world, Uttara, who is his mother, approaches him. And how, as would any normal mother would feel towards the son who is about to leave. So she comes with that anxiety. And he is not an ordinary child. She is not an ordinary personality. She has dealt with everyone. You look at her exalted position. Her husband is none other than great Abhimanyu, valorous Abhimanyu. She has associated with Arjuna and Subhadra Maharani. Subhadra Maharani, we know her position. We worship her. Her son is Parikshit Maharaj. Again, no ordinary personality. She has associated with Krishna. She has associated with the Pandavas. You name it. Bhishmadev. Very exalted personality. So, when she rushes to meet Parikshit Maharaj with her motherly anxiety, Parikshit Maharaj doesn't mince much words. He just simply addresses her, offering his respects with just a couple of lines. And third line, he just reminds her about the philosophical truth of this life.
So literally, by using just 2 or 3 sentences, she elevates her consciousness again. She's already an elevated personality, but she has that anxiety as a mother. Oh, he's going to die. But then simply looking at her, greeting her, and reminding her that all of us are servants of Krishna, he removes that anxiety completely. And now she's in a blissful state, because she knows he's just going to spiritual world. In fact, it's a reason to celebrate. At that point, she puts a very interesting question, which pleases Parishit Maharaj. And when you see those questions which she asks, and she will ask a few more questions also as we progress on this first part, Prabhupada says in one place, usually the sons, they take the quality of the mother, and daughters, they take the qualities of the father. Prabhupada writes in Srimadbhagavatam, usually daughters, they inherit a lot of qualities. They are like, daughters are like the father, and sons usually they will be like the mother. All along those 12 cantos, you will see Parishit Maharaj questioning Shukadeva Goswami. He even puts forth the question to other sages before the arrival of Shukadeva Goswami. And you will be amazed how attentive he is. You will be amazed with his devotional acumen, how he is able to put such nice questions to evoke a profound reply from his teacher, Shukadeva Goswami. But when you read Uttara's questions, you know where he is getting that trait from. Her questions will be even more deeper. And he would get very pleased, saying, only you can ask this question. Like one question for her would be, normally devotees go to Vaikunta. But my heart would actually go in pain if I know Yashoda Maharani and Nanda Maharaj, even if they go to Vaikunta, why would anyone's heart will pain? But that's the word she uses. Because she knows somebody worshipping Krishna, somebody dealing with Krishna, serving Krishna as their own, more than their own life. They deserve personal association of the Lord. So she says, I can't accept them going to Vaikunta. So her questions will be like that. It's not about, how to chant 16 rounds, how to wade through the difficulties in this material world, in our material life. So these questions won't be ordinary. So that's why first she comes with the anxiety, he relieves her of the anxiety, and immediately she puts forth the question, oh my dear son, you have heard from Shukadeva Goswami the entire Srimad Bhagavatam. Please tell me. She uses the word Shipram quickly. Why? Because she knows he's going to leave. Is that, you just put yourself in that position, right? If somebody is very near and dear to us when they are going, what will be our most overwhelming anxiety? Their knowledge? Our bhakti? Please don't go. That's what we'll be crying, correct? But she, true to her own elevated, exalted status, she knows he's going to leave. So she says, she uses an analogy there. She says, just like how the demons and demigods, they churned nectar out of the ocean of milk, similarly, you have now grasped the entire Srimad Bhagavatam, churn it, and then please tell me the essence. How? Quickly. She doesn't want to miss out on the nectar. So this is the background in which Brihadbhagavatamrita is spoken. So when Parishit Maharaj hears that question, he smiles, acknowledges about the exalted nature of his mother, her question, and then he starts to narrate. He has to quickly think through whatever he had heard. 12 cantos he has to squeeze, and he has few moments left. So then he squeezes the essence of all the 12 cantos. That's why in Brihadbhagavatamrita you will see personalities from different cantos coming. Prahlad Maharaj, Hanuman, Uddhava, 11th canto, Hanuman, 8th canto, Prahlad Maharaj, 7th canto. You will come across everyone. So he thinks through and then he just takes the essence, takes the best of the devotees. But as he does that, if you follow that whole sojourn you will also understand the different realms of this material as well as spiritual world. In Srimad-bhagavatam, we always say 5th canto talks about Vedic cosmology. But there are some information you can't really fully reconcile just looking at that, so you look at other references. Brihadbhagavatamrita is one such source. If you study Srimad-bhagavatam 5th canto, keeping Brihadbhagavatamrita from a Vedic cosmology perspective, you will find Brihadbhagavatamrita filling a lot of gaps there. It will give you much more deeper understanding. Likewise, Brahma Samhita is also one other source that will actually give us more deeper insight. So Brihadbhagavatamrita, this is the context in which it is actually spoken. Now, Parishit Maharaj has a son, Janamejaya. So just like if you read Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam starts with the discussion of the 88,000 sages headed by Shaunaka Rishi, discussion between him and Sutta Goswami. And they in turn narrate conversation between Parishit Maharaj and Shukadeva Goswami. And Shukadeva Goswami in turn will narrate conversations of different personalities. Okay, conversation within conversation, like Panchatantra stories. Within conversation, meta-conversation, like that. Likewise, Brihadbhagavatamrita, it starts with Janamejaya, who actually heard Mahabharata 2 times from 2 different authors, 2 different versions. Can you believe? If you think after 5,000 years we have multiple versions, Janamejaya has heard 2 versions. First he hears from Vaishampayana. If you read Vishnu Sahasranam, Vaishampayana, Shrutva Dharmana Seshena Pavananisha Sarvasaha Yudhishthira Shantanavam Punare Vapya Bhashata, that Vaishampayana. So he hears from Vaishampayana and he hears the same Mahabharata from Jaimini Rishi. So this he hears. Parishit Maharaj has already spoken to his mother Uttara. Parishit Maharaj has gone back to Godhead. Now Janamejaya, he is hearing Mahabharata first from Vaishampayana. After hearing Mahabharata from Vaishampayana, he asks Vaishampayana, is there any other supplement to this? You know, every book will have its appendix. In Sanskrit, the term is called Khila. Khila means any appendix or supplement to any text. So after hearing Mahabharata from Vaishampayana, he asks Vaishampayana, is there any supplement to your version of Mahabharata? And in response to that, he narrates Harivamsa. That's the name of the text. This also has got a lot of stories, but this is a supplementary text to the Mahabharata of Vaishampayana. And by the way, the only version, modern version that is still available is Vaishampayana's version. What we read now from BBT or any other source, it's Vaishampayana's text. Likewise, so he hears from him both, he is satisfied. Later on, he gets association of Jaimini Rishi. Jaimini Rishi is a very exalted personality, pure devotee of the Lord. Vedavyasa, he is one of Vedavyasa's direct disciples. Vedavyasa, after compiling the Vedas, in order to propagate the Vedas, Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharva, he assigned each one of the Vedas to his different disciples. And to Jaimini Rishi, he assigned the most important of the 4 Vedas. Anyone remembers from 10th chapter, Vedanam, Krishna says, among the Vedas I am? Sama Vedasmi. So he was entrusted Sama Veda. So whatever humanity knows about Sama Veda, which talks about pure devotional service, comes from him, which was given to him by Vedavyasa. So he was given a very most important task. So he's a pure devotee of the Lord. Same Mahabharata which he heard from Vaishampayana,
he hears with his Bhakti-vedanta purports and he feels thrilled. And Janamejaya tells to Jaimini Rishi, I have heard different versions of, I have heard Mahabharata before from Vaishampayana, but the one which you are actually telling, I have never heard any other explanation like this. Because he preaches Mahabharata in its pure devotional version. Sometimes people read Mahabharata and they get confused because it talks about morality, talks about dharma, and they say this is topmost. Vaishampayana's version. Unfortunately, that's the only thing that's available in modern times. The one which Janamejaya heard from Jaimini, it's not readily available. However, Janamejaya, same as the question he put forth to Vaishampayana, asking him, is there any supplement to your version of Mahabharata, for which he heard Harivamsa? He puts the same question to Jaimini, saying, you have given this beautiful work, this is very thrilling, very inspiring, I have never heard any other version of Mahabharata like this before, I would like to know more. Madhurena Samapayat, it's given. Madhurena Samapayat means, in Vedic culture, everything should have a happy ending. There's no tragic ending in poignant stories. If they write a drama, if they write Shastra, if they sing also, Madhurena Samapayat, you will see this term being used quite often in Chaitanya Charitamrita especially, you will see. When the discussion comes about analysis of the literary work of Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, you will come across that. So, Janamejaya puts forth the question to Jaimini Rishi saying, Madhurena Samapayat, you have already shared the nectarian Mahabharata with me. I feel so thrilled knowing about Krishna. Now I want to know more. Is there any other supplementary text? And Jaimini narrates a supplementary text. Take a guess, what's the name? You can use the other door and you can come. Just use the other door. Take a guess, what's the supplement to the Mahabharata version of Jaimini? Louder? Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita.
But isn't Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita a version of Uttara and Parikshit Maharaj's formulation?
Correct. That's the one. So Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita. Even though this version of Mahabharata, we don't have it readily available, thankfully the essence is still here. And this is placed on par with srimadbhagavatam itself. That's how pure this is. Okay, we need to understand the significance of this work. So this is the supplement to the devotional version of Mahabharata which Jaimini recited to Janamejaya. Upon his request, he then gives the supplement to Mahabharata. And that is Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita. Okay? And Brihadbhagavatamrita, when he starts to narrate Uttara coming to Parikshit Maharaj, and what question she asked and what Parikshit Maharaj is going to narrate further. So this is the first level of conversation. This is how Brihadbhagavatamrita will start. Does that make sense? This is the equivalent of sages of Naimisharanya. Okay, this is the first level, and Jaimini will be narrating conversation between these two personalities. Okay, so that's how Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita flows. So as I said, we still have some time. We can quickly go through any questions.
Yes.
Okay, on this. If it's anything related to this, we can come during the question session. I just want to make sure that you have this context proper. I'll come one at a time.
Where Srimad-Bhagavatam ends, the Brihad-Bhagavatam starts.
Where Brihad-Bhagavatam, yeah, you can say it like that. This is the essence of, so it's like this. Parikshit Maharaj is the student of Srimad-Bhagavatam and he is the teacher of Brihad-Bhagavatamrita. Just like you are attending the class today, you go out and you give a class of based on what you heard. That's Brihad-Bhagavatamrita and this is Bhagavatam. Does that make sense? Parikshit Maharaj heard Srimad-Bhagavatam from Shukadev Goswami, and then when he became the teacher, he gives the essence of that as Brihad-Bhagavatamrita. I'll come to you. Yes?
I wanted to ask, how is Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita concise a summary of the talk between Parikshit and Uttara told by Jaimini Rishi to his son.
You want to know how is this the good? How is this possible? Meaning?
As in, how come Jaimini Rishi knew the conversation that Uttara and Parikshit had?
Good question. You know, sometimes you start to describe and you feel as a teacher, I've already gone deep, I don't want to lose the students, and then you withhold information. That's one of the information I withheld deliberately. Jaimini, he is one of the students along with Parikshit Maharaj in the same assembly when Parikshit Maharaj heard Bhagavatam. Jaimini himself reveals how he knew about this conversation. He says, after Parikshit Maharaj has heard, because he was in the assembly of so many different sages, and people are not pure devotees, all of them. So he was keeping himself aloof from all of them, and he's sitting alone in meditation. And you imagine, somebody is going to die. What do you think everyone else will do? Go and ask for autograph? Definitely not. You will just leave them at peace. They are deliberating something, okay, they are preparing. So everyone stayed away, he was sitting alone. Uttara approaches Parikshit Maharaj when he was alone. At that time, Jaimini Rishi, when he speaks to Janamejai, he reveals Shukadev Goswami specifically directed him to be in their company. So he was the third person in that conversation.
Okay, so he was present.
He was physically present. He himself says that. It's in the verse.
But he did not intervene in that conversation.
He didn't intervene. He's the secondary audience there. It's a personal conversation between a mother and son, but knowing his exalted stature, he himself says, by mercy of Shukadeva Goswami, I was allowed to hear there. I was there. Good question. Yes, Prabhuji.
The Sri Bhagavatamrita, which is available on ISKCON Desire Tree, is basically the 3 books.
I haven't read. This is the BBT version. This is by Gopi Pranatana Prabhu. Yes.
Sorry, I don't know if I missed it because so Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita comes after Bhagavatam and it's a dialogue between Parikshit Maharaj and Indra.
Correct. So just to repeat for those of you who came late, I'll repeat again. Yes.
Sorry, but sorry to interrupt, but Parikshit Maharaj literally had 7 days when he heard the Bhagavatam and then he's supposed to depart. So when did
This conversation happen? Good question. We started with that, as I said, for those who came late or joined online late, I'll repeat it. So after Parikshit Maharaj heard Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadeva Goswami for 7 days, after having heard Shukadeva Goswami has already left the assembly, he was just sitting alone, preparing for the impending departure. At that time, his mother Uttara approaches him and asking him to, first of all, telling him, you have heard the Srimad Bhagavatam, the entire work of Srimad Bhagavatam from Shukadeva Goswami himself. Can you please give me the essence of what you heard quickly? So she puts the request, you please share with me what you heard from Shukadeva Goswami in an essence. And she uses an analogy, just like how the demons and demigods, they churned nectar out of the ocean of milk. Similarly, please churn and give me just the essence. And in answer to that, he speaks this. Okay? Looks like we won't touch. No problem. Continue. It's new for us. Yes. Yeah.
This conversation was between Parikshit and Uttara Maharani.
Yes.
But then this book is by Sanatana Goswami.
Yes.
So this conversation happened 5,000 years back in Sanatana Goswami.
Yeah.
500 years.
Thank you for this opportunity. I was going to actually offer my respects. I heard brihadbhagavatamrita twice in 2 different seminars across so many days, recordings of it by His Holiness Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu Swami Maharaj. Like normally if I prepare for any special topic like that, I first check whether Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu Maharaj has actually spoke on that. Because Maharaj has this genius, he has this skill to actually narrate complex philosophical point so effortlessly, brand new person can understand. Reason why I'm citing Maharaj here is, same question was asked to Maharaj in one of the class. How does Sanatana Goswami, where is Sanatana Goswami in this picture? I like this class. Based on the questions. That means you are attentive, I can't cheat you. Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari. Sanatana Goswami is, who is the author of this book, is Rati Manjari, direct associate of Srimati Radharani. In some places, she is also known as Lavanga Manjari. And because of her exalted position, she had access. If you look at how Goswamis, they excavated, lost places of pastimes in Vrindavan. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, if you read Chaitanya Charitamrita, specifically he will send different devotees, like Tapan Mishra, he sends from Bangladesh all the way, you go to Kashi. Why Kashi? On one hand, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself says, Mayavadi Bhashya Shunla, Sarvanashi says, you don't hear anything about, but he's sending him to the den of Mayavadi. But he had a mission, because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to go there in future. Likewise, he sends two of his closest associates to Vrindavan. And the reason is, if you read that, Prabhupada actually writes, they were manjaris in Vrajalila, and they know exactly same position, what pastime, where it happened. So long before even the 6 Goswamis go, the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually go there. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu specifically gives them services to identify these places. And they pass that information, or they actually make the groundwork there. And then Goswamis go there and further develop there. So you will see it like that. Coming to your question, when this question was asked to Maharaj, Maharaj said, just like he was saying even in the class, I'm speaking now, you are recording it. It's a technology. Somebody else will actually hear some other time. Likewise, there are 13 witnesses for any activity that happens in this world. Bhagavatam says, nature also records all the information. And someone of the stature of Sanatana Goswami, they know how to tap that information from the nature. And you will see that technology in many places. Like for example, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one day he does holy name Harinam, and then he looks towards a village and he says, Narottam, 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 like that. Nobody knows who Narottam is, because Narottam came after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Narottam Das Thakur. And then Nityananda Prabhu knows who Narottam Das Thakur is, of course. So then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu goes to the river Padma, he dips fully, and then when he comes out, he tells to Nityananda Prabhu, I have invested all Krishna Prema in this water. And Narottam Das Thakur will take it. That's like sometimes I think, everyone has a locker, that's a certain type of a locker. And then Nityananda Prabhu specifically asks Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, how do we know the one who is coming is actually Narottam Das Thakur? He says that personality, when he enters into this waters of this river will overflow. And then with that you identify that person as Narottam Das Thakur. So other associates, of course Nityananda Prabhu is asking this question not for him, because even he won't be around. He is asking it for other associates. So everyone hears that, and later on that's exactly what happens. When Narottam Das Thakur appeared, at that time his father was a great king. And the astrologer comes, actually one yogi, he comes and he looks at his astrological chart and he says, he'll be a great Mahashya, he'll be a great elevated soul, and he will take up renunciation. The king gets shocked because he is his only son, heir apparent, he doesn't want to lose him. So then the yogi tells him, well, if you want to keep him, I can tell you this much, to the extent that you can keep this child away from that river. If he goes to that river, he also doesn't know why, but that's how much the astrological chart says. If he goes to the river, that's it, you lose. So from childhood onwards, Narottam Das Thakur, whenever he looked at the river from far, he would always want to go, and his parents were restraining him. And then later on, by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one day he goes, dips, And then we know what happened after that. So like that, Maharaj says, nature records the information. Astrology works like that. So same way, a great personality like Sanatana Goswami, they know how to unwind the secrets of nature, extract the information and give it to us. Okay. This is also a technology which we are yet to fathom. By the way, you see this one? This is also one question. Prabhu, will the sound quality be better this time? One devotee asked. So this is actually gifted to me by one devotee who is attending class, who wants to remain online yesterday. And I just learned just before starting the class. I told the other brahmacharis, please test it. But only request he put is, Prabhu, only you should be using it. I said 100%, I promise I will be using. Things like this, I would assume, would be expensive. Talking about contribution, even this, I am very impressed with how nicely, our community members are taking care of this. This is actually sponsored by Malabika Mataji, Manasvi Mataji, I think that's her name now. 4.5 years ago, and we are still doing very well. So anyway, so that's a different type of technology, just like this. See, it evolves. Last time we struggled, hopefully we won't struggle with this, and I hope online devotees can hear clearly as well. So that's how this knowledge is transferred. Okay, so this is how you see Sanatana Goswami taking that information.
So what are the 13 different witnesses?
Good question. I will somehow find a relevance for those 13 witnesses later in one of the classes, and I'll let you know. We just need to, today's first class, I just want to start invocation. Okay. Mangalacharan. If you remember Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, there are 3 purposes for Mangalacharan. Mangala means auspiciousness. Even when we do Homa, we sing Swasti Vachana, Om Punantuma Deva Janaha, Punantu Manasa Diyaha, we recite. Same way, Mangalacharan, when we recite this before studying Shastras or before hearing Shastras, it creates a certain ambience, both inside and outside, that makes us more receptive to receiving the knowledge. And there are 3 purposes for reciting Mangalacharan. First purpose, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, is Namaskar, to offer our obeisances, pranam, to the Supreme Lord and to all the devotees. And here you will see the different personalities who Sanatana Goswami offers his respects to. As I said, just this section alone, I'll go through verse by verse, just the translation, because it's so important to prepare our consciousness. This is like the Adiva ceremony. So it's very, very important that we prepare our consciousness properly so we can be the worthy recipients. We may still be unworthy. We are the fortunate recipients, that may be more apt, of this mercy which Srila Sanatana Goswami is giving. So he'll offer respects to Srimati Radharani, all the gopis, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to the Dham, Mathura Dham, so on and so forth, you will see. So first 10 verses are important. I'll quickly read them through. I'll elaborate little. We have time till 11:30. Because I took questions already, I'm going to take your time now. Back. It works both ways, come on. So I'll quickly read this. So the first purpose of Mangalacharan is Namaskar, to offer respects. Second purpose, Vastu Nirdesh, you establish the object of worship. Why you are doing what you are doing, who do you want to worship through this work or to this devotional activity that you are about to embark on. So Namaskar, second is Vastu Nirdesh, and the third is Ashirvad. This also gives us benediction, like Falastuti, what benefit you will get. Okay, so Mangalacharan establishes these 3 always. First, it offers respects to the object of worship. It establishes the object of worship, Vastu Nirdesh. Then it offers respects, and it also offers benedictions, who offers these respects. So Sanatana Goswami, he starts this book. As I said, there are 14 chapters in this book, but you have to understand, he is actually taking 18,000 verses and is giving in just 3 small books, relatively speaking. So you can understand how much each verse which he has actually written should be loaded with spiritual information. As a teacher, my challenge here is, if I go too much detail, then the class will go very slow. But if I go too fast, then you will miss information. Somehow we have to balance these two. Because after this, we want to actually read srimadbhagavatam. Somehow. So I'll try to maintain the pace. That's why I'm saying I read this once, read twice, thrice, and then I realized, okay, I can go section by section, touching on important points. But wherever, some of them they need more, and you will see that more in part 2. Part 1 at least we have come across quite a bit. Part 2, there are so much information there which we usually don't get to hear. Like especially about the holy places, Dham, spiritual world, cosmology comes in, different levels of the universe, in each shell who is worshipping who, all of that. So technicalities is there. I'll touch on Vedic cosmology as and when, just to set the context when we go there. But let us start with this. Just the Mangalacharan alone, I'll go verse by verse. And after that, I will try to maintain the balance. I try to simplify it as much as possible. And I'll keep repeating it every time so you don't lose the context. Okay, so there are 7 chapters. And every chapter would actually set some context. So this particular chapter is titled Bhauma. Bhauma means earth. So this is happening in earth, which means other chapters won't be happening in earth. It will be happening in other realm. And they'll set the context clearly, where exactly it's actually happening. The chapter 1 is titled Bhauma, on the earth. First verse. All glories to that inconceivable Lord who descended to bestow the gift of perfect love for his own lotus feet. Who is it? Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One bit of information that is very valuable to know is Sanatana Goswami wrote this book during the physical manifested pastimes of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu was still performing pastime. He himself refers to that in one of the verses. So he was writing it at that time. This is not written after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. During the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this book was written. So he's saying he's an ocean filled with many kind of sweetness, and he always bears the fragrance of fresh youth. In his form as Sri Chaitanya, he has realized the last extreme of transcendental experience, the love residing eternally in the gopis. Text 2. All glories above all to the gopis headed by Sri Radhika. So first he offers respects to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He would again and again offer. So then he is offering respects to all the gopis headed by Srimati Radharani, who are famous as the Lord's dearmost devotees. No one can even begin to properly describe the charm of their supreme affection for Sri Hari. Realizing that the ecstasy of his beloved devotees is even sweeter than his own. Just one pastime comes to mind. Krishna, when he is in Dwaraka, he would play a game of dice with his queens. And it is said Krishna always wins. And the way how he wins is, he won't cheat anyone, but he'll still win. Krishna, he knows the psychology of all of us. 8.4 million species. He knows exactly how a dog feels, mosquito feels. He knows everything. Spiritual personalities also. He also knows how dice is also a personality, right? He knows. So the dice, all of us have our own favorite spiritual personalities. Even if you take Bhagavatam, we have our own favorite sections. We are neophytes, we still have that tendency. But in spiritual realm also, we have spiritual desires. So these dice, they love to hear glories of his devotees. So when Krishna is playing with Rukmini ji, when his turn comes, as he is ready to roll the dice, at that time specifically he'll start to glorify devotees. He'll start to glorify devotees and then he will roll. And if Krishna doesn't get the number he likes, he will continue to glorify. Until the dice in his ecstasy, he'll be rolling and he'll stop at that time. He says like, so this is how it's said, Krishna has that sweet relationship. So Krishna always loves to glorify his devotees, even otherwise, more so when he is playing the game of dice. The Lord descended to this world, realizing that the ecstasy of his beloved devotees is even sweeter than his own. Out of greed, the Lord descended to this world in the form of his own devotee. Dressed as a renunciant, golden in effulgence, he bears the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya. All glories to that Lord Hari. Srinivas Acharya's father, he comes to the place where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu takes sannyas. What's the name of the place? Katwa. So in Katwa, there are many people, you know that famous story, when one barber, he was trying to, speaking about that, in Mayapur, as we were driving towards our temple, this is after Srivasangan, after Yogapit, between that space and there, I went to Mayapur recently, a month ago. And there was one deity of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his sannyas vesh who was there, very close to Bhakti-rasamrita hospital, you will see. I remember 10 years ago, once when I was traveling with my Guru Maharaj was looking at it and he said, this is not the mood. Because devotees in Navadvip Dham, they don't like to worship Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in sannyas vesh. Their heart gets broken. They are used to dealing with him as either naughty Nimai or Nimai Pandit, curly hair, Ajana Lambita Bujo. You know, he's a very tasteful dresser, it's given. He wears beautiful garlands. He loves sandalwood pulp. He loves actually applying perfume on his body, so on and so forth. So my Guru Maharaj was actually saying, they have just installed it here. Maybe they didn't think it, but this in one sense, it's more like a rasabas. This time when I was actually going, I looked there. I was feeling so happy because same deity now they dressed as Nimai Pandit. I was feeling so blissful. Wow, you know, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's actually showing different form there. I went after like 8 years now. This time when I went, he's showing his Nimai Pandit form. So he's saying he bears the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya. So Srinivas Acharya's father, he goes to Katwa. And when the barber was about to shave his hair, there were thousands of people around. They were all shouting, don't shave, because they were thinking if they shave, the barber shaves, that means Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to become sannyas. And nobody wants Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to take sannyas. But then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tells, shave. But then the barber is now in a fix. On one hand, there is this hundreds of thousands of people who say don't shave. And he knows what his position will be if he goes out. So he is very scared. And he also doesn't want to do. He is Supreme Lord, curly hair, who would want to do? And it's a very emotionally heart-rending section. You will see. But then he shaves. After shaving, he drops the knife. Chaitanya Lila says he has never touched that knife again. He stops his profession. And because he touched the Lord's hair, it's given whatever he touches in cooking will taste like nectar. He opened a sweet shop after that. It's given like that. No, it's given. He said like, after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I'm not going to shave anyone. He just threw it away. So in that group, there is one person, Srinivas Acharya's father, he comes. He actually goes, he hasn't seen Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He has just heard his name. He fell in love with his name. Falling in love with his name, and I actually read that, I came across a spiritual name of Supreme Lord. I also fell in love with it. I haven't seen him yet. Badri Vishal. Somehow that name Vishal sounds like a modern name, you know. Hi, I'm Vishal, like that.
This time I couldn't go. I was in Rishikesh for a month. I just didn't get time to go to Badrinath. Beautiful name. I have seen the form of the Lord in artwork. Such a beautiful form of the Lord, Badri Vishal. He falls in love with this name, Chaitanya. So he goes to Mayapur, Navadvip Dham, and he asks, where is Sri Krishna Chaitanya? They say, like, don't you know he has gone to take sannyas, Katua, and he runs. Finally he goes there. And he is also one among those members of the crowd, and he looks at him. And all he could mutter was, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. From that point, after Chaitanya Mahaprabhu
takes a sannyas, takes bath, does a harinam, he moves on, he rolls on the ground, taking all the hair, taking all the hairs of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, even the dust smearing on his body. And it's given from that point onwards, he never spoke a word in his life except Sri Krishna Chaitanya for the rest of his life. So, that's the potency of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Dressed as a renunciant, golden in effulgence, he bears the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya. All glories to that Lord Hari, who has appeared as the son of Mother Sachi. Next verse, text 4. All glories to Goddess Mathura Devi. Now he is paying obeisance. Initially he paid obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then to all the gopis headed by Srimati Radharani, now to Mathura. Mathura Devi. Devi is a term, technically it means goddess. So Mathura is also a personality. Devi also means one who is effulgent. So according to Skanda Puran, there are 7 principal holy cities, of which Mathura is the primary. Kashi, you might have come across Kashi, Kanchi, Avanti, Ujjain, modern day Ujjain, Kanchi for Kanchipuram, Kashi, modern day also it's Kashi, Kashi Benares, Kashi, Kanchi, Avanti, Mathura, Ayodhya, Mayapuri, but this Mayapuri refers to Haridwar, and Dwarka. So there are the 7 principal holy cities, very, very ancient cities. Kashi, Kanchi, Kashi, Kanchi, Avanti, Mathura, Ayodhya, Mayapuri, this is Haridwar. And Dwarka. So Skanda Puran says, of these 7 principal cities, Mathura is the topmost. So all glories to Goddess Mathura Devi, the best of the holy cities. She enchants the mind. She is most dear to the enemy of Kamsa. Who is the enemy of Kamsa? Krishna. She is most dear to the enemy of Kamsa.
You didn't mention Ujjain.
Avanti is Ujjain. And she is adorned with Lord's birthplace. The city of Mathura is acclaimed throughout the world for dispelling misery and bestowing liberation and devotion, not to mention the various pastimes the Lord played there. Text 5. All glories to this place where we are living, Lord Murari's Vrindavan forest. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10th canto, it says there are 3 places in Vrajabhumi which brought maximum pleasure, Uttama Priti, that's the word that's given for Krishna Balaram, both of them. Vrindavanam, Govardhanam, Yamuna Pulinanicha. Vrindavana, Govardhana, Yamuna Pulinanicha means Yamuna along with her banks. Pulinani is banks of Yamuna. These 3 places, Vikshya Shid, Uttama Priti. Simply, Vikshya means simply by seeing. Simply by seeing this, Rama Madhavayor Nripa. Simply by seeing this Rama and Madhava, which is Krishna and Balaram, simply by seeing these 3 places. What are the 3 places? Vrindavan, Govardhan and Yamuna along with her banks. Vikshashid Uttama Priti. They experienced maximum pleasure. It's given like that. All glories to this place where we are living, Lord Murari's Vrindavana forest. Which means, where is Sanatana Goswami writing this text from? Vrindavan. So he's writing right there, and that's why he's saying. He prefers residing here to residing in Vaikunta or in the hearts of elevated saints. In Vrindavana, while always tending his cows, he gives pleasure to the gopis whose love for him in the mood of the rasa dance, he increases by sweetly playing his flute.
In regard to Mathura, it's given Nityam Sannihito Harihi, which means the Supreme Lord Hari is eternally there in Mathura. But Acharyas explained, Vrindavan is still considered topmost because even though it's given regarding Mathura, Nityam Sannihito Harihi. Nityam means eternal, Sannihita means he is there, Hari, his Supreme Lord. Even though he is eternally there, he is not visible all the time. Does that make sense? In Mathura. Whereas in Vrindavana, he is visible to his devotees all the time. Because he loves the place so much, he always does his manifest pastime. All the time. Even when Krishna is performing pastime in Dwaraka, Mathura, you will still see pastimes of him in Vrindavan. Manifest pastimes. Even now, he is there. In Mathura, he is there eternally, but he is not visible. And you will come across in some places, as we progress through these chapters, you will come across all those subtle differences. I'll highlight as and when we go through them. So all glories to this place where we are living. Lord Murari's Vrindavana forest, he prefers residing here. So after Vrindavan, he would offer respects to, you will see, Govardhan and then Yamuna also. Text 6, all glories to Sri Yamuna, the daughter of the sun god and sister of Yamaraj. We study in Bhagavad Gita, Imam Vivashvate Yogam, Vivaswan. So Yamuna, Kalindi, she is daughter of sun god Vivaswan. And her brother is Yamaraj. Like when we study, Yama, Niyama. Yama means what? When we study the 8 limbs of yoga, Yama means what? Rules, no, don'ts. Okay, don'ts is things you are not supposed to do is Yama. Things you are supposed to do is Niyama. So don'ts and do's. Okay, Ahimsa, don't kill. So that is a Yama. Like that you will come across. Ahimsa, Astaya, don't steal. Like that. Okay, so Yama means rules. Yama means things you are not supposed to do. Yama Raj means what? So you have somebody who is in charge to make sure everyone is following the rules. That's why he's called Yamaraj. Understand? So that is her brother. So he is offering respects. She is beloved of Krishna, the killer of Mura. She has made friends with Mathura district and has exceeded the greatness of Ganga Devi. Lord Varahadev, in Varaha Purana, there is a reference where he says, glorifying about Yamuna, saying, Yamuna, she is 100 times more sacred than Ganga. And compared to any other place in Mathura, the place where Krishna killed the demon Keshi, because of which he gets the name Keshava. He kills Keshi, and the place where he killed Keshi, that is given, it's even 100 times more sacred than even Mathura. And after killing Keshi, right next to Keshi Ghat, Krishna went and lied down just to take rest. And it's given, that place is even more 100 times sacred than the Keshi Ghat. So Varahadev says this, so it has to be true. So the glories of Yamuna is, she has made friends with Mathura district. Why? Because she is meandering around and reaching everywhere. So she is friends with everyone. Friends with the forest, friends with Mathura district. Because she meanders around all the area there. On the pretext of being a river, she carries the nectar flowing from Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Text 7. All glories to Govardhana, the emperor of lordly mountains. The Lord's dear gopis called him the best servant of Lord Hari. Hantaya Madri Rapala Haridasa Varya. Haridasa Varya. Varya means the best. Hari means the Supreme Lord. Haridasa means servant of the Supreme Lord. Haridasa Varya means best of the servants of the Supreme Lord. So again, who is calling Govardhan as the best devotee? Gopis, which means it has to be true. All glories to Govardhana, the emperor of lordly mountains. The Lord's dear gopis call him the best servant of Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna disrupted the sacrifice for the worship of Indra to worship Govardhana instead. And then the hill resided for a week on the Lord's lotus palm. All glories to Sri Krishna Prema Bhakti. And now he is glorifying pure love for Krishna. that the feet of Prema Bhakti secretly comprise all the truths of the Vedas, liberation herself has come to worship her. Indeed, liberation abandoned by the Vaishnavas has now given up her dependence on mantras, penance, sacrifice and renunciation, and is eager to have the shelter of Prema Bhakti. A couple more verses. All glories to the all ecstatic name. So you look at the different personalities he is offering respects to. Who did he? Can anyone recollect whatever we discussed? Say one personality who he offered respects to so far. One of you? Dham. What Dham? Mathura. Okay. Any other? Lord Chaitanya. Good. Yamuna. Gopis and Radharani. Anyone else? Govardhan Hill. Good. So different personalities, and then Prema Bhakti. After Prema Bhakti, now he is offering his respects to Nam Prabhu, the holy name of the Lord. All glories to the all ecstatic name of Lord Murari. It makes one put aside such tasks as meditation, ritual worship and social duties. If a living being even once takes the Lord's holy name, the name will grant him liberation. That holy name is the greatest source of eternal pleasure and is my very life and ornament. Text 10. I bow down to Sri Krishna Chandra. Now he is offering respects to Lord Krishna finally. After offering respects to all the devotees and everything that's related to Krishna. I bow down to Sri Krishna Chandra, the bestower of unconditional mercy. In the modern age, he has appeared as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to distribute the taste of pure love. Now listen to this. This is the final text. This book collects the essence of the scriptures, teaching, devotional service rendered to the Supreme Lord. Now if you look at srimadbhagavatam, the very third verse, in the very first canto, Nigama kalpataror galitam phalam shukamukad amrita drava samyutam pibata bhagavatam rasamalayam muhuraho rasika bhuvi bhavukaha. Bhagavatam itself is given Nigama kalpataror galitam phalam, which means Bhagavatam itself is ripened fruit of the Vedic tree. It's given. How can you take essence out of even that? So with that we can understand, if a literature claims itself to be even the essence of the ripened fruit, how much more thick concentrated juice there must be in this. That's why it's rated on par with the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada himself recommended us to read. You can read this. It's written by Srila Prabhupada's disciple, Gopi Pranadhana Prabhu. I'll just finish with this verse, the final verse. This book collects the essence of the scriptures, teaching devotional service rendered to the Supreme Lord. These essential teachings I have personally realized under the shelter of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Says Srila Sanatana Goswami. I received them from his dear devotee Sri Rupa. He is offering his respects even to his younger brother. However, if you go to Rupa Goswami's literature, he says, Srila Sanatana Goswami is my spiritual master. But here, it's like the opposite. Because they never feel. Prabhupada himself says in one place, in one purport, actually in Bhagavatam, in this particular context, Srila Shukadeva Goswami, who is a sannyasi, he is the spiritual master, he is a Paramahamsa. He is the spiritual master and Parishit Maharaj is his student. Even though he's, not even though he's a Grahastha, but Prabhupada says, actually they could have easily swapped their role. Both are on the same platform, Prabhupada says. Parishit Maharaj is also elevated. Same position as Shukadeva Goswami. Even though Prabhupada says he's a Grahastha. So similar context, Prabhupada says in another place when Vyasadeva is taking instructions from Narada Muni. Narada Muni is a sannyasi, Vyasadeva is a Grahastha. But Prabhupada says, but actually Vyasadeva is Shakti Avatar avatar of Supreme Lord himself. But he is showing us, even though he can also swap, he can actually be the spiritual master of Narada Muni, Prabhupada writes in Bhagavatam. Here he is teaching, just like how Lord Ramachandra, he took his Vashishta as his guru, Krishna took Shandipani as his guru, like that. He is actually showing us by example. So like that here we see their mood. Rupa Goswami, even though materially speaking he is not materially, there's nothing material about them. But by birth, if you see he is younger than him, he is still taking his blessings like that. May the Vaishnavas kindly hear this confidential scripture. Sri Bhagavatamrita, Jaimini Rishi spoke it to King Janamejaya in the enthusiasm of pure love. and then it starts the history which we just discussed. So next week I'll quickly recap that history, and then we'll move to Narada Muni's quest for finding the devotee who received maximum mercy of the Supreme Lord. We'll stop here. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Sanatana Goswami Pad ki, Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita ki, devotees of Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki Jai, devotees in Mayapur TV, YouTube and Facebook ki Jai, Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhagavata
His Grace Ghanashyam Govinda Prabhu ki Jai.
Prabhupada ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Gauranitai ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri brihadbhagavatamrita ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vranda ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, all glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna, all glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna, all glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna, all glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Krishna Lakshmi Hare Krishna. We'll start. No, it's the same. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai. Let's start with this prayers, recitation. If any of you like to lead the prayers, you are welcome. You can always come. It's just, as I said, just a matter of us repeating it. So if any of you feel comfortable, confident to even give it a try, you're welcome. Maybe next week, week after that. You can set up the mic and you can start the recitation even before we do. That's what we used to do before. It's just the prayers looked much more smaller. So don't get scared by the length. As I said, they are much easier. It's almost like prose. They're much easier to memorize. But you don't need to memorize. You can recite at your own pace. Madhusudani Mataji, you can take them. You can take a sheet from there if you like. Okay, let's get started. Shri Prarada Vacha Brahmadaya Suragana Munayota Siddha Satvaikatana Gatayo Vachasam Pravahai Naraditum Purugunai Raduna Pipipru Kim Toshtum Arhati Same Hari Ugrajate Manye Dana Bijana Rupa Tapashrutojas Teja Prabhava Balapaurusha Buddhi Yoga Naradhanaya hi bhavanti parasya pumso Bhaktya tutosha Bhagavan Gajayutapaya Vipradvisadgunayutadaravindhanabha Padaravinda Vimukat Svapacham Varishtam Manye tadarpita mano vachane hitartha Pranam punati sakulam natu bhurimanaha Naivatmana prabhurayam nijalabha purno Manam janata vidusakkaruno vrinite Yadyajjano bhagavate vidaditamanam Tachatmane pratimukasya yata mukashri Tasmadaham vigata viklava ishvarasya Sarvatmana mahigrinami yata manisham Nicho jaya guna visargamanu pravishta Puyeta ena hipumana anuvarnitena Sarve hi ami vidikarastava satvadamno Brahmadayo vayamivesha nachodvijantaha Shemaya bhutaya utatma shukaya chasya Vikriditam bhagavato ruchiravatare Tadyachamanyum ashurascha hatastvayadhya Modeta sadhurapi vrishchika sarpahatya Lokascha nivritimita pratiyanti sarve Rupam narsimha vibhayaya jana smaranti Naham bibemi ajitate bhayanakasya Jivarka netra brukuti rabhashugradam shrat Antrasrajah shatajakeshara shanku karnan Niradavita digibatari binnakagrat Trastosmyaham kripana vatsala dussahugra samsara chakra kadanat grasatam pranitaha baddhasva karma virusattamatengri moolam pritopavarga sharanam vayase kadanu yasmat priya priya viyoga samyoga janma shokagnina shakalayo nishudayamanaha dukkaushadam tadapi dukam matadiyaham bhuman brahmami vadame tavadasya yogam soham priyasya shuhrda paradevataya leela katastava narsimha virincha gita anjasti tarmi anugrinan guna vipramukto durgani te padayugalaya hamsa sangha balasya nega sharanam pitaro narsimha nartasya chagadan udanvati majjatauno taptasya tat pratividir yahi hen hanjayestas tavad vibhotanubhritam tvadupekshitanam yasmin yato yarhi yena cha yasya yasmad yasmai yata yadutas yastva parapparova bhavak karoti vikaroti pritak svabhava sanchoti dastadakilam bhavatasvarupam maya manasrijati karma mayam baliyaha kalena chodita gunanumatena pumsa chandomayam yad ajayarpita shodasharam samsara chakramajakoti taretvadanya svatam hi nitya vijitatma gunasvadamna kalo vashikrita visrijya visarga shaktihi chakre visrishtam ajayeshvadashodashare nispidyamanam upakarsha vibho prapannam drishta maya divi vibho kila dishnapanam ayushriyo vibhava ichchati yan janoyam yasmad pito kupita hasa vijrimbittabru vishpurjitena lulita satute nirastaha. I'll read the translation of Srimad Bhagavatam 7.9.9. Prahlad Maharaj continued, one may possess wealth, an aristocratic family, beauty, austerity, education, sensory expertise, luster, influence, physical strength, diligence, intelligence, and mystic yogic power. But I think that even by all these qualifications, one cannot satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, one can satisfy the Lord simply by devotional service. Gajendra did this, and thus the Lord was satisfied with him. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. I sent a mail last night just about our online broadcast. So moving forward, because there have been requests from devotees attending online. As you can see, most of the devotees they attend online, either live or sometime little deferred. So they were also requesting to be allowed to ask questions during the class. So to facilitate that, the online broadcast from today onwards will be done only in YouTube. And whoever wants to ask questions, either live or if you're watching later, they can type a comment and one of you can read out at the end of the class if there are any questions. And then a couple of devotees have volunteered, one devotee online and Deepthi Mataji also, to just paraphrase the answers and put it there in the comment. So whoever watches it later, or if you are actually watching it again, they are there permanently if you'd like to go through them. So that's the plan. We are starting now, so expect some hiccups. Okay, so today let's continue our discussion in Brihad-bhagavatamrita, chapter 2. So in the first chapter, we saw Narada Muni first going to a holy place called Prayag, and there he witnesses the worship of a Brahmana, and at the end of his worship, brihadbhagavatamrita. At the end of the worship, Narada Muni exclaims, "O the most favored devotee of Krishna." And in response to that comment by Narada Muni, the Brahmana refutes, saying he is very miserly, he is very fallen, and he is just giving whatever Krishna has given him, and that too not in full, just a little token of gratitude, token of appreciation he is actually offering. So he said he is not so great. And he compares himself to another king in South India, who he addresses as Maharaja. As we were discussing, Maharaja means they are not emperors, they are not ruling the whole world or the whole kingdom. As we were saying, this particular pastime, actually this whole part 1 of this book, it happens during the time of Pandavas, which means this book was actually narrating about the pastimes that happened 5,000 years ago. And during that time, the emperor was Yudhishthira Maharaj. So, which means it happened after the Kurukshetra war. So that's when Yudhishthira Maharaj becomes the emperor of the whole world. So during this time, when Narada Muni hears about the South Indian king, he goes to South India to meet this king. And true to the words of the Brahmana, Narada Muni could see how his whole kingdom is flourishing, even without them having to till the ground. The rice crops they were growing abundantly. Srila Prabhupada always says that the best time for rain to happen is at night time, and daytime there is plenty of sunshine. Prabhupada says that's good for agriculture. Daytime, if it's raining, Prabhupada says that's a sign there's going to be a drought soon. So Prabhupada always says the rain, they are best if they come at night. So in this kingdom, when Narada Muni was there, he could see the rain blessing the land at night time, and daytime there was like plenty of sunshine. So Narada Muni again, he goes to this king, glorifying him as the one best favored by the Supreme Lord, and for which he refutes again and saying, where do I stand in comparison to demigods, headed by Indra especially. And that's why we completed the first chapter. So today we are going to see the second chapter titled Divya. So if you read, by the way, the books have arrived. If any of you like to purchase a set, they'll be available outside or anytime from now on. Whenever you come, the cost of the set is $70, but they'll be available from today onwards when you step out of the temple room. So the second chapter is titled Divya. Divya means heaven, like transcendental. That's Divya. So this particular chapter, it discusses devotion of two particular devotees of Krishna. One is King Indra. Indra is the name of a position. Indra means king. So sometimes Indra is addressed by the term Devendra. Deva Indra means the king of the Devas. Likewise, you might have come across Gajendra, the elephant. It's echoing. You have to let them know. So Gajendra, Gaja is elephant. Gajendra means king of elephants. You know the famous pastime when a crocodile comes and catches hold. So that's Gajendra. Gaja is elephant and Indra means again king. So he is the king of the elephant. So this particular chapter discusses about devotion of Indra as well as Lord Brahma. Needless to say, when Narada Muni goes, observes what happens in Indraloka, he glorifies Indra, and after he glorifies Indra, Indra directs him to Lord Brahma. And then Narada Muni would actually go to Brahma to glorify him, and then it will continue from that point. Brahma will lead him to Shiva. Shiva will, likewise, you'll see Prahlad Maharaj, and then Hanuman, Pandavas, and then it goes all the way. Yadus, Uddhava, and then finally it ends in Gopis. That's how the whole 7 chapters finish. That's the quickest prelude to what is about to come. So, but basically this particular chapter discusses about devotion of Indra and Brahma. And today, let us see if we can cover Indra's devotion. Now, Indra is a position. Our current Indra's name is Purandara. That's the name of our current Indra. So Narada Muni, after getting the news about Indra's devotion from the South Indian king, he goes to heavenly kingdom to see Indra. And when he goes to see Indra, he sees in the big assembly of the Indra, of the demigods, he could see everyone is assembled and lot of worship is being offered to Supreme Lord Vamana Dev. So if you recollect, Vamana, that's the name of the Supreme Lord who scaled this entire universe in 3 steps, conquest over Bali, and returns back the kingdom that belongs to Indra, which is rightfully his. So since that pastime onwards, Vamana Dev, he is also residing there. You will see Vamana Dev residing in the kingdom of Bali Maharaj also you will come across. Sutala planet you will come across that. But Vamana is also staying there as Upendra. Upendra means Upa-Indra, younger brother of Indra. So one of Vamana Dev's name is Upendra. So that's the name of the Lord who is residing in the heavenly kingdom right next to Indra as his younger brother. So when Narada Muni goes to this assembly, he sees Upendra seated there and he is worshipped by different demigods there who is offering words of praise, prayers. You will come across 2 words. You may sometimes come across this word stava and sometimes stuti, like falastuti or stava mala. Stava means prayers. Stuti means glorification. Now sometimes prayers also may glorify, but prayers also may sometimes, like if you take Lal Samai prayers or Dainya Bodhika prayers, rather Dainya Bodhika, if you see, they will just express one's humble fallen condition. So it's not directly a praise for the Supreme Lord. Whereas if you take Stuti, Stuti is out and out only glorification. Whereas the prayers can be, there are like 10 different types of prayers. It's a different topic we can discuss some other time, but not all prayers directly glorify all the time. Sometimes it talks about our fallen condition, sometimes it discusses about what pain you go through, so many different things. Okay, but stava means prayers, stuti means glorification. So stava here refers to the prayers that all these different demigods, sages, they are all offering to the Supreme Lord. So when Narada Muni sees this is the scene, he goes to this assembly in search of Indra to glorify him because he wanted to glorify him as the one who is most favored by the Supreme Lord. And here he is seeing Supreme Lord himself being worshipped. All the sages are there, demigods are there, and they are all watching him, being glorified, being worshipped. In deity worship, there are 2 different types of offerings you will see. Like if you take our Archana process that we do in our temple, we offer 16 items. Sodasha Upachar, it's given. There is a more elaborate offering, it's 64 items are also offered. Both are authorized, both are coming from the Vedic scriptures only. So here he sees a very elaborate worship that's being offered to Upendra. And as he is being fanned, he is being offered words of praise. He looks at each one of them very lovingly. Imagine today is your birthday and you have all your family members, friends and everyone surrounded. And you would sit there and each one is actually giving you gifts, each one is glorifying you. And then you would say some sweet words in return. Imagine you have Radha Gopinath with you and you are celebrating their birthday. They have accepted the birthday cake. Imagine, take a moment to think, what is it that you would like Gopinath and Srimati Radharani to tell you about you? So many things coming to our mind, but we would want to hear something where the Supreme Lord is acknowledging our tiny little devotion, correct? That's something we would want. Like, if he says, "Oh Rati Mataji, I'm very pleased with your devotion." That's the kind of feedback we would like to hear. Or Ravi Prabhu, I'm very pleased with your prasadam distribution. Tony Prabhu, I'm very pleased with your prasadam distribution in Newtown, like that. So when you hear these words of glorification, not really glorification, rather acknowledgement from the Supreme Lord, how much you will be pleased. We'll feel, yes, this is the confirmation that Supreme Lord is accepting whatever offerings I have been making all along. So this is the scene which Narada Muni is seeing when he goes to that assembly, and this is what he's seeing there. Everyone is there, everyone is offering. Vamana Dev's wife's name is Kirti Devi. As everyone is offering words of glorification to Supreme Lord, offering him praise, offering him different items of worship, at that time, Kirti Devi, she is offering betel nut. She is folding and she is offering Krishna with Achyuta Prabhu. That's disturbing. So Kirti Devi, she is folding it, and she is offering it to Vamana Dev. Prabhupada says in one place, if you see Radha Madhav, if you go to Mayapur, you will see Chota Radha Madhav, you will see Radharani holding the tambula in her hands like this. Have you seen that? Like betel leaf with some ingredients folded, and she offers like this. Next time you see Chota Radha Madhav in Mayapur, Chota deities, there you can actually see Radharani is holding like this and she is offering. And Prabhupada says, whenever Srimati Radharani offers like that to Krishna, Krishna never leaves her. So here, Kirti Devi, she is also offering this to Vamana Dev. Vamana Dev is actually accepting it and he is eating. Description is given, he used his thumb and the forefinger to take that and eat like that. And he feels very happy. Like that. So here, this is what she is offering tambula to Supreme Lord. He is getting it and he is accepting her offering like that. So this is the scene which Narada Muni sees. He goes, sees in the assembly, Vamana Dev is right there, accepting all the offerings, and then being worshipped by the different demigods, sages like that. And then Kirti Devi, who is the wife of Vamana Dev. She is also Lakshmi Ji, but depending on the personality of Godhead, you will see some different names also that's given. Like we say Lakshmi Narayan. If it's Mahavishnu, we call the consort of Mahavishnu as Mahalakshmi. Like that. Like that here, Vamana Dev's wife, who is the supreme goddess of fortune, her name is Kirti Devi. So this is what he says. Narada Muni knows the etiquette because here he comes to glorify Indra and he sees Indra glorifying Vamana Dev. So he waits until the worship gets over. And the conclusion of the worship, Indra is feeling very grateful for what Vamana Dev had done. Because if you look at the whole appearance of Vamana Dev, the background is Bali Maharaj, he has taken away Indra's kingdom. And he has appointed demons in the place of different demigods. So this winter is very cold. You would like not to have winter at all, like this. You would have like a beautiful day always. So he was controlling the weather, he was controlling everything. And even during the sacrificial offering, Indra was not even getting anything, his sacrificial offering. It's mentioned that he was suffering from hunger and thirst during that time because no offering was actually going to him. So this is the position where Indra was, and in order to relieve him of this pain of being bereft of everything, his parents, who is Kashyapa and Aditi, they offer prayers to Krishna, especially Aditi. And in answer to her prayers, the Supreme Lord, he comes down as agreeing to be her son. And then he goes, conquers Bali Maharaj through cheating, transcendental cheating. What do they say? In all is fair in love and war. So somehow he cheats, he gets it, and he gives it back to Indra. So Indra is remembering that. In that gratitude, Indra has got 1,000 eyes actually. His whole body has got eyes. Tears are shedding from, it's given each one of his 1,000 eyes. So this is how grateful Indra is feeling. And as Vamana Dev goes, everyone is accompanying, following all the demigods. And then Vamana Dev just goes to his place and everyone is just seated there. Or rather they're standing there watching. Just like when you have a very beloved guest and they are going, you don't want them to leave you. But at the same time, you also know you can't stop them completely. That was their position. They don't want Vamana Dev to go completely. And at the same time, they also can't stop him. So this is the position. They are watching him. And as they are watching him, he just goes. And when this scene clears, when Indra turns, now Narada Muni proclaims, "O most favored devotee of the Supreme Lord, even the Supreme Lord is your younger brother and he is giving you so much association, accepting your offerings." And now Narada Muni repeats all the glorifications which the South Indian king had narrated about Indra. So we'll go through each one of them and we will see how Indra will in turn refute that none of these glorifications are true. When we sometimes hear glorifications, what is our mood? Will we react like Indra, the South Indian king, and the king or the Brahmana in Prayag? Or we will tell people, please keep on. Is that all you know about me? Please keep going. What is our mood? One devotee, we can never hear enough of our glories. One devotee asked me, here we see different levels of devotees. So who is the perfect devotee here? Good question. How do we understand who is the best here? Because Narada Muni finds some reason to glorify a particular devotee and the devotee just highlights his own faults and directs Narada Muni to a next devotee like that. So when we come across even in Shastras sometimes, or even in this Shastra, when we will conclude Gopis are the topmost devotees. Now how are we supposed to worship all the other devotees who Narada Muni met? Could be Hanuman, could be Shiva, could be Brahma, Indra. So Prabhupada explains, generally the mood of the devotee is they always feel they are the most fallen. They genuinely feel they are the most fallen. So when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Trinadapi Sunichena, Tarorapi Sahishnuna, we should feel ourselves lower, humbler than the straw in the street. Why straw in the street and not normal grass? Normal grass, even if you stamp, you walk away, it will stand up again. Only the straw in the street, you stamp, you walk away, it just remains like that. And we should be even more humbler than that. Is that how we are? In Nectar of Instruction, Srila Rupa Goswami, he explains 3 different types of devotees. You might have come across this before, but it's a Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama. Now again, you will come across 2 words. Adhikari and then Bhakta. So sometimes you will come across Kanishta Adhikari, Kanishta Bhakta, Madhyam Adhikari, Madhya Bhakta. Adhikari means one who is qualified. So just because somebody has a qualification doesn't mean they will act in that platform. Understand? This is based on one's behavior. If you call somebody as a Bhakta, that's based on behavior. Adhikari means somebody who has the qualification but not necessarily have to behave on that platform. Okay, I always give this example. If you take somebody who's a MBA graduate, they have studied business, but that doesn't automatically make them as a successful businessman. An MBA graduate is an Adhikari. A successful businessman is a Bhakta equivalent. Likewise, Kanishta, Madhyama, Uttama. If you call somebody as a Madhyama Adhikari, the person may be initiated, may be in shelter of a guru, but may not act humbly, befitting the position of a devotee in that platform. Does that make sense? So that's how we see. However, the point of discussion is not these 2 terms. Point of discussion here is, if you look at Nectar of Instruction, Upadeshamrita, text number 5, you can read it at your leisure. I'll just touch on that. That verse actually talks about 3 different types of devotees. The verse itself actually says, Krishnesi yasya giridam manasadriyata dikshasti chet praniti bicha bhajantam isham sushrushaya bhajana vigyam ananyamanyai nindadi shuni hirdam ipchita shanga labdva. So it says how we are supposed to, first of all, recognize whether somebody is Kanishta, Madhyama or Uttama. Point number 1. How are we supposed to respect them? Understanding which position the devotee actually fall under. If you see somebody as Kanishta, who is a Kanishta? The Prabhupada would call in some places the topmost devotee, intermediary, beginning level, or a neophyte devotee. In some place, Prabhupada would call Uttama as 1st class, 2nd class, 3rd class. So let's use the term neophyte. A neophyte devotee or a beginning level devotee, who is he? When this question was asked to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually says, if you take a group of people and in the group of people, someone says the name Krishna even once. If somebody says the name Krishna even once, then you consider them as a devotee. You mentally offer, you can go, you can take darshan. You mentally, Achyuta, you need to put a sign outside, open the door. So Kanishta means somebody among a group of people who is chanting the name of Krishna, even a little, somebody who says Krishna. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says you should immediately mentally offer them respects. So how do you offer respects to Kanishta Adhikari? Anyone, if anyone comes to temple, anyone says Krishna anywhere in the world you go, you mentally offer them respects, which means in your mind you offer them respect. You still treat them respectfully, as if you are paying obeisances right in front of them. That's mental obeisances. So, Krishneti yasya giridam manasadriyata. With manasa, we are offering respects to Kanishta. And who is Kanishta? Anyone in any crowd, they say Krishna even once. This is definition Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gives. There's much more details that's there. I'll come to that shortly. Madhyama means, who is Madhyama? Somebody who has taken up to chanting the holy name of the Lord seriously, sincerely. Dikshasti. Most important, they are initiated by a bona fide spiritual master. Such a person who is practicing Krishna consciousness properly, who is being guided by a bona fide spiritual master, and who is also involved in worshipping the deities, which means the second initiated in our line. That's Madhyama. Provided they do all of that, plus there are other symptoms also that's given. How does a Madhyama Adhikari deal with the devotees? I'll come to that later. That's Madhyama. Uttama means all of what Madhyama does, plus most important qualification for Uttama Adhikari is their heart is very pure and they are free from criticizing tendency. So if you watch carefully each one of them, you don't categorize a devotee based on their bhakti with Krishna, because we are not in a position to judge anyone's bhakti, correct? You look at someone, how much love they have for Krishna, how much bhakti they have for Krishna, that's up to, only Krishna knows that. It will be impudent of us to comment on that even. What to speak of categorizing someone. Understand? Whereas here Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama, they are actually given based on, not on their level of bhakti. All three of them, they have very good relationship with Krishna. Okay, Kanishta means one who knows how to. Third class devotee means one who knows how to deal with Krishna only. One who knows about deity worship only. They don't know how to deal with Krishna bhaktas. Okay, so all three, they know how to deal with Krishna. So that's not how you categorize them. So you keep Krishna out of this equation. So God is not in this equation, how you classify. This is given by God himself. He says, I have no problem with everyone. Is there anyone here who has issue with Gopinath? Put your hand up. But if I tell you, is there anyone here who has any problem with any other devotee in this community? I think so. Put your hands up, all our hands will go up. So issue here is not with our love and devotion. Everyone loves Krishna. How many of you have watched a Little Krishna cartoon? Anyone? Anyone watched? Yeah. Everyone loves Krishna. Everyone loves Radharani. But we have issues dealing with devotees. So depending on one's maturity, how one can deal with Krishna's devotees, that's what's gonna dictate in what category we are gonna fall under. Whether we are third class, second class or first class. Third class devotee means they have zero dealings. They think, I know Krishna, I can know. Do you know me? I'm such a great devotee. You don't know? Please let me explain about my own glories. That's Kanishta. Totally self-centered person who thinks he or she is the greatest devotee of the Lord. But here we are seeing repeatedly, really advanced devotees, they feel very, very humble. The more one advances in bhakti, more humble ones become. The more learned a person is, more humble the person becomes. Vidya dadati vinayam, it's given. The more one has vidya, the more one has humility and peace at heart. The more one is half-baked in one's understanding, the more one tends to become very egoistic that way. Okay, so Kanishta Adhikari means one who can deal with only Krishna and not with devotees at all. They don't know anything about how to deal with Krishna. Madhyama, on the other hand, they know how to deal with 4 different personalities in 4 different ways. First, Ishware Tad Adineshu, they know how to worship the Supreme Lord. Balisheshu Dvisatchucha, they know how to deal with the devotees. So they know how to deal with the Lord, they know how to deal with devotees, they know how to deal with people who are innocent, as well as how to deal with those who are envious. To Supreme Lord, they offer very nice worship. To devotees, they actually develop good friendship with them. To innocent people, they actually show mercy. And to those who are envious, they just avoid them. They don't fight with them, they just avoid them, because it's just an emotion somebody goes through, so you wait until they become little bit more innocent, and then they will also be giving the mercy. Just because they are avoiding doesn't mean they are actually reciprocating with envy. One of the names for Yudhishthir Maharaj, one of the Pandavas, his name is Ajata Shatru. Ajata Shatru means he for whom no enemy is born. But here we see, Mahabharata says 500 million soldiers, they got killed in Kurukshetra war. And he is one of the king, the king who won. Duryodhana was his enemy. But actually Duryodhana was treating Yudhishthir as his enemy, but Yudhishthir wasn't treating Duryodhana as his enemy. Okay, that's why envious means somebody may be envious of you. Doesn't mean you have to be envious of them. Again, but you stay away. Okay, if you see a snake like that, what do? Snake is generally known for its anger. Even without provoking it, it just comes hissing. So what do? Fight with it? Run away from it. Basically, that's what you do. So envious means you avoid. So Madhyama Adhikari, second class devotee means they know how to worship with Lord. Kanishta Adhikari knows only how to worship with Lord. Kanishta doesn't know how to deal with them. Madhyama means they know how to deal with the devotees. They make friendship with the devotees. They understand the mercy of the Lord only comes through the devotees. They understand service of Krishna is incomplete without serving his devotees. Krishna is known as Bhakta Vatsala. And innocent people, whoever who comes to Krishna wanting to perform bhakti, they teach them how to perform bhakti. They guide them. They give them their kripa, their mercy. That's why we say bhakti is not achieved. It is awarded. It is given to us. We are here because some Krishna Bhakta or some point they have spoken to us about Krishna. Someone has actually guided us. This is how you go to temple. I'm pretty sure most of you will have experience coming to temple. I remember coming to this temple first time in 2006. I just went to the park searching for the temple. Where is the temple? I came through the road. They just keep going straight. I was looking for some, tomb, Gopuram. Where is the temple? I went past Radha Gopinath's temple there, and from that angle I'm seeing Radha Krishna temple. Then I came back again, crossed the road. Somebody guided. Envious, again, we avoid for obvious reasons. Uttama Adhikari, they will know how to do all of this, but they actually won't see who is envious, who is innocent, and who is the devotee. They are so pure at heart, they see all living entities same. Which means even if an envious person comes, they'll show love. A devotee comes, they'll show love. A person who is very innocent, they come, they show love. They are so pure at heart, they know how to offer topmost bhakti to the Lord, and they also know how to offer topmost dealings with other fellow human beings. For that matter, all living entities. They don't even harm any plants, birds, you name it, reptiles, insects, worms, none of them. So Uttama Adhikari, again, this is his position or her position, can be a Vaishnava or a Vaishnavi, but this is Uttama Adhikari. Uttama Adhikari, again, by definition, they don't discriminate. This person is a devotee, this person is envious, this person is innocent. They don't make any such distinction. They deal with everyone with the same. They don't have any criticizing mentality at all. They don't criticize at all. Now for Kanishta Adhikari, how do we offer respects? Mentally. Madhyama Adhikari, how do you offer respects? By actually offering pranam, panchanga pranam, ashtanga pranam, bowing down or falling flat fully. That's how you offer respects. Uttamadhikari, you go and take guidance from them. You go and serve them. You go and seek some instructions from them. So this is Uttamadhikari. Understand? So this is how the dealings of each one of these devotees go. This is their mood. Likewise, if you read Nectar of Instruction, Upadeshamrita, 5th verse, you will see so many different details that Prabhupada gives. So on one platform, you can also understand them based on faith. For example, Kanishta, they just come to Krishna. Yeah, I go into every different temple. Like that, I come to Krishna. If somebody says, don't go to Krishna, they feel like, okay, I won't go to Krishna. So their faith is so shaky, and they can easily be swayed away from the path of bhakti. Whereas Madhyama, their faith is very strong. Uttamadhikari, needless to say, whoever goes, they influence everyone to become Krishna Bhaktas. That's Uttamadhikari. But everyone is a devotee. Likewise, based on knowledge, for example, knowledge of the Shastras also, they are divided. Kanishtadhikari practically has no knowledge about Shastra at all. Madhyama has knowledge of Shastras, scriptures, but not to the extent that they can engage in any philosophical debate with someone. They may do, but they may not be able to convincingly defeat the other person. So, however, because their faith is strong, even though they may get defeated in any debate or argument like that, they would still not leave the path of bhakti because their faith is strong. Uttamadhikari, on the other hand, they are expert in everything. They are expert in Shastra, they are expert in faith as well. So one is in relationship to the devotees, we can classify them. In relationship to faith, Shraddha Anusari, it's given. Shraddhavan Jana Hai, Bhakta Adhikari, Uttama Madhyama Kanishta Shraddha Anusari. There is a verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita that mentions based on faith, you classify them into 3. Likewise, based on knowledge also, we can classify them into 3. Prabhupada, quoting Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he also says there is a 4th symptom with which we can also identify an Uttamadhikari. How many people is such a devotee able to bring to Krishna consciousness? That's the 4th one. Based on preaching results. How many fallen conditioned souls are they able to influence, induce to take up Krishna Bhakti? So this is the 4th criteria. And Prabhupada says this is a more visible symptom. Who is more interested in sharing Krishna consciousness with others? And that can be through book distribution, through, just talking to someone, even, liking a video, forwarding a, nice quote of some devotee, Prabhupada, anything. So in whatever way, one is constantly, Prabhupada specifically explains in that verse, 2-3 times Prabhupada mentions this point. You can read that, Nectar of Instruction, verse 5. Prabhupada gives a lot of details there in that purport, Nectar of Instruction, verse 5, about how to identify which devotees in which stage. Prabhupada quotes from Chaitanya Charitamrita, from 11th canto of srimadbhagavatam, from other Shastras as well. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur also Prabhupada quotes. But one, Uttamadhikari means he or she constantly makes plans. How can I bring somebody to Krishna consciousness? How can I expand the preaching mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? So, Prabhupada says that is a more visible, tangible sign or a symptom with which you can identify an Uttamadhikari. Okay, so this is how the classification is given. So when we study Brihadbhagavatamrita, different devotees are in different level. In fact, all of them are in Uttamadhikari level only. None of them you can say. You take Indra, you can't say Indra's faith is shaky. You cannot say that. He's Indra for a reason. Likewise, knowledge of the Shastras, we cannot say. So each one is perfect in their bhakti in their own level. And Krishna enjoys bhakti from each one of us in our own capacity. So when it comes to comparing, we don't say, Madhyama means one who is better than Kanishta. We never do that comparison. We are comparing only based on these criteria. How is their dealing with devotees, how is their faith, how is their knowledge, and how much are they eager to expand the preaching mission of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this is how it's given. It has got nothing to do with Uttamadhikari means one who is better than Madhyama and Kanishta. We never talk like that. There is no such criteria. It's not given in Shastras at all. But interestingly, if you see each one of them, the categorization of these devotees is not based on their relationship with Krishna. Okay, this is something we generally tend to think bhakti means with Krishna. Where is Krishna here? He is there, of course, but what is given here is everything that's related to Krishna. How are we able to deal with Krishna's paraphernalia, including devotees? Okay, Hari Parshad, it's given, like everything that's related, like the paraphernalia, Parshad. Hari Parshad is all of them. Everything related to Krishna. How are we able to deal with all of that? That's what's going to categorize our type of devotion. Okay, not necessarily how much I'm attached to Krishna. That's not the criteria. That's between Krishna and the devotee. Does that make sense? So here, Indra, he is first of all being glorified by Narada Muni. And Narada Muni just repeats what the South Indian king had actually told him. And you will see, unlike our materialistic tendency, where we are very experts in claiming credit, even for work we didn't do. How many of you do that? All of us do all the time, in office work. One devotee asks Radhanath Maharaj in a class, Maharaj, sometimes we don't do any service much, but we get a lot of glorification. How many of you feel sometimes you receive undue glorification in life? It happens. And then the devotee asks, Maharaj, sometimes I work so hard and do service, but then no glorification comes. How many of you have that experience? And you feel someone else is taking away that. See, all of us can relate to that. Maharaj answered it. He said, just because in first scenario, you took things which doesn't belong to you. Second scenario, things which belong to you gets taken away from you. That's the reason. Just because you claim credit for something which you don't deserve, sometimes, other times when the credit is supposed to come, it's taken away from you. There has to be some compensation, right? Law of karma always works. That's the reason he says it doesn't work. So if you really want everything which you deserve, stop declining, or rather start declining, stop accepting things which doesn't belong to you. Then we will have full control in that sense. Okay? So here, you will see Indra's expertise. Normally, we are very experts in going and claiming credit for things which even we didn't do. But here, Indra so expertly picks a fault in his own attitude to decline all the glorification, one after the other. And then you will see the real mood of Indra. Okay, I'll go through some of them. He refutes each one, giving historic details, even some pastimes. I'll skim through how much ever I can. We have another 20 minutes. So here in text 9, chapter 2, Narada Muni says to Indra, you have surely received the Supreme Lord's mercy, because demigods like Surya, Chandra and Yama, what to speak of the other rulers of planets, all obey your orders. So he's saying, everyone is following, even Yamaraj, which means Indra, he is capable of sending anyone to heaven or hell, depending on their karmic balance at the end. That's his position. Of course, Krishna can overrule everything. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he is an expert in astrology, Surya Siddhanta. But he never analyzed astrological chart either for himself or for others. And when asked, despite having such expertise, why you are not doing, he says, I can do everything, but what astrological chart won't say is the Krishna factor. So whatever you can say, whatever you think you are predicting, Krishna can come and change it anytime. And you will see Prabhupada explaining about that in the 10th canto of Srimadbhagavatam. When Krishna appeared, you will see all the different signs, the ambience, they actually go against how the nature usually works. Suddenly you will see lotus and lily blooming midnight. Have you ever seen like that? It happens. Like that Brahmanas, suddenly they wake up and start to recite mantra. When I learned Homa, I was told ideal time to do Homa is before sunset. But here it's not even before sunset, it's midnight, No, practically no. Nothing is there. No light also, no moon also. But everything is happening. You will see even demons, they feel very happy at heart. Generally they are not. That's why they are called demons. Very envious. Even without any reason, they will be very envious of other people. In a very provoked, restless state they will be. But even they are feeling very peaceful at heart. Kamsa was thinking, what's happening? Why am I feeling so peaceful today? Like that. So Krishna, when he appears, even all the different planetary systems, planets, they actually realign themselves to create the most auspicious astrological position. This is their service for Krishna. So Prabhupada, when he explains that, he says, you see, at the time of Krishna's appearance, even the planets are realigning themselves. Similarly, if we take up to Krishna Bhakti, our astrological chart may say anything. Krishna will come and adjust it. You don't need to bother. So this is Prabhupada's assurance there. Okay, so here, sages like me are your subjects and Vedas praise you as the Lord of the universe. So here Narada Muni is glorifying you. Not only are the king of all demigods, but even the sages like me, we also follow you. This is Narada Muni's glorification. How wonderful that Lord Narayana has become your younger brother, which is true. Then Parishit Maharaj says, the sage among the demigods thus profusely declared the extreme good fortune of Indra. As he chanted Indra's glories, he played his veena and danced. Indra then welcomed Narada and in a soft voice humbly said, my dear Narada, expert in the art of Gandharvas. Narada Muni was a Gandharva before he became Narada Muni. So he's having a friendly, humorous exchange. So you will come across, this is one problem, I always take the pen from there, put it there, I have to keep changing. Okay, you will come across personalities, especially during appearance of Krishna, whenever there is some, music performance that's happening in heavenly kingdom, you will come across different personalities. Siddhas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas. I'm adding. What each one of them in musical performance, in their offering of their glorification, each one perform a very specific duty. Siddhas, they usually offer stuti, glorification. They recite mantras, they recite Vedic chants. That's what Siddhas do. Gandharvas, they are singers. Vidyadharas, they play instruments. Apsaras are dancers. So sometimes we come across, they were Siddhas, Vidyadharas like that, but each one, they know their duty. And each one do their service properly. So here he is saying, Indra then welcomed Narada in a soft voice, saying, my dear Narada, expert in the art of Gandharvas. Gandharvas are singers. Narada Muni, even as Narada Muni, he is a great devotional singer, but even his history is also, he is a Gandharva. So he says, because they are so expert in art, they are a little tricky. Sometimes, they'll say a word, but the word will have 10 different meanings. So in that sense, Indra is actually saying, oh Narada, who is an expert Gandharva, why are you making fun of me? Are you unfamiliar with what ruling heaven means? Don't you know how many times we demigods have had to flee heaven in the fear of Daityas? Now, Indra is actually saying, my dear Narada, it may look for others, the grass is greener on the other side, but let me tell you the real story, what's happening here. Because the South Indian king, he had glorified, these are eternal kings, the demigods, to whom Supreme Lord always gives audience, and they are fixed in the mode of goodness. He's saying, no, not like that. We run in fear. We run fleeing away from our own heavenly kingdom. Running whenever Daityas means demons. Okay, Bali Maharaj, some places you will see Bali Daitya Raja, they say like that. Okay, Daitya means demons, Daitya Raja means king of demons. Bali Maharaj was so powerful. One of them, Bali, once even took over as Indra. He appointed demons to all the posts like sun god and moon god. Can you imagine? Even sun god and moon god were demons. During his time, and took for himself my share of sacrifice. You know, when you say Swaha, Indra, Swaha, yeah, I am Indra. May Indra ho, he just comes and he takes away everything. Our father and mother then performed severe penances. It's only due to their devotion, Supreme Lord agreed to appear as my brother, not because of my devotion. You understand how expertly a pure devotee diverts any glorification to others. Okay, they not only understand their own fallen condition, but they are also very expert in giving the credit to whom it's due. Very important. Both. Don't take what's not due for you. More important is you give the credit to who it is due. In one place, Prabhupada, this is in morning walk, 1976, during Gaura Purnima. They are going on morning walk and Srila Prabhupada is saying, Sankirtan book distributors, I want to give this award. Then Harikesh Swami, his secretary at that time, he was walking and he tells to Prabhupada, there are two devotees and they distribute about 700 books each every day, big books. They are so much attached to doing this service for you that they didn't even bother to take break to come for Gaura Purnima festival. And they are the number one distributors for last year. Prabhupada says, so you need to give them Sankirtan award. So then Harikesh Swami is saying, how can we give the award? They didn't even come. Then Prabhupada says, doesn't matter, you make the certificate. Prabhupada is speaking certificate at that time. You make certificate and the certificate should look so nice and you then send it to them. At that time, this question was actually asked by Harikesh Swami. Prabhupada, you are giving credit to both of them. Wouldn't that discourage other people? Normally we think, right? If you give credit to someone who is doing something very well, it may discourage others. Here what Prabhupada said. Prabhupada is saying, you see, we are not here to create a classless society. And Prabhupada is saying, this is what communists try to do. You know, few people will work, everyone tries to take the credit. Even the few people who are working, they would start to think, why should I work? You know, when I can just sit in home, get free dole money, get credit, what's the point in working? So rather than everyone climbing up, even the guy who is sitting at the top, he ended up climbing down. So Prabhupada says, this is what a classless society will do. So we always give credit wherever it's due. If somebody does a service nicely, we should give them the credit. So they will be encouraged to do better and others can also follow their footsteps. Okay, so Prabhupada was very, very clear why credit has to be given. So here you can see Indra is not only declining to take the credit, but he is actually giving the credit to who it is due. In this case, his parents, Kashyapa and Aditi. And even then, first he says, Vamanadeva appeared not because of my prayer, I was suffering anyway. He appeared because of my father and mother's prayers. And after appearing, he didn't even kill. Normally when Supreme Lord comes, what does he do? He kills. Correct? When he comes, demons, that's what he has. Have you ever seen Supreme Lord coming down and he forgives someone? Okay, second chance, goes away. Have you seen that any time? Never happens. For Bali Maharaj it happens, of course. Because to Prahlad Maharaj, Supreme Lord has already given boon. Not only you, everyone is already liberated. So later on you will also come across Dhenukasura, who also happens to one of the Banasura. Dhenukasura, reason why Krishna doesn't kill is, Dhenukasura is one of the descendant of Bali Maharaj. Acharya is right, he is ready to pounce on him and then Krishna is thinking, Narsingh they promised already. So he was in a dilemma. At that time, Balaram, understanding Krishna's mind, he steps forward. That's why Balaram goes and kills Dhenukasura. He will come across like that. So here, he is saying, and even Indra, instead of even after appearing, normally Supreme Lord kills. Here he didn't kill, he is going and begging and bringing for me. I feel very embarrassed by that. So it's not like, such a great honor to be in this position. So this is Indra's point. He is saying, and even then, instead of killing those enemies, he only embarrassed me, returning my kingdom after taking it from Bali with the deceptive request for charity. We residents of heaven are tainted with faults like rivalry and jealousy. Again, he is refuting the point of the South Indian king who says, demigods, they're all fixed in Sattva Guna. He is saying, no, not like that. We also have jealousy. We also have our faults. And he highlights, in my jealousy I have killed Vishwarupa. Because of my fault I have killed, he says Brahmanas I have killed. Indra is actually taking such a humble position. Prabhupada, in one place, he says Alexander the Great. And then Prabhupada says, do you know why he's great? And then Prabhupada narrates this story. One day, as Alexander was staying in a tent, he was on a conquest to one kingdom. And when he was staying in a tent, they caught hold of a thief, petty thief, in that locality. Of all the places, he marked, the tent of Alexander to steal something. He comes to steal something and he gets caught red-handed. So they bring in front of Alexander, and then Alexander tells him, how dare you? Do you know who I am? He says, yeah, I know you are Alexander, the great emperor. How dare you steal something from mine? Then he says, I condemn you to death. Then he passes the judgment. But rather than feeling sad, this person, this culprit, he laughs out loud. Then Alexander gets puzzled and he asks, why are you laughing? Aren't you afraid? And this thief, Prabhupada says, he replied, what's the difference between you and me? You are a big thief, I'm a small thief. Like that. And then Prabhupada says, Alexander could see the point and he released him. Yeah, what you say is right, So Prabhupada says it's one thing to do mistake, but you become great when you accept the mistake and you move on. So if you see Prabhupada's mood is not to condemn at all. Prabhupada always goes for all-inclusive approach all the time. Prabhupada, in one place, I can give you a couple of examples that come to my mind. In one yatra Prabhupada goes after 4 or 5 years. He has been going many times, but he had performed initiation 3-4 visits before in that place, and one devotee who he initiated, he was having struggle practicing 4 regulative principles, chanting 16 rounds. So everyone has come inside the temple room, everyone is seated, and Prabhupada looks around and he sees one devotee standing out. He's shaven-headed, everything. And then Prabhupada asks, why is he standing? Then devotee says, Prabhupada, he has been practicing bhakti, but he's been facing a lot of difficulty. And Prabhupada calls him. And this devotee comes. And Prabhupada says, without going to detail, just Prabhupada says, whatever you have done, I forgive all of you. Now please join us. Prabhupada is so merciful. Another place, Prabhupada is writing one letter to a devotee. You are acting very independently. If you don't come and accept the authority of your local temple, then, I abandon you. I cannot actually take responsibility for you. So Prabhupada dictates a letter like that. And they are typing, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was there and he asks, Prabhupada, will you really abandon anyone? Prabhupada is saying, no. I'm saying it to inspire him to come back. So this is Prabhupada, and Prabhupada at that point says, Nityananda Prabhu, he is quoting, Nityananda Prabhu's mercy has no limits. So we are representatives of Nityananda Prabhu, so Prabhupada says, no, I will never, why will I actually abandon anyone? So Prabhupada's mood is like that. Okay, so when we represent Prabhupada, that should be our mood. We should never, differences of opinion may be there, but that doesn't mean we have to abandon anyone. Okay, so we can have difference of opinion, and it should be our culture that we protect devotees to have the difference of opinion. Okay, then it is proper culture. Not because, you don't want everyone to be here because either they feel they are forced, or if they express themselves, they'll feel abandoned. Then there is no question of love, there is no question of trust. Difference of opinion can be there, we agree to disagree, but it has to be done in accordance with Vaishnava culture. There are still ways to express it. There are still, generally, Vaishnava culture is you always glorify in public. Any correction, depending on your relationship with the person, or you have to go through someone else who that devotee has a relationship, and the correction has to go that way. But we often tend to do the opposite way. Yeah, actually the cooking was nice, but, and then we say, and we say everything wrong in public, or you go to Facebook, none of that is good. Okay, glorification, go to Facebook, correction, go in person. Okay, usually we tend to do the other way around, correct? So we have to be careful there. You must also know that my brother Lord Upendra intentionally disregarded me by taking from heaven the Sudharma hall and Parijata flower and bringing them to earth. There is one pastime that's given in Harivamsa, which is a pastime, which is supplementary to Mahabharata. Initially, when Satyabhama, when she asks for flower, Narada Muni goes first to heavenly kingdom. And he tells to Indra, you know, Krishna is there in Dwaraka, your brother only. So Indra sees Vamana becoming Krishna. Vamana is just descending down as Krishna. This is Indra's understanding. He didn't know Swayam Bhagavan Krishna, nothing at that point. So he thinks, this is my brother Vamana Dev. He has gone down to Dwaraka and he is there as Krishna. And now Narada Muni is coming, asking for the Parijata flower. Parijata flower is a very special type of flower that's there in Nandana Kanana garden that grows only in heaven and it never fades. Very special flower. So then Narada Muni comes and he says, you know, can I get that flower? I want to take it to Lakshmiji, Satyabhama. Then at that time, Indra actually tells to Narada Muni, you know, my brother, when he was here, he was very good. When he went down, he became degraded as humans. You know, he tells. He is also being influenced by so many of his wives. He feels very sorry for Krishna also at that time. And he declines, he doesn't take it. Like he doesn't let Narada Muni take a Parijata flower. He says like, no. I think he's misunderstood. Only when he comes back, he can take. He says like that. Then when the news goes down, Krishna says, no problem, I'll go and take it myself. Then he comes there. He picks up not only Parijata flower, but Sudharma hall also. You know, bonus. I am coming all the way, so I need to take something special. So he takes everything and he goes. So this is that's the pastime he is recollecting here. You must also know that my brother, Lord Upendra, intentionally disregarded me by taking from heaven the Sudharma hall and Parijata flower. Sudharma hall is like the assembly where the Yadus would actually assemble every day. But the assembly hall, imagine somebody comes here, you go to a hall, somebody takes the whole thing, like temple room, somebody takes it away, how will you feel? This is what Indra feels, because that was his assembly actually. Krishna comes, takes it away, extracts it and he says bye and he just goes. He takes it away to Dwaraka. So this is what he is saying. You are calling him as my younger brother, look what he is doing to me. And you are calling me as the most favored. It doesn't make any sense. He says, he ruined the worship of the cowherds I had been offering me for many years, and he burned down my favorite forest, the vast Kandava. Now he is giving his grievances. He is saying, he ruined the worship. Okay, this is fine. You know, I can forgive this, I can forgive that. You know, Brajabasis, they are offering me worship for so many years, and I've been blessing them. That also he ruined, you know, as a 7-year-old boy. Not only that, later on Agni goes and complains. You know, usually you do Homa, especially in those days, in Homa, you will study later, in Brahma Loka, it's given, there is a personality, Mahapurusha, like Mahavishnu, he is there, 1,000-headed, Sahasra Sirsha Purusha, that the Purusha Shukta we sing for him. So, it's given in Brahma Loka, the offering of Homa happens so continuously that the ghee offering that is actually done, it flows like a river into the mouth of Purusha. It's given like that. Can you imagine? Non-stop, it just, like we have Akanda Harinam Kirtan, likewise they do Homa, and he keeps on lying down and he keeps eating, drinking, literally it's given. It just enters like a river. River means continuously going, otherwise it's a pond, right? So it keeps going, so continuously they are doing. So it's given like that. So this is the offering Supreme Lord takes. But here it's given because how does the offering go to Vishnu? Through the medium of Agni. We say Swaha. Swaha is the name of Agni's wife. Okay, so when we say Swaha, when we throw the grains or offer the ghee. So because Agni has taken so much ghee, he develops some indigestion. You know, that's what's given. So he develops some indigestion and he tells to Krishna, you know, I need something for this. Then Krishna says, oh, you need to take herb. Because Agni Dev is such a big personality, Krishna gives him the forest, Kandava forest. And then everyone says, but that belongs to Indra. Krishna says, it doesn't matter. You know, we have to solve Agni's problem. Then he offers whole Kandava forest to Agni. So Agni takes everything, all the herbs, and then he feels cured. You know, his indigestion, because of the mass personality he is, he need to go take herbs on a mass scale. So that's the Kandava pastime. So here he is saying, Kandava is my own favorite forest. Krishna has burnt also by giving it to Agni. He has taken away by assembly hall. You know, he has taken away by Parijata flower. He has come down as my younger brother, but he never listens to me. He is going down and associating with humans. He stopped the worship of the cowherds to me. Like that he is saying, he has taken away my forest. How can you say that? And after all this, you are telling me I am the most favored? You can see Indra's point of view. Makes perfect sense. When the Lord was entreated to kill Vritra, who was devouring the three worlds, the Lord responded indifferently, merely sending me on his behalf. Devotees, everyone is praying, my Lord, please come and kill this demon, Vritrasura. He was swallowing, literally he was eating everything. Please kill him. Then, usually in such situation, Indra is saying, Supreme Lord himself comes and kills. Even for someone like Hiranyakashipu, who is like much smaller than him. Vritrasura, it's given, when he stood, his head is like going to the top of the universe. That's how big he was. And still for him, Krishna says, all right, you go. And he sells me, normally for sometimes you will come across when fight happens. Okay, we stand behind you, you go and fight. Then what are you doing? It's like that. He's saying, Krishna just sends me like that to fight with him. And you are saying, I am most favored. And because Indra, if you read the pastime, it's given in Bhagavatam, using Vajra, he had to kill, to sever the head of Vritrasura. It took him 1 whole year to cut his head. That's how big a personality he is. Okay, so these are the different instances he is giving. With no regard for me, he destroyed my capital, Amaravati. There is another pastime. Once Lakshmi ji, she asks, Supreme Lord, he comes in different avatars. There is one avatar of Supreme Lord called Vaikunta. When he comes, at that time, his wife, her name is Rama. Like we have for Vamana's wife is Kirti Devi. They are all different names of Lakshmi ji only. Vaikunta's wife is Rama. So she says, yeah, we have come here, but I would like our Vaikunta here. Then he says, well, we are in material world, we can create one small. She says like, no, I want exact same Vaikunta in this material world. So Vishnu creates one separate Vaikunta even above Lord Brahma's Satyaloka. It's called Ramapriya, the name of the, where's the pen? The name of that Vaikunta, it's called Ramapriya. Rama here refers to Lakshmi ji. It's not Rama, it's Rama. Ramapriya. That's the name of that spiritual planet. So it's there on top of Brahma Loka. So Indra is saying, he destroyed my capital, Amaravati. Amaravati is the name of Indra's capital. Amaravati is the name of Andhra Telangana. Amaravati. Okay, so it's there in South India also. There is a city by that name. It's a capital for a city. It's one of them, either Andhra or Telangana. One of them, capital is Amaravati, I think, if I'm not wrong. But this Amaravati is different. Indra's capital in heavenly kingdom, that's also called Amaravati. So he says, with no regard to me, he destroyed my capital Amaravati and built a new residence above all others for himself. Meaning, he built a separate Vaikunta planet. This is Dhruva planet is also Vaikunta planet. Vishnu Pada, it's called. That name is Vishnu Pada. When Vishnu used to reside there, Shirodakashai Vishnu, when he gives it to Dhruva Maharaj, from that point it came to be known as Dhruva. Likewise, he built one for Supreme Goddess of Fortune, Lakshmi ji, and he gifted it to her. He gives it to everyone. So this is called Ramapriya. And this planet is even above. Dhruva planet is below. 3-4 planets from Satyaloka, where Lord Brahma lives. This one is even above all the 14 planetary system. So he says like that. Okay, I'll stop here. There's a few more refutations he gives, and then he directs Narada Muni to Lord Brahma. We'll see that next week. Any questions, either here or online? Anyone here first? Yes.
Thank you very much for the class. And my question is about previous picture which you performed. I just opened it in phone. About 3 levels of bhakti, like Kanishta, 3 levels of Atika, Kanishta,
Madhyama and Uttama.
And my question is, you performed for us different classification. How we can recognize it? By
Shraddha.
Devotees, faith, knowledge, and patience.
Yep.
And my question is, where's Nishtha? Where it belongs to, for what of?
Nishtha, you mean?
Nishtha,
yep.
Like stable devotional service. I'm not sure, am I right or no? Because I heard that it's qualification of Bhakti-yama. But the question is, where it belongs to?
Yep, good question. So, when we classified Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama.
And sorry, probably just, I will little bit tell what I mean, like Sadhana Nishtha, like when we come to when we perform program even at home, not only in the temple, for example, once a week, or like when devotee becomes stable in his personal spiritual practice, like something like that. Okay.
So, question here is, I was mentioning there are 3 categories of devotees, Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama, and we saw few ways how they are categorized according to Shastras. What I have mentioned, it's not the complete way. There are many other ways that are given, but the question here is about how can we understand their because the categorization we saw, it's based on the dealings with the devotees, we saw based on how is their faith, how is their shastric knowledge, how is their preaching. So question here is, how can we understand the steadiness of these devotees based on sadhana nishta? How strong are they in sadhana? Kanishta adhikaris, of course, needless to say, their sadhana is very weak. Madhyama, their sadhana is fixed. Uttama adhikari, their sadhana is spontaneous. Spontaneous means gopis, they don't chant 16 rounds. They don't even count. But they chant Krishna's name in every breath, even in between breath also. So that's the spontaneous bhakti. So Uttama adhikari means, that doesn't mean they neglect sadhana bhakti. They do, but they don't do it as a sadhana. They love doing it so much that they keep on doing it forever because they like to do. They don't do it just to fill sadhana card. They don't chant the rounds just to pull one beat saying, oh, I finished 1 round, 2 round like that. They do bhakti in such a way that they understand fully and they completely realize. Like when we chant Hare Krishna, we say, my Lord, please engage me in your devotional service, oh energy of Lord. This is, we say it mechanically. Many times when we chant, our mood is when it's going to finish. But when Uttama adhikaris, when they chant, my Lord, please engage me in your service, it's literally a statement. They understand this is what I'm actually saying. So they don't even see difference between their sadhana, seva, their lifestyle, everything is one. Whereas there is always a gap between who we are and who we want to be. Okay, that's the categorization in regard to Nishta. Like that we can analyze, as I said, in so many different ways. I was just giving this just in relation to the 5th text of Upadeshamrita. Okay, because that particular verse, Srila Rupa Goswami, he specifically gives how to identify them, and then Prabhupada, to elaborate that, he gives all these references. Yes, Mataji. Anyone else here? Okay, online.
So we have one devotee who would like to book a set of Bhagavatam.
Okay, one devotee who would like to book a set of Brihad-bhagavatam, oh, sure. Yep.
Shiko Prabhu is asking, Hare Krishna Prabhu Dandar Pranam, what's the difference between 3 different forms of Vaman Dev in Vaikuntha, Heaven and Sutol?
There is no difference that is actually given. It's just that Supreme Lord, you will come across Avatar Tattva. We'll come to that later when we go to part 2. It's the same Supreme Lord, but he has his expansion everywhere. And later on, we haven't touched that verse yet. Indra himself would actually say, this Vaman Dev, even though from outside we think he's permanently living in heaven, he says, this Vamana Dev, I don't even know whether he's with me or with Bali Maharaj, or is he in Svetadvipa, or is he in Vaikuntha, I don't know. He just keeps moving, he's not here all the time. Because one glorification which the South Indian king gives is, whenever Indra offers oblation in a homa, Supreme Lord himself comes and he accepts the offering. So we think he's always with them, because he's his brother. But Indra says, whenever Supreme Lord appears, he appears like a flash, accepts it, at the blink of the eye, he just vanishes again. He doesn't even wait longer, he says like that. So Supreme Lord is not staying in one place. Only one place where he's always present is Vrindavan. Every other place he just comes, he's present, but he's not visible all the time. That's the question. Next question.
Generally it is said for preaching, even if one is in Uttama level, comes to Madhyama level, where they distinguish between devotees to preach. Please clarify this point. For
Okay. Good question. So, one point that's given is between Kanishta, Madhyama and Uttama. Kanishta, of course, they don't preach at all. Madhyama and Uttama, Because Kanishta, they cannot discriminate because they don't have enough knowledge. They don't know who to preach, what to say, when, nothing they know. Because of that reason only, they usually burn bridges with devotees. They don't even consider devotees properly. That's Kanishta. So we have to understand where we are. If we can't deal with the devotees properly, that means we are still struggling there. Our sadhana may be strong. We may even be preaching to people. But as far as dealings with the devotees, we can still be in Kanishta level. Does that make sense? We can never become Uttama. Uttama means complete package. Everything has to be perfect. Madhyama, Shastric knowledge is not as strong as Uttama, but it's still almost there. Kanishta means weak, but Madhyama can actually have traits of Kanishta also. Okay. Radhesham Prabhu, he says in one class, we are devotees now, but we shouldn't think, I'm practicing devotee for 20 years, 30 years, so, I can relax a bit. Why? Because we became devotees after so many millions of lifetimes as karmis. We have no devotion. We may even be demons, anything. So he says, in order to stop being a devotee, you just have to stop chanting. But in order to be a karmi, you don't need to do anything. You are automatically default script there, you will go there. Does it make sense? You don't need to make any plan to become a non-devotee. It's very easy to go there. So he says, because our conditioning is to go back there all the time, we should never stop doing bhakti. We should never think, I've been practicing bhakti long enough, so I can relax a bit. No, we should actually intensify the bhakti as time goes. Because our life, our past memory, samskar, as a non-devotee is much more stronger. How much, if you close your eyes, how much are we able to think about Krishna? We need to exert ourselves to think about Krishna. But every guy who we fought with, in our life, everyone who we are upset with, have you got that experience? You sleep, you wake up, first thing you will remember is just, why him, or why she, whatever. Because our samskars, mental impressions of bad karma is much more stronger. So we have to constantly keep fighting. We should never slack in our bhakti. Coming to this point, same way, somebody from Kanishta coming to Madhyama, the traits of Kanishta is still there, because it's almost being a non-devotee. You have Krishna bhakti only, but we don't know. Dealing with Krishna, how often do we deal with Krishna in our life? You take in a 24-hour period of a devotee, of a Hare Krishna devotee. How often do you talk to Gopinath? If at all, every day. 5 minutes maybe, 10 minutes. How often do you talk to devotees? All the time. So our dealings with the devotees, that is where we will actually see our maximum progress actually happens. That's where our maximum challenge is. Okay, so we have to understand this is where a lot of our work needs to happen. Now coming to the question, Kanishta, because they are weak, Madhyama is there, he may still have the traits, but the question is different. The question is, Uttama, because they don't see anyone as devotee, non-devotee, they cannot preach. Does that make sense? Because they don't discriminate. They see everyone as him. Which means they don't preach. In order to preach, generally it is said they come to Madhyama level to preach. Prabhupada is Uttamadhikari. But in order to preach, he has to actually see, okay, this person is a devotee, this person is a non-devotee, I need to focus on him to preach. That doesn't mean Uttamadhikari becomes a Madhyamadhikari person. It's not like a switch. Okay, today I'm going for preaching class, switch it on. Tomorrow switch it off, not like that. For our understanding, it's given like that. Okay, that they have to think like a Madhyama to see, okay, this person is a devotee, this person is a non-devotee, okay, I need to give mercy here. So they need to see that. Otherwise, somebody in Uttamadhikari platform, Srimati Radharani, you take any pure devotee, Goswamis, they say everyone, even ants, you say Mrigari, it's said, he is a hunter, he doesn't even see distinction between humans and non-humans. Even for a little ant, he is waiting for it to cross. This is his platform. Why will he preach to anyone? So if in that level, we cannot actually really preach. So Uttamadhikari, when we talk about preaching, we tend to think sitting and giving class is preaching. That's one way. That's why he said preaching means there are zillion ways. You can preach even without talking. You can preach just by your gesture. You can preach just by your behavior. Example is better than precept. You can preach simply by distributing food without any word spoken, without any philosophy spoken. Okay, so we have to understand preaching, we should not confine it just for a classroom session. That's just one of the zillion ways to do. Okay? Any other question? We'll finish. Okay, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki, Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Sri Sri Gauranitai ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath's devotees ki jai, devotees in YouTube ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vishnu Lakshmi Japataka
Please go to the restaurant and Ravi Prabhu will have the prasadam ready for you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagwan ki jai, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai, Samaveda Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hare Hare. Thank you, Chittahari Prabhu, for giving us your association. I was requesting Prabhu to give the class. He is immersing everyone with his wonderful kirtans. So Prabhu said sometimes he will speak and we'll have somebody to translate his classes. Yes.
No.
That's fine, you can take it. Om Jnanatimmirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. I can't hear. Okay, let's recite the prayers. Sri Prarada Uvacha Brahmadaya Suragana Munayota Siddha Satvaikatana Gatayo Vachasam Pravahe Naraditum Purgunair Adunapi Pipru Kim Toshtumarhati Same Ari Ugrajate Manyedana Bijana Rupa Tapashratojas Teja Prabhava Bala Paurusha Buddhi Yoga Naradanaya Hi Bhavanti Parasya Pumso Bhaktya Tutosha Bhagavan Gajayutapaya Vipradvisad Gunayuta Daravinda Nabha Padaravinda Vimukat Swapachambarishtam Manyeta Darpita Mano Vachane Hitartha Pranam Punati Sakulam Natuburi Manaha Naivatmana Prabhurayam Nijalabha Purno Manam Janata Vidusakkaruno Vrinite Yat Yajjano Bhagavate Vidadita Manam Tachatmane Pratimukasya Yata Mukashri Tasmadaham Vigata Viklava Ishvarasya Sarvatmana Mahigrinami Yata Manisham Nicho Jaya Guna Visargam Anupravishtaha Puyeta Yena Hipuman Anuvarnitena Sarvehi Ami Vidikarastava Satvadamno Brahmadayo Vayamiveshana Chodvijantaha Shemaya Bhutaya Utatma Shukaya Chasya Vikriditam Bhagavato Ruchiravatare Tadyacha Manyum Ashurastaha Chastvayadya Modeta Sadhurapi Vrishchika Sarpahatya Lokascha Nivritimita Pratiyanti Sarve Rupam Narsimha Vibhayaya Jana Smaranti Naham Bibemi Ajitateti Bhayanakasya Jivarka Netra Brukuti Rabashugradam Shrat Antrasraja Shatajakeshara Shanku Karnan Nirada Bita Digibata Ribinna Kagrat Trastosmyaham Kripana Vatsala Dushahugra Samsara Chakra Kadanad Grasatam Pranitaha Baddasva Karma Birusattamate Moolam Pritopavarga Sharanam Vayase Kadanu Yasmat Priya Viyoga Samyoga Janma Shokagnina Shakalayoni Shudayamanaha Dukkaushadam Tadapi Dukam Atadhyaham Bhuman Brahmami Vadameta Vadasya Yogam Soham Priyasya Shuhurda Paradevataya Leela Katastava Nrsimha Virincha Gita Anjastitarmi Anugrinan Guna Vipramukto Durga Nite Pada Yugalaya Hamsa Sangha Balasya Neha Sharanam Pitaro Narsimha Nartasya Chagadamudanvati Majjatau Nau Taptasya Tat Pratividir Yaihanga Sheshtas Tavad Vibhot Anubratam Tvadupekshitanam Yasmin Yato Yarhiyena Cha Yasya Yasmad Yasmai Yata Yadutas Yastva Parapparova Bhava Karoti Vikaroti Prataksva Bhava Sanchoti Dastadakilam Bhavatasvarupam Maya Manasrijati Karma Maya Baliyaha kalena chodita gunanumatena pumsa chandomayam yad ajayarpita shodasharam samsara chakramajako titaretvadanya svatam hi nitya vijitatma guna swadamna kalo vashikrita visrijya visarga shaktihi chakre vrishristam ajayeshvadashodashare nishpidyamanam upakarsha vibho prapannam drishta maya divi vibho kila dishnyapanam ayushriyo vibhava ichchati yanjanoyam yesmat pito kupita hasa vijrumbita bru vishpurjitena lolita satute nirastaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sri Prahlad Maharaj ki Jai. I'll read the translation of the third verse, 7, 9, 10. If a Brahmana has all 12 of the Brahminical qualifications as they are stated in the book called Sanat Sujata, but is not a devotee and is averse to the lotus feet of the Lord, he is certainly lower than a devotee who is a dog eater, but who has dedicated everything, mind, words, activities, wealth and life to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee is better than such a Brahmana because the devotee can purify his whole family, whereas the so-called Brahmana in a position of false prestige cannot purify even himself. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Let's continue our discussion on Sri Brihadbhagavatamrita. So last week we saw before we go to that, there was one question that a devotee had asked online regarding Jaimini Rishi. So normally if you see, there are 6 types of philosophical system. It's called Saddarshana. Philosophical systems. Sri Brhad Bhagavatam. So it's called Sad Darshana. Sad means 6, like Sad Goswamis. Darshana, generally we use Darshana in the context of what? Taking darshan of the Supreme Lord, taking darshan of our spiritual masters, like that. So seeing the philosophical truth is also darshana. Does that make sense? You see the truth. So Saddarshana here refers to the 6 philosophical views. So in this you have Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, Yoga, Karma Mimamsa, and then we have Vedanta. Yeah. So Srila Prabhupada says that these are the 6 philosophical systems, and unless one is expert in them, understanding what they are, Prabhupada actually says this in one place in srimadbhagavatam, that one should not actually sit in Vyasas and giving class. So it is important to know what each one of them, and there are different sages who propagated each one of them. Like Nyaya, you have like Gautama, likewise Kannada, Sankhya Yoga is Kapila, Yoga Patanjali, Karma Mimamsa, Jaimini. Vedanta, take a guess, who? Name a sage. Vyasa, correct. Okay, so Vedanta is Vyasadeva. So Prabhupada says, technically of these 6 different types of philosophical system, in one place Prabhupada says, except Vedanta, others don't directly preach devotional service. However, we have to understand, all 6, they still take Vedas as their root. So, technically, any philosophical viewpoint that accepts Vedas as their basis, they are called Astika. Siko Prabhu. And a black marker. You have to use the other door. Siko. I'm coming there. Astika means as it is. Or it is so. If you like.
You also mentioned Janini. Who was he again?
I'll come to that. So, all these 6 philosophical systems, they have their basis on their Vedas. They accept the Vedas. That's why they are called Astika. In contrary to that, you will come across in India the term, even now, that is used for addressing atheists. It's Nastika. Nastika means, actually it is so. Nastika means it is not so. Meaning they don't accept Vedas. Prabhupada says there are 3 which comes under this. One is the philosophy by Charvaka Muni. Prabhupada says the Charvaka Muni's philosophy is you beg, borrow, steal, but have good time because all you have is just this one single life. So just do whatever you can and enjoy your senses. Jainism, yeah, Charvaka Muni, and Buddhism. All these 3 philosophical systems, they don't accept Vedas. So they are called Nastika. Whereas these 6, they accept the Vedas. So they come under Astika. Astika means it is so, which means they accept whatever that the statements of Vedas that are there. Now the question this devotee asked is, in one place Prabhupada says each one of them more or less are atheistic. In one place Prabhupada says Vedanta refutes all these atheistic system. Now if you read Prabhupada's purports in general, Prabhupada always says we can worship any form of Krishna. Most of the places. Prabhupada would say it's always good to take shelter of one form of Vishnu. That could be Narsinghadev. That could be Lakshmi Narayan. You can worship Sitaram. Prabhupada would say like that. 99.9999% of the times. But if you read Bhagavad Gita, 1865, Manmanabha Madbhakto Madhyaji Mam Namashkuru Mame Vaishyashi Satyam Te Pratijane Priyoshime. And right after that, Krishna says, Sarvadharman Pariteja Mamekam Sharanam Vraja. If you read the purport of this particular verse in Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada there, he says, Krishna wants us to surrender only to him. And one should not distract oneself worshipping even other avatars of Vishnu. Like that he says. Even Sitaram, Lakshmi Narayan, like that. Some places Prabhupada specifically says like that. But very few. As I said, 99.9999% of the time, Prabhupada always says, you should worship any form of Vishnu because they are all Supreme Lords. But in this particular verse, because Krishna is saying, Manmana Bhava Madbhakto. And right after that verse, Krishna is saying, Sarvadharman Pariteja Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraja. Because the emphasis Krishna himself puts is only me. So Prabhupada says, you should worship only that form of Krishna. Not even, Prabhupada uses this word, distract oneself. Normally we say, don't get distracted by Maya. Don't get distracted from, the service that you have in hand. But in this particular place, Prabhupada says, one should not distract oneself. Coming back to this, each one of this, they are propagated not by some atheists. They are all great sages. Nyaya, as I said, Gautama, Kannada, Kapila. This Kapila should not be confused with Devaki Putra Kapila. It's not the same Kapila who we are discussing now in srimadbhagavatam classes. He is also known as Vasudev Kapila in some place. Okay, so, but this Sankhya philosophy was propagated by Kapila, who Prabhupada actually mentions there's another Kapila. So this is that Kapila. Yoga by Patanjali. According to Sri Vaishnavism, Patanjali is incarnation of Sesha, Lord Sesha. Likewise, Karma Mimamsa, you have Jaimini. Now Jaimini is a disciple of Vyasadeva. What do you think the nature of such a disciple be? Atheistic? Not really. But each one is taken up one different form of philosophy to preach. In terms of preaching pure devotional service, they haven't. Sankhya Yoga, which is propagated by Devaki Putra Kapila, it preaches pure devotional service. That's what we study now. But each one, like this is atomic theory. This is totally based on reasoning and logic. Likewise, you will see each one of them. Yoga, mainly around Hatha Yoga. Likewise, Karma Mimamsa, it speaks about, it's almost like a reductionist theory. Anything that you want to do in this world, anything that you want to achieve in this life, you can do simply by doing your work and you will get it. So it doesn't really focus so much on the intervention of divinity, the mercy of the Lord, so it doesn't directly preach. But it's not atheistic at the same time. As I said, all 6 of them, they come under Astika only. But in context of Vedanta, in context of Vyasadeva preaching pure devotional service, yes, they can actually be said as superficial. It's not directly addressing pure devotional service. In that context, you will see Prabhupada actually says, Vedanta preaches pure devotional service, even negating all the statements of the other atheistic philosophies, like that Prabhupada says. So that doesn't make Jaimini as an atheist because he is disciple of Vyasadeva. That doesn't make Gautama Rishi, that doesn't make Kanada, Patanjali, none of them as atheistic. But in terms of what is directly preaching pure devotional service versus what each one of them propagated, that's their mission. Just like we study, for example, Shankaracharya. Shankaracharya preached Mayavad philosophy, but that's the instruction given by the Lord himself. So you can't judge Shankaracharya as a devotee. He's Supreme Lord. He's not Supreme Lord, he is Lord Shiva. Okay, he's a pure devotee of the Lord. But the task that was entrusted to him, based on the time, place and circumstance, was he should actually preach Mayavad philosophy to slowly bring people back to the Vedas. Because he appeared when Buddhism was rampant and people have completely rejected Vedas. That's why it's Nastika. They completely rejected the Vedas. So to bring them from a point of being totally atheistic, Shunyavada, to come to the point of accepting Vedas, he has to actually first preach Mayavada and then you will see Vaishnavism slowly after that. Okay, Ramanujacharya and then Madhavacharya and finally Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Supreme Lord himself, he comes and presents. So this is the position of Jaimini Rishi. Okay, Karma Mimamsa, even though that's his area of focus, area of interest, area of expertise, if you like, still the sages also, they also evolve in their understanding. Have we got examples of sages who evolve in their understanding? So many. 4 Kumaras, they were Brahmavadis originally. And then when they smelt the fragrance of Tulsi, then they become pure devotees of the Lord. Vishwamitra, you will come across. Initially, he embarked, he was originally a Kshatriya. He embarked on this path of becoming a Brahma Rishi simply to challenge Vashishta. But then over a period of time, you will see he himself becomes a pure devotee. You will see him in every avatar of the Lord. You take Durvasa Muni. It's a slightly off topic, we can come to that later. Durvasa Muni also. Normally we talk only one half of Durvasa Muni. He gets angry, he curses. We only focus on those pastimes. But if we actually see Durvasa Muni's progress, he also goes to finally to pure devotional service. We usually don't talk about it. Likewise, you take Shaubari Muni. We talk about him going under the water, seeing fishes copulating and then getting disturbed. And then he comes, marries 50 daughters of Mandata, and we just stop there. You know, he fell down because he offended the devotees. Which is true, which is he offended Garuda. But then what happens after that matters. After he enjoys material pleasure, he then repents, and it's mentioned he takes up to pure devotional service along with his 50 wives. Everyone goes back to Godhead. Madhurena Samapyat. It's always a happy ending. Okay, so sages also at different times you will see we can't put them in one single box. Just like how yesterday somebody asked this question to Gokuleshwar Prabhu. He gave a beautiful answer. Question was, we hear some pastimes, we feel our mind says, I already know this. You know, how to take that? How to avoid offending the Shastras like that? Very good question. All of us go through. Gokuleshwar Prabhu said, He gave two analogies. First analogy, he said, see, we are Hare Krishnas, our menu doesn't change much, especially breakfast. It's usually khichdi. Now you go to your breakfast table and you see khichdi there. Yes, your mind will say, I have already taken it yesterday. Correct? There's nothing so pleasurable in terms of new. Nava Nava Rasadamni, there's nothing new. However, if you think, oh, I have already eaten it, what's the point in eating? You will starve today. Okay, whether you like it or not, it's different. There is a need now for you to eat. So he says, what you have taken yesterday, you just don't say, oh, same khichdi I have taken already, I'm not going to take. You don't say it. Yeah, you recognize that you have taken it, but there is a need, so you still continue to take. Second analogy he gave was, you take a seed, you sow it on the ground, you pour water. Then the seed will germinate. Slowly it comes out. It then penetrates the ground, comes out. The leaf opens. You keep pouring the same water. Now what happens? The plant grows. Keep pouring same water. Now leaves, more leaves sprout. Keep pouring same water. Over a period of time, flowers come. Keep pouring the exact same water. From flowers, fruits also come. Same water, same seed. You keep pouring the same. At different stages, you are getting different outcome. So he said, same katha you hear. At the beginning level, it will go for purification. Over a period of time, you will actually develop taste for it, and then finally you will get Krishna Brahma. Such a beautiful analogy. So, point we have to understand is, each one of us, we have a journey. Similarly, the sages also have a journey. Durvasa, we usually talk only the cursing aspect. We can discuss this some other time, actually. How in different Leela, as the Yuga progressed, how he made, from the time when he offended Ambarish Maharaj, to the time he actually comes to actually see Lord Ram, to the time when he actually sees Krishna, he has already become a pure devotee. So you will come across instances where there is evolution, spiritual evolution, as Prabhupada would say, evolution of our consciousness in that sense. Okay, so we can't put it in a box saying this is atheistic or this is non-atheistic. In that sense, Prabhupada uses that term in the context of what is directly preaching pure devotional service versus what is not. But just like how we see Shankaracharya, he is preaching Mayavad despite him being the pure devotee based on the mission that's given. Jaimini being disciple of Veda Vyasa, we can also understand it in that perspective also. What he was actually entrusted to preach, he is preaching. But Karma Mimamsa as such, it doesn't negate the presence of Lord, it just doesn't focus on it. There is a difference between it. It's one thing to say God doesn't exist. Or it's another thing to say, I make my own destiny. Does that make sense? I'm not saying God doesn't exist. All I'm saying is, if I keep doing my work, then I will get the result that is due for me. That's Karma Mimamsa. Krishna uses Karma Mimamsa to argue to discourage the Gopas from conducting Govardhan Puja. You will come across that. Prabhupada mentions Krishna here, he uses Karma Mimamsa philosophy because everyone worships Indra. And then Krishna comes and he sees Indra being puffed up. So Krishna tells to all the Gopas, what's the point in worshipping Indra? It's the Govardhan hill who is giving us everything, giving grass, giving caves, minerals, taking care of our cows, giving us shelter, giving us rain. It takes care. Our whole livelihood is based on that. We should worship Govardhan hill. And then at that time, Gopas say, no, but Indra is the one who is giving us the rain. Krishna at that time, he speaks, where is Indra here? Rain comes, Govardhan actually blocks the cloud, because of that rain comes, and then water goes down as falls, goes and joins the river goes to the ocean. Again, the sun evaporates the water, clouds form, wind blows, and then you get. So Krishna just talks about the cycle only here, material cycle only. So Karma Mimamsa doesn't take into consideration the spiritual aspect. But it's not atheistic. It's just like Brahmavad. Brahmavada is not wrong, it's incomplete. So in that sense, we can take Karma Mimamsa doesn't give us the complete picture. Just like we have Brahman, Paramatma and Bhagavan. Each level is actually correct. It's just not the most perfect. The most perfect is Bhagavan aspect. So that's how we see Jaimini's position here. Because we don't know his background, what task he is entrusted with. So we can't discount his position as, because he didn't preach pure devotional service through Karma Mimamsa, that he is an atheist. It shouldn't be like that. Good question. I was hoping somebody would ask that. But this devotee had asked in the very first class. I just saw the comment recently. Okay, coming back to where we were last week. Indra. So Indra, Narada Muni, he goes and then he glorifies Indra, calling him as the most favored devotee of the Supreme Lord. And then we saw the different reasons Indra gave to refute, to drive home the point why he is not the best devotee and why Supreme Lord hasn't actually favored him. And he gave few reasons. One reason he gave was, already we had our heavenly capital called Amaravati. Krishna just destroyed that, created one more for him separately because he wanted to gift something to goddess of fortune. So he created a separate Vaikuntha planet called Ramapriya. Likewise, he says, Gopas, they were going to offer me puja. He says to Narada Muni, you are telling me that Krishna favors me, he stopped them from worshipping me. Likewise, he goes to say, Narada Muni you yourself came to request Parijata tree and Sudharma hall or Parijata tree initially. But then Krishna, he came later and he took it away. Then he goes down, he gets influenced by humans. And then he continues the reasoning. We'll see few more and then we'll move to the next devotee who he points. So he says, according to scriptural statements, sometimes when Indra worships, Krishna tells him, actually according to Shastras, there are 3 guna avatars. What are the 3 guna? Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. So he says, like that we have 3 murtis, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. You can worship one of us. All 3 of us are avatars. So in this way, he instructs, Vamanadev instructs Indra to worship Shiva sometimes, to worship Brahma also sometimes. And he worships also. So even the demigods, they worship Devadidev, which is Lord Shiva, and they also sometimes worship Brahma. But Indra here, he says, because he is the Supreme Lord, he is giving us that instruction. We were made to worship him. But if he is really favoring, why will he even leave us in the first place? The reason why he is asking us to worship them is, he doesn't see our worship worthy. That's why he is saying, why should you worship me? You can worship me when I am around, but if I am not here, you can worship them. It's a nice way of saying, I'm not so interested to accept your worship all the time. Does that make sense? This is what Indra is feeling. So he's saying, so we are not the most favored. And then Indra says, sometimes we offer oblations. Krishna himself comes and accepts. How long does he come and stay? In Bhagavatam it's given. Shukadeva Goswami would go door to door. He's the first door-to-door book distributor. Bhagavatam set distributor. So he would stay in a home for how long? As long as it takes to milk the cow. That's how long he stays. That much he'll preach and he'll move to the next one like that. Likewise here Indra says, we do lot of homa, sacrifice. Supreme Lord comes, he stays. How long does he stay? Just long enough to accept the offering. As soon as he accepts the offering, we bow down to offer our respects. We open our eyes, he's gone already. So if he really loves us, if he really favors us, then he would be staying with us all the time. The very fact he's just leaving very soon goes to show that our bhakti doesn't attract him. And many times when he comes, it's not because of my bhakti, it's because of the bhakti of my parents, which is Kashyapa Muni and Aditi. So he goes on to list reasons like this. And he says, but you should know, O best son of Brahma. Now why is Narada Muni called as the best son of Brahma? Actually, if you look at the hierarchy, Brahma created many more sons before Narada Muni. Even 4 Kumaras, technically they are elder to Narada Muni. But in terms of who is when it comes to, last week we were discussing about the 3 types of devotees. Something which is connected to that is, how can we respect devotees? On what basis can we respect devotees? We can show our respect to devotees based on their age, based on their realizations, based on when they have taken Diksha. For example, we can look at senior God brothers, senior God sisters. Even though they may be younger to us by age, we can still look up to them with respect. So there are different criteria as how we can look. So if you look at Narada Muni, even though technically he is younger to many of his brothers, he is still called as the best son of Brahma. Why? Because he was born pure devotee. 4 Kumaras you take, they may be elder to him, but they are not born pure devotees. Initially they were Brahmavadis. Then they come to pure devotional service. You remember, they go and there is this beautiful pastime of them cursing, Jai Vijay. And then even at that time they walk back thinking, we went till the doorstep of Vaikuntha, we were not qualified to enter in, and they had to go back like that. So you will come across here, Indra, he is carefully choosing his words. When he says best son of Brahma means among the sons of Brahma, Narada Muni is not only one of the senior most sons, but also one who is the most elevated in pure devotional service, right from the word go, right from when he appeared. So he is saying, oh, best son of Brahma, that your own father is the true recipient of the favor of Lord Hari. So we saw the journey going first to the Brahmana in Prayag. We were discussing in the month of Magh. Magh is when usually, if you see, Kumbh Mela happens. Ardha Kumbh Mela, it happens in January, February. So we were discussing this quote, how in this particular month, no amount of vow, no amount of charity, penance, sacrifice pleases the Supreme Lord as much as he sees a devotee take bath. Because it's in the month of Magh, and that's when usually Kumbh Mela also happens. So when Narada Muni worshipped or glorified him as the most favored son, at that time he refutes it, saying, I am my contribution or my service to the Supreme Lord is very paltry, very less. Where do I stand in comparison to that great king in South India? Then he goes, glorifies him, and the king in turn tells him only the demigods are the most favored. Then he goes to demigods, and in them, specifically Lord Indra, glorifying him, and then Indra says, where do I stand? And each one of them, if you see, when they refute why they are not the best favored devotee of the Lord, it's not based on frustration. Like, you don't come in front of Radha Gopinath and feel, Radha Gopinath, you didn't reciprocate with me enough. Do any of us feel like that? No. We feel very guilty that Supreme Lord is giving us so much, we are not able to reciprocate, if we are really honest with ourselves. So, here each one of them, when they actually cite the reasons, even though it looks or it sounds as if they are upset with the Lord, it's actually not being upset with the Lord. They are using all these reasons to say, where do I stand, in comparison to these devotees? And by the way, me feeling that way is based on these reasons, and he's giving systematically. And each one of them, they point at the other devotee, looking at their glories, extolling their glories, and directing Narada Muni to the next personality. So Narada Muni now comes to Brahma, and what do you think Brahma would do? He's not going to accept the glorification. It's mentioned when Narada Muni actually speaks, Brahma hears, and then Brahma closes his ears. All his 8 ears is given. Because he has 4 heads, Chaturmukhi Brahma, so he closes all the 8 ears. And he says, I'm just the servant. And he repeatedly said that, I'm just the servant, I'm just the servant, I'm just the servant. Sometimes you say it echoes, but for Brahmaji, when he speaks in one head, it will be, all 4, at least it will repeat 4 times. I'm just the servant, I'm just the servant, and he closes all his ears like that. Okay. So now he goes to Brahma Loka. Before going to Brahma Loka, he hears, first Indra says, your own father Brahma, he is the topmost. After that, he actually says, what is the glory of Brahma? He says, Brahma, he lives for many years. How long does Brahma live? Yes, 311? 311 trillion. Good. So 311 trillion years he lives. But just some refresher. So there are 4 yugas: Satya, Treta, Dwapara and Kali Yuga. So this is called as Chatur Yuga sometimes. A day of Brahma, which means 12 hours, a day and night. So 1/2 of the 24 hours of Lord Brahma is made of 1000 Chatur Yugas, or sometimes it's called as Divya Yuga. So this is also same as Divya Yuga. So one group of 4 yugas.
So I'll keep singing. Rata Gopinath Rata Gopinath Shri Radhe. Jaya Rata Gopinath Gauranitai Jagannath Baladeva Subhadramai. Namo Vishnu Pataya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Pashatyarthi Shatarine. Gaura Chandet Arati ko shobha. Ki bechaya Gaura Chandet Arati ka shobha. Jana vitata vane jagamanalopa. Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devakane Kevanara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Kosadikaya Shankha baje Ghanta baje Madhur 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 baje 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 Madhur 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 baje Madhur 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 baje Kiva bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujwala Kala desi bana mala Kore chal mala Kiva Shiva asuka narada Preme gadakada Bhakti vinoda deke Glorirasamrita Bhakti vinoda deke Glorirasamrita Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakti-rasamrita-sindhu Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. 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 Jai Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha, Jai Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Mama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Mama, Dari Gaga, Trisariri, Mangalam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Mama Mama, Hare Ganga, Trisariri, Mangalam. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami, Nayana Patagami Baba Tume. जगन्नाथ स्वामी नयन पथगामी नयन पथगामी बाबा तुम्हें जगन्नाथ स्वामी जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी जय जगन्नाथ बलदेवा जय सुबलदेवा जय बलदेवा जय बद्रमाय जय बलदेवा जय बलदेवा जय बलदेवा जय सुभद्रमाय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रमाय जय राधा गोपीनाथ श्री राधे जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय शील प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव जय नित्य गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल नित्य गौरा हरि बोल
राधा गोपीनाथ भगवान की श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी की श्री श्री गौनिताय की जगत गुरु शिला प्रभुपाद की ऋषिकेश नमस्ते नरसिंह लोका
नमस्ते नरसिंहाय हिरण्यकशिपुरक्षः शिलातङ्कानकालाय इतो नरसिंह parato nashima yato yato yamidato nashima bahir nashima hridaya nashima Narashima Magrim Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamala Varenaka Adbhuta Shengho Dalita Hiranyakashivu Tanu Bringa Keshavadeta Narahari Rupa Jayo Jagadisha Hare Jayo Jagadisha Hare Jagadish Hare Jayo Nrsimhadev Jayo Nrsimhadev Nrsimhadev Jayo Nrsimhadev Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Srila Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Gurudev, 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 Jayo Jayo Gurudev. Dittai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nittai Gaura Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we are going to continue Kirtan after some time, but today I have got one activity first. I also have got a word search. So if you want to do this, I've got another activity that you have to finish before this, okay? Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 words today.
All of you can grab a seat there round. Take this paper. Just give one to each of you. Like just distribute. Okay, so I'm going to give you 2 words. And you'll have 5 minutes. Yes, 5 minutes. All the kids who want to take part, you can come. Okay, you can sit there. Chalo. So I'm going to give you 2 words. You either have to write something or draw something and explain later what you have done. Okay? I'm going to give you 2 words. So today's word is Krishna and heart. Okay, so 2 words. So you have, yes, here, take it. So you can think now until I give you pencils. I'm going to give, you think for a minute. What are you going to do? So Krishna and, give it to Janvi as well. Krishna and heart. So you can either draw. I don't want to give hint. So just, when you think about these 2 words, what do you remember? How can you connect these 2 words together? Okay? Krishna and heart. And you have to give these pencils back, okay?
Yes, yes. Okay, Mataji.
Yes, chalo.
I already have
Yes. So either you can draw, or you can write, or you can write it. Or you can write.
I'm going to put lands.
And I'll give you word search after that. I'll give you word search.
Ask Mataji. You can ask Jagadi.
Yeah. बस चाहिए. It's okay. इसलिए मैं.
Okay. Now, no, you can't do that.
Even 2 words.
You need to draw a heart.
Okay, everyone.
That's it. Yeah. Draw a heart. Shall I help you draw?
We have to try what you remember. I'm writing.
Okay, so everyone got word?
Yeah.
So Krishna and heart. So you can either draw, write a prayer, or you can connect these 2 words. How can you connect these words? Okay?
I don't.
You wanted?
Do you know how to draw?
And then? Yay! Okay.
Don't take the side, take the other
Okay.
side.
Right, Krishna. Right, K.
I have to check, Baba.
Right, K. Jagadi, K for Krishna. You want to draw his heart.
So bad. That is so bad. My feet, that actually hurt my feet.
I'm checking time as well. 3 more minutes.
Nice.
And I'll give you the word search after that, and we'll continue Kirtan, okay? You're done? Krishna and heart. Where is the heart there? No, I wanted 2 words. So the word for today is Krishna and heart.
There we go. Now I'm done.
Oh. So he drew a heart. So you can explain what does that mean. What's this? Inside? Whose heart? Whose heart is this? Whose heart is this? Oh, very nice. So he drew a heart with Radha and Krishna. So I asked him a question. Whose heart is this? And he says devotee's heart. Such a nice answer. Very nice. Well done. So he gets this. Word search. Okay? You can stop now. Oh, your one. What did you write? Very nice. Oh. He's explaining me something I can't understand. It's higher level, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Krishna? Say Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Okay?
I'm done.
Yes?
It's
So-
a flute and a peacock feather and a heart.
Okay, so, Baba. Yeah, thank you. So, Dipti drew a flute and peacock feather and a heart. So, what's the significance of this?
Krishna has a very big heart.
So, Krishna has a very big heart.
I tried
Very
to,
nice.
I tried to draw a peacock feather and this is the heart.
Okay? So, you can explain. What does that mean? All of you listen to the answers, okay? It's very sweet how kids actually analyze these two simple words and they're actually connecting it to Krishna.
So there's the peacock feather that Krishna wears, and then outside that there's the heart.
Yeah. So there's a peacock feather and
Yeah,
a heart.
because Krishna likes animals, so and he wears the peacock feather.
Yes, very nice.
Can I
And
watch
yours?
it? Can I
Yes,
watch
yes. Take one.
What's it?
Yes, you can explain that, Baba.
So I use Krishna and heart by writing I love Krishna.
Oh, very nice. So Bharat wrote, I love Krishna, and the love is not in word, so he made a little heart. So sweet. Thank you. More. You finish that and you get a word search. So you explain it to me. So Padmanabh. Yes, you explain.
So Krishna has a really big heart. That's why I drew arrows. When the soul gets out, like the arrow just goes, the heart goes out of your soul and then goes to somewhere else, to another body.
Okay. And?
That's all.
And eventually where does it go?
What?
It goes to Krishna finally, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, you go to, and then your body goes to Krishna,
Yeah.
and then you turn into a new body.
Your soul goes to Krishna,
Yeah.
and you get a new body.
Yes.
Yeah? Very nice.
And you might never die.
Oh, and you might never die when you go back to Krishna.
Donuts.
Yeah.
I like donuts.
I like donuts, see? And I also like donuts.
I don't know.
I love Krishna too. Do you love Krishna?
Yes.
Yes. What do you like about Krishna?
I like to sing him.
Oh, I like to see him. Very nice.
So Krishna has all his devotees' love in his heart.
Wow. Have we ever thought about this? So she drew Krishna, and there's a small heart, and there's a big heart outside, and she wrote, Krishna has all his devotees' love in his heart. Oh, Krishna, that's so sweet. Where will I go with so much love? It's so beautiful. Very nice, Baba.
Krishna's a heart, and whenever he plays the flute, every devotee comes to him. That's why they like his flute, because, and also Sri Chaitanya is also a heart which is also part of Krishna.
Very nice, very nice. So Maitri even drew a tilak, and the tilak, you know the tulsi at the bottom? Did we ever think tulsi as a heart? So it's a beautiful heart, and there's another heart inside it. It's very sweet, very nice. So take the thing. Very nice, kids. I'm really, really happy. Thank you for teaching us so many things from your little heart. So we actually sometimes, as an adult, we forget to see things the way you guys see.
What are you doing?
We did activity and we finished it.
Oh.
Oh. So I'm giving you two words. So Krishna and heart. So you make something out of it or write something there, and you tell me at the end, okay? And if you finish that, you get this. Yes. Do you want to explain your answer? No. How am I supposed to read it? Okay. So what's this? That's a flower, and
That's Krishna's face, and that's Krishna's friend.
Yeah.
That's Balaram.
Yeah. And? So what's this arrow coming? Everyone coming in his heart?
That's like Krishna coming inside the heart.
Very nice. So whose heart is this? Is it yours?
No, it's Krishna's heart.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, so all the hearts eventually will come here, isn't it? Very beautiful. Very nice answer. See, we never thought about it. All the hearts will travel and go back to Krishna's heart. See? Did we ever think about it? No, right? So very nice. See how these little brains can think so much like bigger stuff that we can never imagine. So thank you, kids. It was such a nice explanation. Just, oh, you want to do it? Yes, Baba, take it. See, we have adults. I just gave 2 words for children to do, Krishna and heart. So you can write anything or draw anything. You want to sing? Yes.
Just right there.
Yeah, what do you want to say?
I like to
Whose heart is this?
And purpose.
This is Krishna's heart.
Yes.
Yeah? So? Krishna has a warm heart. Oh my God. Oh Krishna. I'll explain in the record now. Okay, so I have another great answer that I did not think about it, okay? So Loka came after the game was almost finishing and she had no clue what others said. So she actually made Krishna and he has a heart and heart is on flame. So it has fire. And I was like, what is this? So flame on the heart. I did not get what she meant. But on top, she wrote, Krishna has a warm heart. Did we think about it? It's so beautiful how kids actually can feel his love just the way it is, yeah? Thank you. Very nice answer, Loka. Very, very beautiful.
Can I take this?
Yes, yes. Hari bol. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Now today Padmanav, I need you here. And anyone want to do the word search? All the kids, you have to return the pencil at the end. And sit down, Baba. Chalo.
Design a book on these two words. A novel on this.
Hey, sit here.
Okay. Sing.
Say only once, quickly.
You sing after.
Say Hare Krishna, quickly. Otherwise they will be taken.
Anyone wants to do the word search?
Say Hare Krishna.
Done.
Fantasy थोड़ा ज्यादा. Did you sleep? How these?
Padmanav, ready, Baba? Karta clear. I have to. Yeah, good.
You can clap. Like Mataji clap.
ये देखो गाड़ी नहीं जाओ. ठीक है.
No? Then you need help.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. What shall I say? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada Jaya, Prabhupada, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Revati, can you explain your Krishna and your heart, please? So she was the one who had her answer ready. And I'm also going to show you what I've drawn, and I've written a prayer, okay? So Revati, Krishna is my best family and friend. And Radha. Krishna is our friend. And she drew a heart, and she actually drew Radha and Krishna inside the heart. Yeah? Whose heart is that? Is it yours? Whose? Oh, that heart is also Krishna's. Okay. So, if anyone can see, what I have drawn is, I've written from the window of my heart, and there is heart, and there's Krishna with a cow, and there's my little eye on the side. So, can you see? So from the window of my heart, and that's my eyes, and that's the heart, and that's Krishna and the cow. Okay? So what I've written, this is me. Yeah. Okay, so do you want to listen to the prayer, and then we'll go for prasadam. So, oh my dear Govinda, nothing is impossible for you. This is the only image I want to see from the window of my heart. When you see the clouds of my anarthas blocking this view, and when this vision is blurred due to the dust of temporary attachment in my vision, just the way you protected Draupadi and Pandavas and Kunti from every obstacles and just allowed them to see you, O Master of my soul, please be merciful upon me. Each day I polish this window with my tears, full of prayers, saying how much I miss you, so that one day I leave my dream that I saw first time when I was 9, and I saw it again and again. When will I get to wash your lotus feet with the tears from my eyes that are ashamed, because how could I ever dare to leave you and choose to suffer here? When will I see you again? Okay? So that was the prayers. So that was the heart, and it's polluted, and every day we pray, Krishna, please clean my heart so that I can see you very clearly and I don't see anything else. Okay? So all of your prayers were very beautiful. Thank you so much. Now it's prasadam time, and Loka is going to be in the first in the queue, because she was hungry at 7 o'clock. Okay?
This is Radharani.
Ah, very nice. You want to
Say Hare Krishna. You want to sing Namaste Narsimhaya? Okay, sing. Don't, Kanna, you can't do that. If you want, you sing.
Okay, for that paper, done. You can take it.
Okay, come, let's go for Prashad.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You're supposed to sing now. You sing, and I sing, then you sing. I sing, and then you sing. Because
You sing, I sing.
And then I
You sing, and I'll follow you. I don't know the melody.
I don't need the microphone. I can feel. If I sing in that microphone,
You gotta.
in the
Oh
next
yeah.
universe will be. body go like that. Just like that. Let's see. Just this is one.
Oh, Radhe.
You need a musician to play the music and then we sing.
Sorry. Hare Krishna Prabhu. কেমন আছেন? আমার চলছে। Okay. No, just the normal one, baby. Okay. गोविंद नाम छाड़ी गोपाल नाम छाड़ी कस को शरण शरण मा जाओ कस को शरण मा जाओ बोले नाम तिम्रो बोले नाम तिम्रो जीवन सदा बिताओ जीवन सदा बिताओ गोविंद नाम छाड़ी गोपाल नाम छाड़ी हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे गोविंद नाम छाड़ी गोपाल नाम छाड़ी कस को शरण मा जाओ कस को शरण मा जाओ बोले नाम तिम्रो बोले नाम तिम्रो जीवन सदा बिताओ जीवन सदा Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Aaja baba. You missed my smile.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama,